You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
The first week of the SAL Stage 2 is behind us, and so far it has definitely delivered with the entertainment levels. We have another week lined up for you, and today will be the usual 5 best ones on the schedule with us. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining us on the analyst desk, we have Lexing and Alfaba. Lexing, I wonder if you're able to hear me or if you're still vibing to the APL music too much. You were liking that.
Hey. I was, honestly. I thought, NAL maybe had a little bit of class, but APL definitely is taking the cake. I'm kind of disappointed in the NAL production in terms of the music choice that we use.
It's the music in the EML, Leo, that gives me the haunting feeling of oh, we're on a break now.
Yeah, honestly, I think EML could use some of that just because we're listening to the same playlist all the time, and I've got to say we need to speak to the producer, and we need to say to get some really kicking music. They were the same one as APL.
Yeah, or get something like, The Future Is Now Back. I mean, that was a banger as well a few years ago, if anyone remembers that one. But we're here with the SAL in the current day and age, and we'll have a look at the schedule of what is ahead of us for today, because as you may have seen, we started a little bit later today due to the APL going on very late, which means we'll have a short pre-show before we get going with our games. And then when we look at the games for today, Leo, that fourth game, NIP versus W7M, it stands out to us.
Yeah, this is going to be a real establisher between the two teams that fought for the 3rd and 4th spot of Brazil last stage. These two teams are obviously big ones of Brazil, and the hierarchy has been challenged by NIP. So today we get the answer. Who's the best one out of the two?
Yeah, and then I would say for myself, the game that I'm actually looking forward to, I was a huge fan of Black Dragons last stage. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen towards the very end, but I am excited. Bro. Yeah, I mean, dude, you had to. So I'm excited to see what they can bring against Furia. I think it's going to be a kind of one-sided affair, but I'm still a Black Dragons fan nonetheless. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, that'll be the very last game of the day, so you have to sit tight for that one. But as we say a short pre-show, we mean a very short pre-show. Let's roll out the map veto and see where this first game will be taking us. Lexing, where is it heading to, and how are you feeling about the map that's just coming up on our screen?
Well, first I was going to say, thankfully, we aren't seeing Lair. Last time we saw this was 69 days ago, where FaZe just absolutely dominated 9Z. So the fact we're seeing Clubhouse, I mean, I don't know how many times people want to take FaZe to Clubhouse. It's an extremely comfort map for them. But at the same time, it's a very comfortable map for everyone across the board. No one should be able to not find success on this map. It just comes down to core fundamentals. And for FaZe, yes, this is a good map for them, but you're not really being challenged by 9Z too much to improve upon. And for 9Z, you're also allowing yourself to be comfortable in this matchup going against a top dog like FaZe.
Well, when you look at the last stage that they played, you know honestly, they have a 10-win streak right now. The only time they won a game in Tier 1 in the last couple of months, 9Z, that was on Clubhouse. That was against us, and that was at the beginning of Stage 1. So it's been a really long time since they won, and they're going back to their home ground. But against the FaZe that just like the map.
So we're saying is there's hope for 9Z. I mean, it is a difficult game. We got our current first against our current last in the league, but we'll send it right over to the casters because the game is starting.
Very much. And what do you know? How convenient, Ollie. Right as the action phase begins. We don't have to do the normal band phase, prep phase, whatever. Nonsense. I want to see FaZe potentially get an 11-game win streak on this map, as Leo just said. Or, Ollie, are you a 9Z believer?
No. Sorry.
Okay. Well, anyway.
I don't know if you, call me a hater, but I don't know. It's FaZe at the end of the day, isn't it? We know what we have come to expect from this roster, and 9Z, they still need to prove themselves, in my opinion.
And I would agree with that. Would have been great proof if Vicente was able to take Handy's head off right at the start. The two dueling around Garage within the first 45 seconds. Ooh, okay. Instead, we'll take that. Very rare that Cyber loses an engagement like that. F not mine triggers, gives Cyber the information. He even starts pre-firing, but Tuku's able to swing around the corner, take down the Fenrir, and take down one of the most formidable roamers in the entire world. Get themselves a 5v4. All of FaZe retreat off the back of that. Leviticking the last one out the door, and might end up facing a little bit of trouble, since his route back was to go past main and down blue, and while the barricade's open, he will make it back. But FaZe, very much the losers from this early round.
Yeah, they've not put themselves in a brilliant position here, but again, it's FaZe. You don't tend to worry about that right up until the bitter end, because a position that looks a little bit dicey, these guys can flip that on its head quite quickly. 9Z, they've got a bit of time now to start opening up this floor. They're going to use Ram's gadget, the boogie drone, to rip open that floor outside of Arsenal. Oh, sorry, outside of Church, should I say? And get those hatches opened now as well. Obviously, with Cade being removed along with the Bandit, means that things are going to be fairly free and easy to get open. 9Z now just trying to gather a little bit of information. This site is looking kind of ripe for the taking. There's only one C4 really that they've got to contend with. They do want to try and go for a kitchen drop, but I don't think they've got the pressure in dirt at the moment to do that. Instead, a lot of focus now being shown toward this moto area. That's the kind of position that FaZe is going to be occupying here, more so in toward this church and blue area.
Also the kind that'll be directly contested by Vidiking. I mentioned Cyber's one of the most formidable roamers. Vidiking, certainly a powerful shotgun player. Don't even get me started on KDS, Souls, and Handy. Always some of the top and highest rated players in Brazil or at every international event they attend. Flashbangs go in, trying to flood Moto. Great coordination by 9Z on that utility, but how will the follow-up go? Nitro is able to pick up one onto KDS, and FaZe remain in the deficit as 9Z with a 2 make that 3-body lead entirely due to Nitro's efforts. Entirely due to Nitro in the late round. 1 kill at the beginning for Tuku, then all 4 for Nitro as blue is, well, firmly his domain.
Great opening pick and great opening round for 9Z, all coming off the back of that Cyber entry. Something that you really can't take for granted is that opening pick. FaZe have done a very good job with it so far. They're at around an 88% conversion rate when getting that opening pick. 9Z a lot lower, down at about 77%, so it still definitely favors them, as it should most teams. That metric is more so looking toward how well teams are able to snowball after getting that early advantage. 9Z, at least they're able to do it inside of round 1. Moving forward, we are going to be choosing a slightly different site, though. FaZe not wanting to go downstairs to that basement again. I think Clubhouse, it's one of those maps where every bomb site is viable. Yes, we will even see bar and stage very occasionally, but teams are more than happy to stick to a rotation here. If you look at what's available as an attacker, moving in through garage and attacking into CCTV room and cache, you've got a lot of nice tools at your disposal. You've pretty much got everything that you could want and wish for to make this attack as easy as possible. Garage control, that should be a given that you've got a Monty and a Capital.
And a Thatcher.
There's no YMI, there's not even an ADS being played. So surely garage is going to be takeable. Yes, you're going to have the Azami, and yeah, I think we did see a couple of Vulcan packs getting placed there by KDS, but all that stuff that you should be able to work through. 9Z, if they play the cards right here, they should have a fairly good time of taking that garage.
You'd hope so with all the combination of the utility you mentioned, the EMPs, the Bolts, the Monty, also the Rotero drones as well. And Selma charge for the breach. It's about, standard lineup against maybe not necessarily the ideal lineup we would think for FaZe. I mean, I think general convention nowadays, as you pointed out, we'd like to see ADSs or magnets, but those Kivas are probably the most important bit of utility, and they are and have been sufficient for a long time in defending Rafters. A lot of this early round will just be utility clear. 9Z expending the bulk of their surplus. Double reinforcement between CCTV and Garage, by the way, so KDS can play very aggressively on these Rafters and on the full breadth of them, especially with those Kiva barriers. Souls prepped the gym window, waiting to hop out when somebody pressures CC, but I imagine it's still going to be a whole 30 seconds before he even gets a whiff of an engagement.
I was going to say, speaking of the Kiva barriers, it's weird to see Souls the one that's playing all the way over inside a gym.
With 3 in pocket.
He's given a few barriers for KDS to play with, but like you say, 3 in pocket, like, it's quite a lot of utility. That's like almost guaranteeing to hold Catwalk. Instead, he's got himself in what appears to be a bit of an off angle at the moment. And I'll be honest, this is a really bad stall from 9Z. Yes, they've used the early portion of the round to get rid of a couple of pieces of utility, but realistically, it looks like those Vulcan packs are going to do their job right now. KDS, is he going to get away from this one? No. Does get taken out. Another knife kill. Weird. Saw a lot last night, and it looks like we might see a few more today. Monty should be able to wait now. It really is, isn't it?
It's just
I think the flame should dissipate in plenty of time. But with that double reinforcement, you've got to hop through the window. It's less than ideal for a Monty to start hopping through like that.
it's a bit strange. Like there were some holes and opportunities in FaZe's setup, but 9Z have been acting as if there is a lot more utility in their way than there actually was, and even the one that did exist, the Vulcan packs, were taken down, but Will's able to hop in very quickly. But with 30 seconds remaining, all 3 of VidaKing's toxic canisters will have maximum impact, force Will off balance to try and find an off spot. As FaZe constantly track this Monty's position, fire shots at the cover, Souls hasn't even had to jump out because the only focus has been on this Monty inside of the site. Handy does get a kill on a Nitro, but Will has no time to get this diffuser down. Finally starts to commit as we enter the 3v3. It's all on Joe to cover, and the existing red stairs angle is enough. FaZe immediately tie the game with 1 round on CC with a critically damaging stall by 9Z.
Like, yeah, you can take Garage, but you've got to do a lot more than just take Garage. The whole reason that Souls is playing inside a gym is because he's expecting people to drop Logi and put pressure onto construction. Because that's where the backline of the defense is going to be. The backline of the defense is going to be in that cash room. With the top of the wall shot out, you can throw Toxic Babe canisters, you can throw C4s, whatever it is that you want to do. You can hide there and push late. It's the best place to hold. You recognize, yes, we are going to lose Garage at some point. We have to hold it for a period of time. That was a tick in a box. KDS died there, didn't get a kill, but look at what he soaked up. Soaked up plenty of utility. It was a big stalling point for 9Z as well. Then you've got the wall reinforced. Okay, nice. Monty's got hard breach charges. Great, we can get that wall open. Still a hop through, still less than ideal. But then nothing else. Everyone inside of Cash was just sort of sat there going, I can't believe it's this free to sit here. There was 3 players in that single room, and none of them were getting pressured. There was no vert. Like, where's the book below? Where's the Deimos below? You've got to have something else in that attack.
FaZe certainly setting up a lot of good contingencies for an attack that they and we anticipated to be more complicated than it actually was. So we moved to gym and bedroom, where we could very well see a similar thing. So much of the gym bedroom attack focuses on not necessarily acquiring direct control of CCTV, but paying attention at least, right? At a minimum, you're going to open up the breach and hold a passive angle to make sure that nobody can just walk up to the CC window and chat, and a defender can peek out and challenge anybody on the gym balcony. But if it takes a whole 2 minutes for 9Z to decide what they want to do there, FaZe Clan will be doing a whole lot of waiting, but very little losing, whether it comes to momentum, manpower, or steam in the round. It's a good lineup by 9Z. I'm always a little I'm a little skeptical of the Cali, not from 9Z, just in general. But we've seen it work. Can be also good to hold angles on the bedroom or the gym balcony. And at least we do have a Deimos here to add some verticality, Ollie. I think you might be a little assured by the presence of the Vendetta.
Yeah, I was thinking I kind of lost it a little bit there at round 2. We need to chill out.
We're 2 rounds in.
I am also a Cali skeptic. I don't know why particularly, because I really like playing Cali, but I know that I'm really bad. So I just class that, you know, I class myself as, I play a very different game to the game that we watch and commentate on inside of professional light. I think that's fair to say. But yeah, I don't know. I never feel like you see the true value of it. Maybe in this round it'll be slightly different. Obviously, you've got plenty of things that you can use Cali's Lance for. But I don't know if it's going to be the beachhead that you're really wanting it to be, particularly in this attack, especially when we saw a severe stall. I don't immediately look at Cali and think, oh, that's something that's going to help them from help them to stop stalling. If anything, it's maybe something that's just going to assist, because yeah, you can sit on a rappel miles away and just scope in and take pot shots at things, but not really having too much effect onto things at the moment. Obviously, there is always the opportunity for FaZe to get a little bit careless with it. Oh, nice magnet. Oh, even better swing, KDS. Plus Vicente in the bin.
Exactly what you want.
Love the Whammy magnet. Love the swing even more.
I mean, but it's the same round, Ollie, like as the CC one. What progress have we made? What control have we established? VidaKing gave up cash.
Now we're getting the mirror window.
Dude, we're getting the mirror. We're getting the mirror window with 20 seconds left. Like, we're in bad shape, fellas. Hey, he just walked down and shot Joe in the face. That was the guy who got the mirror window. This is a flawless round, even if Cyber goes down. I don't care. Give him that flawless.
So for everyone that's unclear on that, this is like a Lynx trademark. Someone can die in the final 5 seconds, but it's still a flawless round because it was basically flawless.
That counts. Like, it does count. I'm not saying statistically it counts, but it does count.
This is 7th place trophies and what they do to younger generations.
Hey, excuse me. I never scored high enough for 7th place. I wouldn't know what that means.
A Grim and a Mirror.
It's looking grim,
Mirror,
I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's not looking great. The mirror ban, fair enough. 9Z, if you can't deal with it, just get it gone. I don't know. In an ideal world, you'd remove something else. You'd remove something that is more difficult to deal with than a mirror window. It's frustrating because we see 9Z have an ability to deal with things very well.
Yeah.
You know, the mirror window got dealt with. It just got dealt with at the wrong portion of the round. 20 seconds left is no time to be removing the mirror that's playing inside of stock. Which, by the way, has a hatch right above it. Like,
wait,
after
dude,
someone's died.
I literally... I'm not joking. I was so focused on the Deimos, I forgot, yeah, there's just a hatch there. What? Why did that take so long?
The whole situation is... the whole situation just made my head hurt.
This is... I mean, I'm glad that they got the first round.
Listen, they won last time they played this site. Maybe they're just a basement team.
It's possible. Maybe just Nitro has to get 4 kills again. See, look at those flicks. He's been training. By the way, I think us going back to basement and Cyber locking in Valkyrie, one of his most played and most lethal operators, kind of indicates how FaZe want to handle this round, and it will not be a loss is not really something that they are wanting to leave on the table. By the way, we have a Denari in play. I didn't really see where the trips were last time. It has changed hands. It's being played by Vidiking now. But I actually didn't really see where the trips were.
Knock, knock.
I would like to see that.
I don't recall the trips in the first round either. I know they've been... Oh, that's a long one, isn't it?
Kind of a deep
one,
one,
really
too.
Good one. Yeah, well, it's a bit of a late one, isn't it? That's like when you put a Capcan trap on the side door and you just say, don't worry, there's no such thing as a bad one. Like, if it comes through, it's going to be huge.
True. Dude, the setup... We have Chekhov C4 right now. It better show up in the 3rd act. Call is boom.
Oh. Well, the call is always boom. Cyber rocking that nice Valkyrie skin as well. Still needs to pick that one up.
Yeah, I heard he got that from Crotazen. I heard he got that from the raid.
From what?
Nothing. Forget about it.
Oh, we could be ready. We could be on.
Oh, come on!
Oh, we went too early. Who was the caller?
Okay.
Oh, well.
Well,
Cyber doesn't care.
Playing it off position. These things happen. It's been another 2 minutes, by the way, and again, nothing has really happened. Well, nothing has happened. Again, 9Z are doing good things. We've got the vertical opened up. Joe has used pretty much all of his skeleton keys. Used a lot of the X-Kairos. But in the process, obviously, the Grim has been banned, which was the reason they won the first round. That's who Nitro, 1, played running up blue, and 2, what utility he used in securing blue. And while the 1C4 has been used and will get down, now we might have an opportunity for 9Z to close out this round, especially as 2 kills immediately fly their way. Will should have, especially... Oh, Vicente giving up the cover? You just have 1 player immediately swing from Moto. It's enough to get the diffuser down, but Handy mounts a successful retake, and Joe is the only one left. Vertical control important, especially with the diffuser below the hatch. This advantage could prove very problematic. Handy and KDS need to play in tandem, but Handy instead takes the 1v1, and KDS is way behind the play. Joe then backs out entirely. KDS only has a couple opportunities to take this fight and win it. Peeks the, almost the wrong way, and Joe gets the finisher. 9Z might just be a basement team, as it's the only site they've won.
Fair play. Getting that plan down with that little control. I mean, really all they had was kitchen. Usually you'll at least go for kitchen dirt. They managed to get it in. They managed to stick the plan. I feel like the retake from FaZe, it's maybe a little bit soft. I feel like they could have gone together a lot better there. Handy just getting a little bit too far ahead. But it's always a difficult one because you know that you've got a challenge onto it, and the worst thing you can do is both peak at the same time and just get collateraled. So a difficult position for sure, but a nice 1 versus 2. And it keeps 9Z in the game. Which, I mean, you look at the scoreline and you see this game as 2-2, and you think about the 2 rounds that 9Z lost, and you just wonder how in the hell has this happened? If they can tidy things up on some of the other sites, then they've got a chance of getting a couple more rounds here on this attacking side. But they need to show a bit more willingness to diversify their attempts. It's going to be a carbon copy of the lineup that we saw in round 2. Which we commented at the time is a great lineup. There is nothing wrong with the 5 operators that they're picking. I'd just like to see them used in a slightly different order. I'd like to see that pressure either from stock hatch in through construction, something over in bedroom side, short take garage. That is a given. It is going to happen. But have a little bit of something extra. One thing that they haven't brought is they've not brought anything to signify that they're going to be doing any vert. Which, again, was something that we kind of asked for previously, right? A bit of vert would have been nice. But it can be navigated around if you're successful on that construction side of things. But if all they do is tunnel vision again onto this garage and stall out, I don't see why it's going to be anything other than the same result.
Same concern I have. The utility they're bringing is good. Maybe because they played this previously, they'll be a little bit more sure of the steps they have to take, or a little bit more confident when they take those steps. See the Monty already inside. Triggering those Vulcan packs a lot earlier on. It was a whole minute after this point that FaZe started triggering the Vulcan packs. And it was also a whole minute later when Joe really started fighting KDS on this angle. Ooh, what a nice shot. We saw KDS holding the inverse of that from the rafters in the last round, and it gets taken advantage of him here. Now FaZe are in a really tricky spot because with literally no Capital utility expended, no EMPs used on that side because there's no ADSs or magnets. 9Z just have full control of rafters, and there's really nothing FaZe can do.
It's much better from 9Z from a pace point of view. And if they can avoid any sort of stall out, even better. One of the negatives to getting things done a little bit early into the round is that FaZe can be a slippy team. You don't want to give them opportunity to creep up behind you. That would be my concern at the moment. Final Vulcan pack there getting detonated. And the Zoto canister is going to slow them down a little bit here. It doesn't look like much, but that Zoto could be quite deadly. Soul's still playing in this gym position. He didn't really have anything to say in round 2. But he has, of course, got a good opportunity at a run out if anyone does try and get in onto that window. These Zoto canisters are really slowing things down at the moment. There's not really been a stall from 9Z. It's more been off the back of FaZe's utility so far.
Ooh, and now comes the rotation from Souls. These 2 additional Kiva barriers on site could really throw a wrench in things on top of the Zotos and the Vulcans if Souls can get in position in time. Potentially block the breach of the CC hop-in. Really becoming clear what these protocols for FaZe Clan are. Final toxic, or second last toxic canister, final Kiva goes out, and 9Z again stalled out by FaZe. Full 5 seconds remaining, only in the 5v3. They might have an advantage, but do they have time to get the diffuser down? They certainly have the manpower to cover. Souls hopped outside, cannot find the angle. You see the intention from FaZe, but give credit to 9Z. They're stalled out by their opponent, and they still persevere. Looking a lot stronger in those first 2 to 3 rounds indicated.
Much better from 9Z. I think, like you say, they did a great job of taking Garage, and they took it far quicker than they previously did. KDS basically had nothing to say in that round, whereas previously we saw him waste a minute and a half. Garage control quickly given over. Again, one of the downsides of fully reinforcing Garage is that if you lose it early, you've kind of lost it for the round, and you need someone to pull off a great flank to retake that. 9Z, they weren't worried. Well, they might have been worried about the flank, but there was no flank coming because FaZe didn't have the position to be able to do that. Especially with Souls playing inside of Gym, there were only ever 3 players on the site. And I think that to some degree, 9Z have kind of recognized that because they've kept their plan very much the same. But because of how quickly Garage was lost or Garage was gained, depending on your outlook, it then gives a heck of a lot of time to bait out the utility. And that's what 9Z did exceptionally well. Baited out the C4s, baited out the Toxic Babe canisters. And it's a tale as old as time. It's such a straightforward plant spot. Again, you could look at it and think it is quite a one-dimensional approach. And I would agree. I think the attack is still one-dimensional, even though it won. One-dimensional doesn't always mean bad. But again, maybe you throw the question back onto FaZe there and go, well, did no one want to rotate below and C4 from below? Did, you know, did Souls not want to try and get back a little bit earlier as soon as he knew that there's no one really coming this gym side?
I think
maybe there's a question there to be asked as well.
That's something I keep coming back to. Souls is over there literally the whole round. Is that run out really that much of a game changer? Because he's got 3 Kibas just sitting there unused for the entire round when you could have had him over, maybe peek out more proactively to block the window. First time I get it. Second time, I just don't know if you need to do that, especially the low time. But anyway, that's that round done. Cyber going for one of his very famous solo roams. Still in a powerful position. He's got the C4 he can use from below. SMG-11 can be a bit of a tricky gun in engagements like this. Rapid fire rate, sure, but not a very high mag. Andy facing a lot more pressure than Vidiking did playing in this spot last time. Vicente and Handy both taking damage, but I think Vicente probably should have thought better of that engagement. No additional pressure on the Aruni at the moment. No other angles being given. I mean, Joe could have gone down below and maybe helped out. Unfortunately, not the case anymore. Instead, looking to try and find a gap up main stairs. Will sound cue will be given because of the barbed wire, and you can immediately see the reaction by Cyber around the corner. Great flick by Joe. Opens things up just a little bit, but only 6 rounds in that chamber. Not much you can do afterward. 9Z have just tried to take this in a much looser fashion than they have any attack previously, and I think they would have been well advised to just stick to the basics. Stick to what they won the last 2 rounds on, because FaZe just eat them for lunch.
Final 15 seconds of that round were like a YouTube montage video. We just got the kill in every single one. It was like some really good editing. As soon as the kill happens, as soon as you hear the shot, bam, the player's dead, and you're flicking on to the next one. 3-3 half. Honestly, not what I expected. After the way that we saw round 1, I kind of perked up a little bit. I was like, oh, 9Z, are they here to play? Like, this could be a good contest. FaZe then make it incredibly difficult for them to do anything, and 9Z kind of undo themselves a lot inside round 2 and 3, and then we see a little bit of a resurgence and a bit of a comeback, at least to bring it back to a 3-3 half. I would assume this is the side where things start to really run away in the FaZe clan direction, purely because we know what this team is capable of, and coordination, teamwork, that pacing on attack is something that they are so good at. I don't expect 9Z to have the same fate here. Double hard breach bam. I don't think it's going to cause too many problems. If anything, it frees you up to play some of the tin opener operators a little bit more.
Also just very expected at this point.
Exactly. And then a double denial ban. I mean, it very much just cancels one another out.
Just formality bans for both teams. Damage did by FaZe's lineup, though. Not going to comment on it. No caster curse today. You're not going to get me. And that's why. Because Blitz and Amonte, when FaZe are involved, 2 very different things. Blitz obviously is very much a rush operator, not necessarily rush in terms of how quickly they want the round to end, but in terms of the pace you set once you start sprinting towards the enemy. The Vidiking very much has always played that Monty like the human drone. It's not just bringing it for the newer shield capabilities, but for Monty has always been used. This could even indicate a bit more of a full clear from Vidiking if he decides to. Just to walk through the building. Or maybe he could go for a rush, who knows? FaZe's decision. Fortunately, ooh, that's a big C4 from Joe. I'd like to see where that was, because getting the Ying off rip from a C4, and 9Z also giving the call to fall back immediately after. Great early round.
Oh, it's a big win con, isn't it? Opening pick. And you remove the Ying. I guess with a C4 like that, you can never really decide who you're going to try and take out, but that's some great value. It's going to cause FaZe to have to move a little bit differently here. They're not going to have that same effect and burst into sight as they may have wanted to with those Candelas. Could put a bit of pressure on the later portion of the round. Fortunately, they do have the Monty, so that speed should be fairly easily found. I wonder if the BP's inside a kitchen. I wonder if it was missed. Because otherwise, that's just some incredible game sense to know when to blow that C4.
Also, just one of the, if that was just game sense, just unfortunate situation where we see Cyber miss a C4 with info given by the black eye camera.
Yeah.
And potentially a situation here where 9Z just kind of trust in the force, so to speak, and it works out.
Just wing it.
Yin Grim combo would have been so nice for FaZe, but losing those Candelas, a big deal. Oh, and all of those Bs getting eaten by the ADSs. This round just goes from bad to worse for FaZe Clan at the moment. King certainly has a way in, but that is an unfortunate moment with Nitro exposing himself to Cyber's crosshairs. Oh my god, FaZe just kill everyone. It is a killing floor inside of Moto. Joe looks to retake as every bit outside and surrounding church has fallen. How the hell have FaZe found a way out of this one? Joe is now locked in with the attack and can't get a kill to save his life. FaZe pull round 7 back from the brink.
Are we allowed to call that basically a flawless round? Because the only death was to a C4?
Okay, see, this is an interesting substantive argument we could have, because what do you call a flawless round? Because is it just the fact that only 5 people survive? Is it my looser definition where it focuses strictly on man count, but it's only 4 people alive and somebody died in the final 5 seconds? Or do we start creating a more amorphous but kind of fact-dependent strategic flawless round, where, let's say, the opposite of what we just watched, where everything goes right, even if you lose 3 bodies in the process? Because that was not strategically
you've lost me
flawless.
there. You've lost me there, but my mindset was that if somebody dies in the last 5 seconds or somebody dies in the first 30 seconds, and it has very little consequence as to how the round ends, FaZe didn't lose a gunfight there when they executed. Everything was flawless.
So yes, so I do see what you're saying, and I think, again, I think it's fact dependent, right? Depending on the operator, right? like, we're just going now. It's fact dependent on the operator. Like, it's like Ying died. That undeniably had an impact on the round, right? Because it's Ying. You're gonna want to use those Candelas.
But it didn't have an impact on the result of the round. Because the result was that FaZe won.
That is true. Just to be clear, I'm not saying like you're completely wrong. I think this is entirely okay.
I think it's healthy.
It's an interesting. Yeah, no, this is a healthy disagreement. It's an interesting point.
I've not even decided if we're disagreeing yet.
We are disagreeing on the issue.
I'm still trying to work out half of the words that you said about 30 seconds ago.
I think if I keep this going, I'm gonna get fired. So I should probably stop. And so I will talk about this for the whole 3 minutes if you let me. By the way, different Raptor setup from 9Z at the moment, actually bringing the ADSs and having the Azami play here in distinction from how FaZe Clan handled it. Man, dude, Souls loves Gym Window.
Oh, he's all over it. The thing is, it's where he plays, so in his mind, he's thinking someone's going to be playing there. I do like what Viking's brought. I'm a fan of bringing Striker in this position. You do get those secondary EMPs. Now, we know that Cade and Bandit are both banned, so it isn't to assist a breach opening, but it could be to assist this catwalk clear, as we know that there is not too much to burn through there, but there's a heck of a lot. So you're going to want to make sure that you've got plenty of those secondary EMPs. KDS also having a couple in his back pocket as well. Tuku, at the moment, just going to be going for that full rotation, recognizing, hey, nothing's really happening over in gym and bedroom. I'm going to leave Vicente over there on his own, and instead,
nice,
going to die to Handy, who is going to be holding Adam Stairs. Oh, pulls out the shotgun now. This is close range. It could be perfect, and it is. He just goes looking and gets caught.
We just don't need to be doing all that. It's only a 5v4. You still got Rafters. Remember what happened to you guys on the attacking side. Raptors take with only a minute left. You still, by and large, you still, by and large, lost the round. Even though you took Raptors, even though you seemingly got a kill. 9Z not learning from their own mistakes, as it's almost absolutely, formally, substantively, every way you could measure it, a flawless round. Vicente trying to bait Handy inside of blue. There's the indicator. 2 attacks in a row from FaZe, as 9Z is starting to lose the plot.
Interestingly, an actual flawless round there for FaZe.
No argument there.
Zero argument to be made. It said it on the screen. Well, I did say I wonder if FaZe are going to start to run away with things once they get onto the attack themselves, and so far they have done exactly that. It doesn't really feel like they're coming up against too much opposition, and I think 9Z are really overreacting to certain things. Swing in the previous round from Will, entirely unnecessary. Like, if you've got a player that's roaming on the other side of the map and they're going to try and get back to safety and try and... I mean, the rotate up Adam stairs is risky at that point anyway. You'd be better off going through going through bar and playing inside a lounge or just trying to find a bit of a pause there.
You'd be better off going through Con.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're agreed in that anything would have been better than what actually happened.
10 seconds to go.
I just can't be making a mistake like that. Fortunate miscalculation by Will, though obviously greater issues in the round overall. For FaZe and 9Z. The FaZe have won 2 in a row. They complete the full site rotation on the attack. Move up 6-3. Full 3 points within their grasp. FaZe currently at 6 in number 1, tied with Furia and Loud at the moment, all at 6 points with 2 regulation victories. Still very early days in the SAL, so far away from the standings to solidify, but for FaZe, you don't want to see them dropping games early. Especially with a huge 7-5 victory over Liquid last week in a game I heard some people think is quite important.
Simon not wasting any time here. Getting that jacuzzi wall open. KDS already got himself stuck into rafters as well. Now, Tuku's going to be playing at the top of cash stairs. Difficult spot to be occupying. Oh, a chance there for KDS. Just narrowly missing out on it. Vitaking, he can start pressing alongside Handy. And quite quickly, any presence, even in construction, has disappeared. Fortunately, they at least had the Kiba barricades to cover the run back. Well, that's some good control for FaZe. Cyber, just making sure that no one's lurking down below, as the next stage of the plan can be unveiled, is going to be getting themselves into construction, figuring out what's happening over inside of Logi, and Souls can make a drop now onto the balcony outside and start to pressure and pester on these windows.
FaZe could still run into issues when they do try to convert through Jacuzzi and Gym, and that's where they decide to go. I would implore you viewers to contrast that clear CCTV in cache with what 9Z did. The Monty applying pressure from Red just adds a really key second dimension. But even here, a lot of teams run into an issue with this Azami playing behind the weight machine. Kiba's being thrown on the windows, bobbing and weaving behind the rack itself. Vicente, gotta be careful he doesn't overpeak here. He's done that a couple times this game. 2-7 at the moment. He's been losing the vast majority of these engagements. This pinch onto Nitro, finally manifesting. Big kill found from Handy. FaZe doing such a good job at working these angles. Big fight back from 9Z, but Vidaking still giving that information as FaZe move full bore into the site. Tuku now praying that he's not been spotted. Oh, this poor guy getting battered and bruised by the Monty, but Vidaking down to the process. Vandy might have shot him in the back. It's all Souls in the 1v1, but the C4 has already been blown. Souls recovers the diffuser and has 20 seconds. Joe moved through the barbed wire. The sound cue quiet enough, I'm not sure Souls would have heard it. Joe will absolutely hear the click-clacking of those keys as he creeps up into the other site behind the mattress. Souls should get this off in time, but he peeks around the corner. Souls tries to get it on the fall off, but a huge 1v1 for 9Z, staving off match point.
Not often you see Souls lose a 1 versus 1 like that. 9Z keeping themselves in this fight. That's their first round on the defense right now. FaZe just coming up against a little bit of obstacle. It got super messy inside of showers. You've got the Monty bearing down on Tuku. You've got players stacking up. There was definitely a little bit of friendly fire involved there as well. And unfortunately for FaZe, they did not come off better. Mirror and the Monty both removed. The Monty, no real surprise. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Mirror gone. I would have expected maybe the Azami to go, just given how much trouble it causes teams in general. I know that FaZe dealt with it in the previous round, but it would have been a lot easier to deal with the player in Gym had the Azami not been there. As it stands, it will be open and we'll be going back downstairs. Now, FaZe didn't get the opening pick in this round. They, in fact, lost it. They lost the Ying very early on, and I don't think we really saw their full intention of the lineup. They still won, and they still got the kit down and basically got themselves a flawless round, but we didn't see the entire intention. It's typically very much the same, though. It's a main stairs and blue with all the pressure accumulating into that church area, usually off the back of a Monty coming in. Nothing being selected of that nature just yet, though, but there is a little bit of time. Looking more toward the 9Z side of things. Again, not too much changed. A little bit of focus on these C4s, which, you know, let's be honest, they've done well for them in the past. I don't think they're going to be roaming too heavily. Instead, see if they can get something nice and early and then just get themselves back onto that site. Still not a long way out of this game, really. One more round to tie it up, couple of rounds. You never know.
Oh, I have a... It's been a bit, I would say, of a volatile performance from 9Z, but the moments where they've looked good, they have genuinely looked good. Which has always been kind of the thing with this team. It's always felt like they can punch a bit more above their weight than sometimes their standings or even some of their results give them credit for. I mean, going back to last week, Playday 1 and 2, we have a 7-5 loss to Loud, no slouch of a team, by 9Z. Then we think, oh, could be really quite competitive. 7-2 loss to Los, a team that should have been the more competitive game of the two. And now 9Z playing FaZe, the second place team of Brazil, 4-time champion. It is a full 5-4 game, and likely all 12 rounds of regulation will be necessary if 9Z can just keep up this performance. FaZe clearly anticipating maybe some potential aggression from 9Z, but none manifesting. As the attack is already down to 4 drones as we breach the first minute. Could become a problem if 9Z are good at destroying these remaining bits of intel.
There's a bit of intel kicking around. You've got the Deimos, but you need the scans. You need the info, typically from the drones, to get the information for Deimos to work. FaZe have still done a good job of taking map control. It wasn't really contested. They haven't wasted too much time in doing so. KDS going to get himself set up here on these blue stairs. Vitaking now with a bit of a drone down. Can see that some barbed wire that will need to be dealt with. Fortunately, nades in Cyber's hand could be used for that. He was just thinking about using it on the Malusi, but I think the barbed wire is a more valuable prospect, and he will actually make that rotation now. That's just going to assist Vitaking in being able to move through a lot quicker. Obviously, he's on the blitz this time, so he wants to be able to sprint down that corridor and really close a gap. But what it does do is it still leaves the Malusi Banshee, which is a great early warning system inside of Moto. So it's really a pick your, you know, lesser of two evils, if you will.
Wanted to build off something you said earlier. Cyber's only scanned 2 people on the Deimos. He's only got the mute and 1 other person at the moment. Obviously, still some drones, so could find some in the remaining time, but not a lot of targets for that Deathmark tracker based off the intel acquired by FaZe. As the blitz goes down, will destroy that first Banshee, and Cyber, always formidable, not with the utility, but with the guns. Might just make one solo march up blue and stake his claim on a key bit of territory. 9Z still have some fight in them, as Handy's been making great use of this pistol so far. FaZe won the previous basement attack entirely off of kills acquired, and it seems they might do so again. Cyber hasn't used a single Deathmark tracker. Handy's still got half his Candelas, and it's barely even caused them any issues. They've just won the fights given, and Vicente is the easiest one so far. If it's going to be all 12, 9Z need to win at least 1 or 2 in a row because FaZe are on match point.
I don't know what it is about Cyber attacking that site, but he just appears out of nowhere with 2 kills, 3 kills. It's insane the gaps that player is able to find. It was a really late, well, not a really late rotation, but a late-ish rotation in the grand scheme of things. He was setting up, he was clearing the path, making sure that Vitaking didn't have too much utility to worry about. Ironically, the barbed wire on long didn't actually cause any issue. It was the Banshee that was in Moto, but it's very quickly dealt with. Cyber rotates all the way over to those blue stairs along with KDS, and they can make their march from there. It's so important to have pressure in that, and that's why you see defenders holding it. It's a really key area. But when FaZe have said 3, 2, 1, let's go, these executes have looked fantastic, and there's only 1 blip on their record at the moment, and that was the previous round inside of gym and bedroom. And even then, it was very close, wasn't it? It comes down to a 1 versus 1, not a lot of time left. I don't think you can really criticize them too heavily. Everything else, all of the other 3, 2, 1 goes have just looked fantastic, and everything has been cleaned up super clean. So 9Z using their timeout now. It could be their last opportunity to do so.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
They're going to
defended.
need at least 2 to try and level this up.
To highlight something you said, because actually I went back and on your point about Cyber being able to find the gap. So Cyber obviously 10 and 6 right now. 5 of those kills have come on these 2 basement attacks. Double kill in the first one and triple in the second, all pushing up blue. Cyber, obviously, fantastic player, one of the best in the world, one of the best on FaZe. Well, I mean, anybody could be the best on FaZe, to be honest with you. But Cyber, just by being such a proficient fragger, has basically got FaZe 2 of these attacking rounds. When the Ying went down and all of the Grims were caught on the blue side, Cyber pushing down from main is the one who gets 2 kills to open things up. That time, it's Cyber pushing blue. He gets 2 kills in that exact same position. Both times, when utility was really not, at least especially in the first basement attack, not as prevalent as I think FaZe would have liked. And in the second round, the positioning wasn't as great as FaZe would have liked. Cyber does find those gaps and is basically the reason things get opened up for FaZe. I mean, he gets the opening pick with 35 seconds left, so just adding on to your point, half of Cyber's kills coming in those 2 rounds, and both of those ones were rounds that very conceivably could have gone 9Z's way. If they find themselves on 6-4, use their timeout, I think recognizing that, they even go back down to basement. Know they've given FaZe some trouble. The only really change we have is Vidiking shifting to the Blackbeard, and a cast on a Valkyrie being introduced by 9Z. Likely allowing for a bit more of a roam, and Vicente a little bit more activity with any of these C4s.
Valk has also forced out the IQ pick as well. I mean, Deimos didn't really matter as an operator last round. It was much more about the gun, and that's kind of how Cyber plays anyway. You can give him anything, and he'll make something happen. So stick him on the IQ, stick him on the Deimos. It doesn't really matter. At least this way, they should be able to find these Valkyrie cameras. There's not that many C4s. We've already had one either pre-placed or used by Vicente. Tuku's got one in his pocket as well, so it's a possibility. It's not like they've gone for a super heavy C4 lineup, but at least it is going to give some information. There the cam goes. And you can still blow this C4, but FaZe know exactly where it is. That's going to get blown up by the nade. And well, that's one of them down.
Also, a small thing, that is also the exact same foul cam placement we saw FaZe use on Church, so it might have been something they checked. Kind of talking about Souls focusing on Jim Bedroom because he plays there. Might have been something FaZe checked just because that's a cam placement they use, and also not an uncommon cam placement generally.
It's a serious Severus Snape moment, isn't it? Exactly. You dare use my spells against me?
Sometimes the drone counter can lie to us, but it does seem to say FaZe are only down to 1 drone right now, and maybe 0 drones, in fact. No. And he does have 1 in pocket. I don't know. Either way, not a lot of drones. I think we can all agree on that. So one of those situations where even though Cyber didn't use it a lot last time, maybe you'd like some deathmark trackers right now.
Yeah.
If you find yourself a little bit short.
They're going to roughly know where people are, aren't they? But it's that exacting information that is so crucial sometimes. We at least know that Joe is inside of Dirt. He's nice and tucked right now. Souls, just keeping an eye over the top of that church wall. There's always a chance of a rogue C4 coming on through. We're getting to that danger time now, and the drop is almost certainly going to come off the back of that Candela.
Yeah, in they go. 1 to blind Dirt, 1 to blind main, but the moment Vidiking drops, he's eviscerated, shot to bits. So Handy's got to drop after. He's a lot more successful as the C4 finishes 1. Handy just pushes deep. KDS secures control of blue, and 3 times in a row. How do they make magic happen? Attackers working so beautifully in concert. There is nothing quite like watching FaZe Clan play.
I need to watch that round from everyone's POV and an overhead just to get a full grasp of what FaZe have been able to do there. They have got one of the best 3-2-1s in the game, and it shows time after time. Another masterclass from them. Their attacks on Clubhouse tonight, absolutely electric. Only dropping 1 round on the attack, and well, 9Z, it just looked like an entirely different class of team that they came up against here tonight. We're going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our wonderful desk.
You know how they say It's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Yes!
And as we expected, a victory for FaZe, a 7-4 they get here on the board. Good points for themselves, but when it comes down to Clubhouse, and something we talk about all the time is you don't take a team that you consider to be weaker than you to Clubhouse. And Lexi, I think you put it perfectly when we were watching the game. It just comes down to who makes less mistakes on the day, and I think FaZe were definitely doing that, especially in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for them to even, I mean, even in the first half, to allow 9Z to get 3 attacks on their attacking side, I mean, 3 wins on their attacking side says a lot. And for 9Z, I think where they really just lost the plot was not being able to play those crossfires, especially on the basement. Losing that twice when that site alone should be an automatic round to you. I think FaZe just did a really good job at collapsing onto that site and exposing the gaps that were left open to them. But to say the least, had 9Z just been on top of that, this could have been another way that we're looking at it and talking about 9Z in the light of winning this matchup.
They actually went to that basement 3 times, lost it 3 times, and we're discussing about the adaptations here, Lex, and like I didn't see any adaptations. Okay, maybe they moved around. There was the Jaeger, then there was the Melusian, and there was the Castle. But then at some point they bring the Valkyrie for basement defense, and I'm like, I don't see a roam, I don't see the C4s being played for the Armory, and that's my issue, is that I was lacking the adaptation on the side of 9Z to try and really prevent FaZe, because if you give them too much space, they're going to execute flawlessly, and it's exactly what happens on the very final round.
Yeah, it is, but I'm glad to hear that we can also speak to our victors, because FaZe, when we get to speak to their analyst, JP should be joining us for some words about this game. First off, congratulations on the victory here. Let's talk about this game, rather. 3 points, very welcome, but did you expect it to be this, I guess, kind of close against a team like 9Z?
Through like both of our basement defenses, we have to take a look on those to see like what mistakes we're committing. Like we're not expecting to be like that close game. We are expecting to play Clubhouse today. That was like a blind game to us, because the last time they played Clubhouse were like at the beginning of last split. So yeah, we have to take a look on it. But it's a win's a win.
Speaking of that map pick, JP, I was curious because it's, even though they played it a long time ago, it's the only map where they actually won a match in the league. So I was surprised to see you go there. What was the reasoning to go to Clubhouse?
I mean, they play like other maps more times, so we saw like a comfort zone for them, like Bank, Chalet, they played more. It's more comfort, and they played like Clubhouse once, and it was a long time ago. We wanna test the map because we weren't playing decently Clubhouse at the last game, so it's it basically. We were expecting to play or Chalet or Clubhouse. Went to Clubhouse, we won, but we commit some mistakes that we have to take a look on it.
Yeah,
No, JP.
honestly, big brain moment. So you took over my my head. I just disappeared. Such a big brain moment.
JP, I don't know if you can hear me. One, I want to say congratulations.
Yeah,
kind of a
I can
follow-up
hear.
question to what Afama asked you. You know, knowing that you're stronger than this opponent and, you knowing that it was going to be a Clubhouse, do you not think that also you're almost so helping a team by giving them that comfort? Because, I mean, like you said, you weren't expecting this game to be that close. And I always view Clubhouse, which I'm sure maybe you do as well. It's, it's a comfort pick for everyone. Everyone should know how to play Clubhouse because it comes down to those basic fundamentals and, who makes the least amount of mistakes. So do you think going forward, knowing that when you have, such an advantage and going against said opponent, do you think maybe Clubhouse probably shouldn't be the best option? Like you were saying, like maybe a Chalet maybe comes through, whatever that looks like. Just kind of want your opinion on that.
I mean, yeah, it's a regional league. Like the time to test maps on tournaments is like right now, not in playoffs. So was a little bit of us trying to test Clubhouse because last time we played the map wasn't that great. And at least today wasn't that great either, but individually our team is better, so we have to take a look on the map, honestly. But was most of the time we trying to test a map and also knowing that they are maybe not picking, maybe going to Chalet, but we knew the possibility to play Clubhouse.
For sure.
All right, looking forward to tomorrow as well. JP, I'm very curious about your opinion that the game you have tomorrow against Loud, they have a pretty good start to the stage, going flawless so far. How are you viewing that game tomorrow, knowing you can't underestimate a team like that?
I mean, we know pretty well how to play against them. They are one of our best scrim partners, so we scrim them against them a lot. So it will be a close game, I think, because they know, also we know them how to play against. So we expect a close game, but we think we will win. Took another 6 points at the weekend.
I mean, that would be very good for you guys.
Yeah.
Good to have that insider information on you two being scrim partners. So yeah, we'll look forward to that game tomorrow. For now, enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's always good to get that inside information, right, about these teams being scrim partners for that game going into tomorrow. But first, we have to look back at what happened today. Things we've already mentioned was that this game was closer than we expected for FaZe, but they do come away with the victory. Again, for 9Z, to get those rounds at the first half, Leo, it's quite impressive. Are we finally maybe seeing bits of that improvement that we want to see for this team?
I think we always saw that there was some potential in 9Z. I think Joe and Nitro especially, even Tuku the last week was also amazing. You see that they have a glimpse of S-tier talent. You see that there are ways they can win gunfights against some of the best teams. The real problem is the consistency and the depth. It's the strategy adaptations that we spoke about in the defense especially. If you look at their attack split, yes, it was impressive, but 2 of those were basement defenses that they won by attacking. And it's mainly on FaZe actually making mistakes, on over-peaking at some point, or not playing to the crossfires of the basement. And is it really on the side of 9Z creating this? I don't know. And so it's exactly what JP was doing. They need to rework their basement defense, and so 9Z exploited that perfectly to get 2 rounds in attack. You see the potential. It's now more a question of consistency, and against a team that is one of the most, if not the most consistent team in Brazil, that's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, and I think to just follow up with what Leo is talking about that, I think if FaZe is more locked in today, more focused on these, small errors and mistakes that they were making, I think this is a completely different landslide of a map for FaZe in terms of how close it was. Because in so many different areas of 9Z, I mean, I don't even want to give them credit and say, we're seeing improvements in some areas and maybe not others. When, we're talking about lack of depth, like this is a map of Clubhouse where it is just very simple. It's very to the point. And when you're bringing Valkyrie on basement and not abusing a roam, not taking advantage of stalling time, and then also going back-to-back sites on it and losing it and not changing anything and not playing your crossfires and essentially letting FaZe walk away. It just kind of makes me beg to question, what are we talking about from round to round, or what are we then addressing when we go into said next round to try to fix or correct a mistake that happened? Because it just makes me believe it's like, oh, we lost gunfights, let's just tighten up. But then again, you're letting, a player in dirt watching blue for generator, and then we watch that last round, a player just walks through blue, kills the player in generator, and then they all just collapse onto site. So for me, for 9Z, there needs to be a lot more shown here, especially when you're lacking some fundamentals on a map like Clubhouse.
Yeah, and as we said at the beginning of this game, right, this was going to be a difficult hill for 9Z to climb. I mean, FaZe is the current first, 9Z is the current last in the league. Doesn't make it any easier, but Handy definitely shined today, keeping FaZe at the very top. The entry engagements for this game were actually quite close between these two teams, but I think Handy definitely standing out on that department there. It does close out our first game of the day. As we said, 5 best of ones on the schedule for today. And with that one maybe being a little bit closer than we thought, we can look at a potential similar thing for the second game of the day, because when we talk about ENX and Loud, it is a similar kind of scenario where there's a big contrast, right? I mean, we have Loud winning both our games, 6 points. We talked about it just now, a great start of the stage so far, and ENX having lost both of those games, 0 points. This game, last stage, was a close one though. It was an 8-6 in favor of Loud, but for ENX, I think it was clear that something needed to change with this roster. We already talked about the roster change that they made, but it's also always really good to hear from the players, and we did sit down with 60K to talk about replacing some of the players that are weaker in your team.
Então, acho que essa é uma boa pergunta. Acho que a gente tem bons nomes, sim. Mas os outros times talvez não vejam como bons nomes. Não sei como funciona na cabeça deles, mas que bom que não chamou, né? É bom que a potência continua. A saída do Nigil foi por questões de comunicação. A comunicação do Nigil era muito baixa. A do time em si, ela já é muito baixa. Eu sou uma pessoa que fala muito e eu tava ficando um pouco sobrecarregado, e a gente decidiu trazer uma pessoa que falasse mais e ajudasse nessa parte. E aí a opção do Mitrix foi porque a gente fez um teste de alguns jogadores, algumas funções, fez bastantes testes assim, e a gente gostou muito da comunicação dele e achou que seria ideal pro time, sim.
That new player that he's talking about, Mitrix, right now is sitting at the middle of the table for this team in regards to the stats. But for this team, it was a very rough first week. 2 big losses, as we said. They probably want to forget about it as quickly as possible. But Leo, let's keep in mind, they did play teams like FaZe and W7M. So going up against Loud might seem like there's potentially more chances of getting rounds on the board.
Yeah, they're having a rough start of the season when you look at their opponents, for sure. When we look at FaZe, W7M, and then Loud again, obviously. And if we look at the players themselves, I'm thinking of Boxier that I hyped at the beginning of the stage. I was saying these two guys, Boxier and Florio, are really the standout player for me. They were the shining lights of ENX last stage, the ones with the real potential. Buck, really seen as one of the up-and-coming talents, very similar to Makina. And he's dropped really, really hard against FaZe and W7M, 4-17 for what used to be the best fragger on that team. So we're starting to see some signs of early weakness when there used to be strength. And so with the roster change happening, I expected this team to be a little bit better. Playing against Loud, one of the only good signs that I may see here is that it's a completely different playstyle as FaZe and W7M. W7M especially overwhelmed ENX with a lot of aggression and had better gunfights in general. Loud is going to be very, very passive, very step-by-step. They're the VP of Brazil. So it gives you more space as ENX to maybe try and get more favorable gunfights, maybe try to deny the entry points in the map. At least give them a little bit more room instead of being overwhelmed like they were in the previous matchups.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when, looking at ENX from stage 1 to stage 2, even the little bit of glimpses I got to see last week, I mean, it's still the fundamental errors that I see a lot, and I think it comes from the IGLing side of things. I think, once we started to see towards the end of the last stage, we saw, like I said, there was some glimmer of hope from this roster, as you were saying, but it was nothing enough, tangible things that we could hold on to. Where a player, you're speaking on, Boxera being this huge, phenomenal player, a big up-and-comer, a player that I'm looking at, especially in the meta that we're in, is Mitrix being their shield player. He's one of the players that dies the most, has the lowest survivability on this roster. And for me, you know, if your IGL isn't working, your shield player is dying first, something has to change on one of those fronts. Whether the IGL needs to slow down that shield player, whether the shield player needs to take a little more initiative and creating that space, being, you know, causing chaos with those shields. I think that's where we really can see, you know, a light come through with this roster and more something to hold on to, something that we can actually get behind and be like, okay, they are making the right strides to improve. But again, I think that really comes on Sexy Cake's back end, and then also on the same side of Metrics being able to use those shields far better than what we've currently been seeing.
Maybe it comes down to what Sexy Cake was saying in that interview about them wanting to get a more vocal player in. So maybe there's a bit of communications issues, like the first few days of a team where you're struggling to really work out things together. And maybe that'll continue to grow throughout the stage. But when we talk about a team like Loud, the roster change they made has been working out wonders for them. We heard Perez talk about it last week in the interviews, obviously picking that player back up. Great showing against Black Dragons as well. But for them, as he said, like saying 6 points is like a dream start to the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely aren't going to be mad about that. I mean, they're obviously coming out the gate hot here, and that's an important thing. When you're making any roster changes, you're doing anything as a team, sticking to whatever you know. The important thing is that you're finding success off the bat, especially when you're in a best of one. You need to be performing at the best that you possibly can. And again, that's exactly what they're doing. I think, you know, what we saw from last stage to now this stage, I think, again, there are things that, sure, you know, we can look at and be like, okay, let's improve upon this. But overall, they are looking to be a very dominant team out the gates already. And I'm not going to say ENX is necessarily going to be a team that's going to be challenging them so far. I don't think they've had the most challenging start yet. But to already be accumulating these points is already setting them up for a good place, you know, when we get to the end of the stage and to see where people are going to be placing.
I mean, everyone expects them to make playoffs, right? They're Loud. And they were also placed top 6 at SI back then when they didn't have an organization. So everyone were expecting them to make playoffs last stage. And when they missed them, I think it was a big problem. When you look at Flash 3 right now, he was one of the main culprits of that. They dropped him after SI because he underperformed. He went on to Black Dragons and he made playoffs and not them. And I think it really boosted his confidence. It you know, when you get a kick like that, it can make you or break you. And I think it really gave him more space to find who he was as a player. He gained a lot of confidence on that Black Dragons roster. And when they called him back to his former home, former teammates, he was then a much better player with more confidence. And if you look at the EPS from the last week, he's the second best rated player on the roster when he used to be the worst. And I think they're back to their normal ground. They're back to their normal home, to their normal play style, step by step, methodical. One of the only teams that has a 60% attack win rate in the world. That's the Loud that we know. And that's why I think they're going to be consistent. And this stage are looking very much like they're going to be able to make it to the playoff. If you look at the top 10 attack win rates here, they're the second best in ACL and only overtaken by FaZe. So that makes a lot of sense.
It kind of reflects the stats on what you're saying with the points that you're making about this team kind of being back to how strong they were, right? You mentioned the top 6 at SI. That was probably their best point so far in their international career. So them now being back to that core lineup, getting these attack win rates on the board, really impressive as the second in SAL so far, really sets them up for success, especially going into this map. This is best Wolf 1 series, because we said there is a big difference between these two currently on the scoreboard, on the table for the group stage. We'll have a look at the map veto to see where this series will be taking us. Will we get another clubhouse? Will we get another lair? There has been a lot of lairs so far inside the SAL. When we're looking at this, Leo, is there a potential positive scenario that ENX could end up where they have an advantage maybe against Loud?
I think the harsh part, okay, so they're going to go on Controlette, and it is a defender-sided map, and they're going to side defense. So I would have said that that is a great sign. Now, when we think about it, what did I just say? Loud's main strength is that they're also able to perform in attack. Now, does that matter when they're on a really heavily defender-sided map? I don't know. We'll see. But what's really funny is that Loud is they literally played that map last week, and they showed that it was not one of their best ones. They struggled to beat 9Z on it. They only beat 9Z 7-5, and on paper, 9Z is supposed to be the worst team in SAL. So when you look at this, you think, okay, ENX saw something that was interesting. They saw that Loud had a couple of weak points on that map last week, and they're trying to abuse that, fairly.
I think for me, it's also, you know, just kind of dipping your toes in your first Pro League day. I mean, as both me and you know, Afama, scrim days versus game days, entirely different settings. I think, you know, they got a very good understanding of what they can work with now, bringing Flash straight back and having that feeling that you were talking about. Because then immediately following up into their second game versus Black Dragons, they immediately double their score in terms of their attack wins, and they close out that series in a 7-3. So coming into a Consulate and already being a very well-rounded team on their attacking half, sure, this is a very defender-sided map. It is very tight and constricting in the movements that you can be able to do. But again, when you look at players on the other side of that are going to be defending, again, is a lot of air on that team that we don't have a lot to grasp onto, where I believe a lot of Loud can really take advantage of and really work together in unison to be able to take a lot of the map control, take a lot of space, because again, we've seen ENX multiple times, lack of coordination, lack of communication, which realistically, again, on a map like Consulate, the communication and coordination should be there just by default based on how the map is played out, based where the setups can be. But when you're also looking at the firepower that you need to be holding these positions and the confidence, that's really where I can see Loud just taking full advantage and abusing utility and forcing that control that ENX is going to struggle with on that defensive half.
Sounds like a difficult story either way that you put it for the side of ENX, despite them maybe even starting on the more favorable side. I mean, we made the point that Loud seems to be so good on attack right now, so it's going to be a difficult one for ENX, but the game is almost ready. It's time to bring in our casters as well. I'm glad that we actually get to talk to you two. We get to speak with Exatroika and Lynx. We didn't get to do that at the beginning of the first game because I think we were attempting our pre-show world record speedrun any percent type of thing that was going on, but you two have already worked NAL this stage, or this week, sorry. Then again, last week, Lynx, there was a lot of chaos. You ready for some more today?
Well, I'd say yes. Honestly, the Loud game Ollie and I casted last week was Loud versus... Oh, who was it? It was on Skyscraper.
Black Dragons.
Black Dragons.
BD. Yeah.
BD. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that was a very fun game because I think no better example this stage can show Loud's attacking prowess than winning that many rounds on attack on Skyscraper in the way that they did. I think Loud have always been a very compelling team, not just based off the SI run, but the fact that, let's be honest, I think they got a little robbed because of the 7th place finish they had last stage. So anything that just kind of builds a further argument that they'll contend for the top 6 this stage, if that's chaos, I'm fine with it.
I mean, Loud have got a very difficult week, right? Because they've got this game up against ENX, which, you know, let's be honest, it shouldn't be too difficult for them. ENX by far and away down there with 9Z. But tomorrow they play FaZe, so I think they literally have like one end of the spectrum right through to the other. Hopefully they can. Hopefully they. Well, yeah, but I mean, does lightning strike twice? You know, we've just seen what FaZe are capable of earlier on. I think it's going to be a tough game for ENX. I'll be honest. I don't think there's any point in trying to, you know, sugarcoat it. I was having a look at some of the numbers last night, and the numbers don't look good. Now Siege isn't played through numbers, and it's not played on paper, but they usually give a pretty good indication as to what we can expect. And I think that Consulate, bit of a tricky map for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And especially with how we've been hyping up Loud in the way that the start of their stage has been amazing for them. So much better than it was last time around. And if they do want to make sure they lock themselves in for top 6, then especially with this week, they need 3 points from this series as well. But the game is almost ready, so we can send it to you two to take it away for this one.
Well, I have to say, Ollie, I think the highlight for me, it's not looking good. This is I mean, let's just be honest. Like, ENX have looked like they have been struggling since day 1 of stage 1. And now we are on day 3 of stage 2. And despite some of the player changes, despite some of the other shifts that we've seen in the play style, it's the same struggles, the same team. And Loud already proved that they can win attacks on some of those defender-sided maps in the game literally 6 days ago. They're starting on attack here. I'm just not worried. I'm not worried.
I mean, why would you be worried anyway? We've been through this. We're just commentators. We can't pick sides.
Well, okay. Well, we can.
Or is your comment that you're not worried?
I do. I mean, I pick sides quite frequently. We're just being honest. But I pick sides because I think it's just like a fun thing to do. I'm not like I don't actually.
Oh, you just like being right.
Well, it's not that I like being. It's not that I like being right. I just really can't stop talking.
You like being right better than you like being wrong.
Oh, of course. What's that line that Brad Pitt says in Moneyball? It's like, I hate losing. I hate losing almost as much as I love winning. Wait, no. I hate losing more than I love winning, I think is the line.
Yeah.
Great movie, by the way.
It is a good movie. I only recently watched it. It wasn't one that I'd caught when it first came out.
Well, I also didn't catch it when it first came out because I think I was 9, and a movie about baseball statistics was not exact. What? I'm not even like doing a thing. Moneyball came out
when you were 9.
Moneyball came out in 2011. I was 9.
It just seems to be the default number that you go to.
I don't know, I don't know why, but you are correct though. I say 9 a lot.
It does just everything happened when you were 9 years old.
Anyway, bans have come through. Monty and Dokkaebi banned by ENX. Mute and Cade by Loud. Glad we have no Denari ban, because it's always a joy seeing who you can pull through. And I have to say, Denari being another one of the trap operators, I would argue, at least in my opinion, Ollie, this is one of just general trap operators' best maps. Specifically like your Fenris, your Malusis, and in this case your Denaris, because of all the narrow hallways.
It just feels like a lot of places to hide stuff, doesn't it?
It does.
I don't want to go as far as say it's a cluttered map, but because obviously it's been reworked to be less cluttered.
How about claustrophobic?
But there's just a lot of little itty bitty areas that you can really hide things. And I think because it's quite a period property, it benefits from some lavish decoration.
A what property?
Period. Very similar to a period drama.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought you meant, but I was like, is this really a period building?
Well, it feels it, doesn't it? It's an embassy building on the Ivory Coast. Like, it's got loads of fake pillars everywhere and columns and yeah, it feels like that kind of place, doesn't it? So I think visually it feels like there's a lot of places to hide things. That was a horrible animation. I hate it when they do that. Flastry gets himself into admin. We've already mentioned, and the desk has mentioned as well, that Loud are definitely a team to watch on the attack. They are by no means a slouch. Somewhere else that they do exceptionally well is the opening pick conversion rate. They currently have 100%. One of only 3 teams inside of this league to hold that statistic. Now, granted, it's week 2, so it's only based off 2 games. But if they can continue that here today, or at least keep it in and around the 80 to 90% sort of range, that would be a very good stat line to have as well. Also, the most successful team on the attack, so ENX have really got the work cut out for them here, despite this being a map which typically we do see favor defenders. We know that Loud aren't a slouch team.
They're not a slouch team, but this map can always be difficult, as you can see. Despite all the utility pouring in, they are actually able to find success. Perez holding that angle. A lot of pressure being placed on Florio. He rotates in front of Perez. Very solid setup by Loud. Another thing you'll notice, they take a long time to get these attacks set up, but they are quite good at converting those advantages. As Ollie mentioned, with 30 seconds to go, they pushed up beyond admin right to the door of the site. One player decides to swing Sexy Cake. You'll think better of that as not just 1 but 2 players, Vendetta and Bearing 9, shoot him to pieces. So Basetto moves to get the plant. Doesn't seem to be any vertical pressure by ENX at the moment. But that's control held by Loud denied, or ENX not taking that option. Basetto doesn't take a single bit of damage as he moves us into the post. A 4v2 for Loud, make that a 4v1 and a 4v none. We hyped up what? Their conversions, their attacking prowess, their time. We get every single box checked in round 1 and it ends in a victory. That's Loud to a T.
It's just clinical, and I think one of the things that makes it so good is that they really don't look to overcomplicate anything. They are playing very simple Siege, and simple Siege does not mean bad. It just means that they are doing the basics exceptionally well. Great opening picks. Everybody knows what job they have to do, and if you look at the press and the presence that they had in the map there, they took admin and they took vending hallway. Like, we had one guy outside of Cubby. It's not even a half court press. Like, it's quarter court. They've barely taken anything, but they don't need it because they know that they can just let ENX squirm. They know that once they get the opening pick, especially onto a smoke, by the way, the plant is all but guaranteed. ENX didn't have the depth to be playing anyone below. You look at that plant going down, and immediately, if you've watched Siege for any length of time, your eyes are going to what kit do the defenders have? Where's the player with the C4? Are they below? And when you don't see that, you kind of think, well, no smoke, no C4, nothing to stop this plant. It's got, and already it's down. And then you're in a post and you've got people literally just hanging out, borderline AFK inside a CEO, wondering what they should do. Time for action. It was 30 seconds ago, and it is too late. You have missed the sale, my friend. Loud have kicked things off here with a round, and I don't think it's going to be the last one they get on the attack here tonight.
Ooh, willing to make that call?
I'll make that call.
I think it's a fair call to make. I think they got at least 2 in them. I feel reasonably confident about that. Excited to see what they concoct in attacking exposition. Will be a clear of some kind of the top floor. You saw some attention paid to opening the exterior wall, the cubby wall. Also see ENX looking to spread out as far as they can. Just to gain that initial information, but it's focused around maintaining control of CEO and the verticality above the site. 3 defenders, Angels, Mitrix, and Florio. Cloud continuing to set up, take their time. Some utility expended. Second of Bassetto's Bs. Still waiting to find out what exactly the follow-through will consist of. Blackbeard, the Deimos, all waiting outside of admin. We're still going on drone.
It's like you said, they do take a lot of time to get things working. And I'm in 2 minds with it. And I think if you're listening, it's maybe you think that we're kind of contradicting ourselves a little bit, because we'll often talk about teams stalling out, and then we can sit here and almost seemingly praise Loud for taking a lot of time. There's a big difference between a stall out and setting themselves up. Another opening pick, this time onto Angels. Looks like it could be another as well, as Sexy Cake, he starts to take a ton of damage. Opening pick with around a minute left on the clock. This time at least Perez will be downed and finished off for it. So ENX doing something to maintain that man count.
Good work playing around those Kibas. Thrown on the door, it makes Flash 3 unable to aid Perez on pinching Foxzera. So ENX get to maintain for a moment. Nice flick by the Malusi. Again, Loud trying to get all these pieces moving space and fighting their targets at the exact same time. ENX are doing a good job disrupting. Loud are hanging on and only just. Bit of a strange engagement between STK and Florio right there. But again, a good trade. It's 2v2, but 1v2 if you're only including players on the top floor. Unfortunately, Bassetto goes down to the vert, and I think Flash 3, Baudu, yes, expose himself to the player on the window. Nice little pre-fire, but Mitrix evades the shots. Tie game early on, but it's always about the long term when you're playing attack on Consulate.
There was 2 really weird engagements in that round. There was occasions where you're kind of looking at the screen and you're thinking, are the outlines bugged? Like, that outline is definitely a defender, and we're definitely watching an attacker POV, and neither of them are shooting at each other. And I think it comes down to just not playing on a native resolution. You play on anything like 4.3, 4.2, something of that nature. You're going to find that scopes are slightly different size and views and perspectives are slightly different, but I think we got a little bit of a glimpse of that there in that round. There were at least 2 pretty strange engagements there. Loud, they did take a lot of time, but they set up quite well. I think they just lost a couple of really crucial gunfights and didn't really have that beachhead to flood through. The Blackbeard is good. Something like a blitz can be better when you're trying to clear that top floor as opposed to just sort of take fights and take angles, because there is a secondary sort of level of work to be done there once you've got that top floor control, either opening the vert or transitioning down into attacking onto the site. And we didn't really see them get to that point. ENX doing a really good job of holding on. Sometimes you just got to dig in, especially if you're playing in CEO. You've not really got anywhere to go. Yeah, you could hop out the window, but oftentimes if you've got a man count advantage, it's best to just dig in, waste a bit of time, and see if you can take somebody with you. And that's exactly what Mitrix was able to do. All square as we head down to the basement with what is undeniably quite a significant roam here from ENX. We've got a couple of the good old roaming operators about. We've got the Mozzie, we've got the Castle to assist. It is going to force a full map clear here from Loud.
Something I want to comment on earlier, by the way, that you talked about was the sometimes the tension between whether a team is stalling out or whether they're setting up, and it's often the difficulty of the analysis is sometimes when it's at the final minute left, the question is just, okay, they've done all this, is it going to be worth it? And often that's a question that's only answered in the round. Like here, for example, we see 8 drones spent on this setup if the overlay is correct. The Deathmark tracker also utilized to try and hunt down this roamer. And are they able to get anything for it? At the moment, no. The roamer's able to fall back entirely within the first minute. Now, it's a pretty extensive roam, to be fair, but the control established by Loud isn't necessary for the completion of this round. There, though, they finally get a kill out of it. Angels is able to take down one of those roamers, and it's the Warden, a player who can look through the smokes and the flashes that they have to facilitate that execute. So when we're thinking about whether a team is stalling, whether or not they're making good on their setup, it's all about what happens in the round afterward, and at least here, they made good on some of it by finding a lot of information and getting that pick, but with the thermite going down, it throws everything back into question.
As you say, it's often a question that can only be answered at the end when you have that hindsight. For the most part, I'd say that Loud are doing okay. Sexy Cake is still a little bit unknown at the moment. Mitrix's going to be hiding out inside of servers as well. So if you're doing a head count of who is actually on the site and able to affect, not really got many pieces of the puzzle. Castle Barricade's not going to slow Live down as he can just swing Sledge's hammer and very quickly deal with that. Bit of a diffuser juggle as well, making sure that that's going to be in the right hands. These Deathmark trackers giving some good information, telling that these players are offside, but they don't know that Sexy Cake isn't on his own right now. Ooh. Well, instead, Mitrix just kind of gives himself up to STK. It's a bit of a shame.
The intel game is definitely not paying off and definitely not making good on that investment. Loud spent or lost so much early on in the process. They have a good clear. They have a good clear of Sexy Cake, but Mitrix going on red has just thrown a wrench into everything. Paul has given 3 defenders all train on Perez's position. They win the fights. ENX take the lead off 2 rounds in a row. And Shadow looming large over Loud is investing so much early and uncharacteristically not getting the reward.
I don't think I've ever seen a basement round end with 3 players dying on server stairs. And 3 defenders inside a server, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen that. Just seems like a really strange hill to die on as Loud. Like, sure, you know that he's there. There are only a couple of places that they can rotate back from. Why don't we just commit a little bit of utility to watching those places? Get someone in at the bottom of Spiral, have someone watch the hatch, and see if you can work something out a little bit more front side. They were really playing into the hands of ENX. Like ENX didn't have a lot of utility operators. They had a Castle, they had a Mozzie, they had an Azami. Like, yeah, it's utility, but it's not plant denial. It's not something that's making the site more difficult to get to. So you've essentially just played into their most powerful area, which was the crossfire that they were holding inside a server. Why not just push the site? Why not try and force them out of that position that they've deemed to be of advantage into something that is a little bit more unknown for them, where they don't exactly know where you are or where you're going to be coming from? Instead, Loud just telegraphed the position as, yep, we're going to come down server stairs, there'll be 3 of us, and you just make sure you all fire in that direction.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion.
It's a bit of a puzzling end, but beginning is I'm really looking to.
Attackers are moving to defuse
Allows
the
investments be good. I mean, right now, boy, look at the utility you have. You want to keep every single element of this alive. You want the Ying, the Grim, and the Glaz especially. Fucking Sledge is interesting on CEO. Sledge obviously going to be good for those castle barricades specifically. Not really gonna, hit the floor below with a sledgehammer. Will certainly be Live's job. But all in our experience, I think you and I both agree, this kind of indicates a CEO take. Especially with a couple players all already on the roof. That's at least the vibe I get. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, good night.
God damn.
Flastry just got deleted.
That's just... Wow. Yeah, sorry, Flashty. You just got
pick for ENX, by the way.
Yeah.
ENX haven't been too hot on the opening pick, and Loud have definitely dropped off their perch of 100% opening kill conversion rate after a couple of rounds going awry in this game. But ANX coming in strong this time, seeing if they can have something to say about it themselves. They've won the last 2 rounds from being a man behind, so this one, on the face of it, should be fairly straightforward. Think about what you've lost as well. You've lost the glass. It's going to be a couple of smokes, and of course the ability to see through those smokes with the camera. Now, you can watch a flank, which is going to be pretty invaluable. You've got players out on the rappel. There's always the danger of a run out. And this is where we come into the, are they setting up or are they stalling? I would characterize this as more of a stall than a setup, because you can kind of already see what's going to happen. Live's got a heck of a lot of work to do here, and he's entirely on his own.
Gotta watch his own flank and also apply pressure through these vertical angles, throwing the utility too. It all goes in, and Veto immediately hops out. This is always the risk you play with a CEO take. By hopping in that window, you want to bait out the utility, but Florio still has toxic canisters, and you've expended almost all of your Candelas, all of your flashes. Veto still has a lot of bees, but if you just use this Candela and the bees next, Florio basically has 1 smoke to spare and then another in pocket. Rotating up Perez with the shotgun, might I add. No L8 in play. I just walked up yellow, taking control. But again, what can you really do with that that's going to make this CEO take a game changer? What an angle Sexy Cake has. He's all the way in basement. He's below Live. They don't even know if the other is there. And it doesn't really matter because there he goes. Sexy Cake lands his shots, and Live only figures out what happened when it is well too late. Shots flying from below and above as Loud have to go for the kills. Loud gets that diffuser. Takes a lot of shots. STK prone on the floor with the shotgun. Surely no way this works. Hops up. There goes one, not the other. Sexy Cake still uncaught on the roam. Gives ENX their 3rd in a row.
I love that from Sexy Cake there. Dropping the hatch. Getting the kill through the vert instead of risking the challenge there. We know that 6-12 is devastating. STK could have very easily gotten all 3 of those final kills with that 6-12 if the engagements had been kind to him. Loud, stunned into a timeout at the moment. A couple of rounds there that you look back at and think, strange choices, strange decisions from a team that we've credited so far from being very good on the attack. I think it's worth qualifying that though, and you know, it's not going to be the same level as your FaZe, your Furia, your W7M on the attack. I think that's a clear distinction to make. But of the teams in that part of the table, we're looking at Loud and thinking, yeah, you know, these are the guys that have maybe got it the most together out of those teams at the moment. They're still not rubbing shoulders with the big dogs, but they've showed us on occasion that, you know, they're not far behind. The consistency is coming to hurt them a little bit here tonight. And again, some of these decisions that we're seeing made, I don't think that the Glass getting taken out first blood there has great consequence onto the round. I don't think that with that Loud are, you know, that much better off in that round in particular. It was a lot due to the fact that Sexy Cake was playing an incredibly deep roam downstairs, and there was no one that had done a head count. They didn't have a clue where everybody was. They might have known where 4 players were, but they didn't know where that 5th player was. And that was the thing that really came back to bite them.
Just good defenses from ENX for the moment. I think we have a lot of questions for how their attacks will go, but that's something we talk about in 2 rounds.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now it's incumbent upon Loud to show us what changes they will make.
5 seconds to go.
For the moment, with the introduction of a shield. Not a single shield run so far, except I think we did have a Blackbeard in round 2. Brought by, I don't know, not Veto. I think it was Flashtree, if I recall.
Yeah, I think it was Flashtree.
But bringing the shield back into play was the same side as well that we did see the shield. But before they tried to go for a full clear of the top floor, they got caught at various points, but especially Peter on the 2nd floor. Try to go for a bit more of a direct this time. Will they still try to handle the roam? Sexy Cake could be a big problem. Moving around the map. Very nice alacrity. Yet again, Loud low on drones within 45 seconds of the round starting.
Reloading.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be, especially when you've got a player that can be as slippy as Sexy Cake. He's 3-1 at the moment.
Oh.
Not the scoreline, it's more where he is. Quite a direct approach into the site, though, as Basetto. He's going to use the blitz for that shock and awe and take advantage of the deep roam that ENX have found themselves in. C4s go missing, and this is a difficult post, especially with a blitz in the heart of the site.
And Basetto can just, I was about to say, pressure any of these players, maybe Sexy Cake if he wants to take the 1v1. Auto utility expended by Loud, but they have the angles required. He's just doing a good job of controlling Yellow at the moment, but the rest of the team got to get on this counter defuse. Got to get on this counter defuse. STK a little late to the party, but still showing up with a surprise. It's all Bach with the vertical. 1v4 and low HP. I just don't see this one happening. Loud recovering quite nicely after the timeout, getting the 2 rounds often required for a successful consulate attack.
Good gap finding. Nice use of the blitz. Brilliant pace to inject at this point in the game as well, where Loud have been very slow and steady. That slow and steady strategy, it's paid off for them once, but there are a couple of times in this game alone where it has bitten them in the back. And they've really thrown caution to the wind after that tactical timeout, moved a lot quicker. And just recognized there's a big gap. Sexy Cake has been playing such a deep roam that, okay, 1 player off site, not too much to write home about. But if that's coupled with, you know, another 2 players off site and maybe a quick kill that you can pick up on the site, then why not hit it? Why not really put some pain and put some punishment down? And that's what the Blitz is able to do. It's a great tool when used like that. And just like that, Basetto is off in the night. No more blitz needed. Instead, it's going to be a basement attack, so you're going to be putting a bit more pressure onto that hard breach. Still rocking this Sledge, although it is going to get picked out now. I'm kind of glad to see that because Sledge is great. And I understand that they've got the machine pistol now. It's all singing, it's all dancing, it's fantastic. But I do think that there are much better options available, and I'm kind of surprised not to see the RAM be brought to try and rip open some of that floor upstairs. It's just such an easier and safer and quicker way of doing it. But alas, it is their choice at the end of the day, and Perez is instead going to opt for that Sledge. Still have the Jackal on STK. Not often we get to see a Jackal kicking around, Lynx.
No, we don't. I was actually just thinking the same thing. There's not really much use for him, I will say.
I mean, I get the roaming, but like, is it really that good?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, right? And especially you think of certain situations like, you know, maybe a more targeted encounter for operators like Cav or Vigil, but just such a situational operator at this point. And with how quickly Basetto's going, not really. There is a roam on the opposite side, but at least for what's directly above this vertical, you can get away with a half clear if you're really careful about it. I just don't know if the Jackal is, 1, necessary for the lineup we've seen them go for, 2, necessary for what Loud are doing. But hey, more info is more info, and SDK has 5 opportunities to get direct information on a player from Loud's position, and he finds Angel, who is just playing a top spiral, now has rotated back down. It's something. Even if it's situational, it still will help.
It will. It isn't going to secure that flank the same way that a Nomad would. Basetto is definitely on a wild goose chase right now. They've got a bee in their bonnet that there is a roamer somewhere. And you've got the Jackal. If you can't see the footprints, it's a safe assumption that no one's there unless they are incredibly tucked and got there nice and early. It looks like we can now at least start to focus on opening up some of this floor. The Sledge's hammers, some breaching charges to make sure that that is done. Don't think that the main breach has been touched yet, but no denial, so it shouldn't be too much of a big problem. You've got a couple of Zotos to worry about, but there's nothing that's going to really slow you down from doing that. Brilliant opening pick, though. And all the talk about the Jackal, well, it is for naught. They are taking out First Blood.
Fortunate for Loud both in seeing what that Inox could offer, and also just, again, starting round down the 4v5. Though I will say, that's only a recent trend in this half so far. It's the 2nd time they have gone down. You just think with how difficult Loud has found these attacks, it'd be a little more often. Here Basetto goes. Turning around, shield on back, putting the diffuser down. Can he make away again like a thief in the night? I was about to say you hear the C4 rip, but Bach finishes him off well before that. It is a very unceremonious death that Loud undergoes. Perez watching his own flank, picks up one with 14 seconds left. Live pushes deep, hoping that Maybe somebody from ENX makes a mistake. He's got an opportunity with Bach, but can't land the shot in the head. Perez drops to provide some support, and it's just not happening. 4-2 half, not bad whatsoever, but with all the hype we gave Loud and the success they had on Skyscraper attack previously, I think everyone here maybe wanted a little bit more than that.
Yeah, you just sort of wonder, is it a one-trick thing? Is Skyscraper just their map? Did they get a bit lucky? I don't know. We know that Consulate can be a tough map, but there were glaring opportunities in that map for them, or at least in that first half, for them to come away with better than a 2-4 split. I don't think they're going to be too worried in the context of things. They're going up against ENX, who, if I'm correct, have, an 11.1% attacking win rate this stage, inside of stage 2. That will context that by saying we're only in week 2. However, 1 out of 9 is pretty bad. On a map that's difficult to attack anyway, it doesn't fill you with confidence for what is going to happen in the next couple of rounds here for ENX. But I'd love to be proved wrong. But I think Loud are going to be fairly comfortable with that 2-4 split.
I would agree with that, but as we always say, has to be decided by the game in front of us. What actually transpires in the round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
And maybe it's ENX's week. After all, they did pop off in a game against Furia on Skyscraper. Boxera in particular leading the way in that game last stage. 6-4 right now might not be the most impressive scoreline, but not exactly been the most impressive game from either side. Some big highlight moments like Sexy Cake's vertical angle from 2 floors below to deny the planned CEO. We'll see what the future has to offer. STK dropping or picking the Vigil in Loud's first defense. Not necessarily indicative of a team-wide heavy roam. Probably just a little bit of a lurk or a late flank that he might try to go for, especially to waste time by denying immediate information. By and large, though, I think we can both agree, Ollie, that everything aside from the Vigil indicates that nobody's really straying too far from the site, or at a max admin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they need to. Loud, again, some of the best rounds, well, the best rounds that we've seen them play today have been rounds that they've not overcomplicated. They've really tried to keep things quite simple. And I think that the same can be said from attack to defense, is that just keep it simple. Keep a bit of control of admin. Peel back. Use the layers that are naturally gifted to you on Consulate. Admin being the first layer. Move back. Vending hallway the second layer. Move back. Long desk. You know, it's all there laid out for you. You've just got to decide how much time you want to waste in each spot and where you want to kind of make your final stand. I think that's really the game plan at the moment for Loud. STK kind of just doing what he wants. He can just play a little bit loose on the vid. And they know that a lot of time is going to be soaked up in this round anyway, so why not just have him downstairs, bit of drone hunting, see if he can catch anyone on a careless entry. I don't know if we'll get any run out action yet, but it's already something that ENX are a little bit concerned about. STK's position here as well at the bottom of these service stairs, fantastic, because he's got such a great opportunity to rotate back if and when ENX do take that admin control. He can start to just spring up in the middle of all that. We may not even get to it before his first engagement, though.
Not. Oh, he's got a direct line. Said Bach to go down. STK, and I think Perez in tandem. Able to shut down the player pushing in through main. Sexy Cake still looking to make this Visa flank work. Aggressively moves further up the stairs. Grenade to deny the close swing on-site door. At STK2, looking to maybe take the fight to Sexy Cake himself. Flank the Deimos with that Boss G. You can see the bits of utility for what ENX want to do. See these ROU projectors used to cut off line of sight on both Long Bar and the Hall, but oh, that's a brutal team kill. Comms not flowing as well as ENX would like. Angels takes down Mitrix, the Sens, who's meant to facilitate this whole execute. Hexacake not used a single Deathmark tractor so far, by the way. You'd like to see him down below applying pressure to some of these players inside of the site, but because of his position and prior choices, he's just immediate fodder for STK, or so I thought. The Spidey sense starts tingling, and at least the backline pressure is dealt with. It's just the 4 players in sight who have been there since the beginning of the game. That is now what they have to worry about. Texas Cake with a quick swing, but Seto knifing in the air. Still advantage Loud and will continue to be so. Bit of a brief, confusing moment in the end, but a round that never really felt like it left Loud's corner.
I think it was a predictable end, wasn't it? There was a couple of moments in there where you sort of stand up and think, oh, maybe. 6K's kill onto STK. Nice reaction. Great little flick. But why have you let STK get away anyway? You knew where he was at the start of the round. He turned and killed Box straight away as soon as you tried to pinch it together. And 6K was kind of just baiting. Like, he never really fully committed to the pinch. I understand moving up the service stairs, throwing the nade, destroying the utility, because that's a time thing, and you want to get that done as soon as possible, and then go back down and try and search. But you've either got to commit to finding him or not. You're not always going to get that lucky flick onto him. As it stood, it didn't really matter anyway, because the side players, they'd not been pressed one little bit. No one from the side of ENX anywhere near CEO, no one near yellow, no one even near main stairs. You can't just expect to push in off that single doorway. It really felt like Sexy Kate was kind of the only one doing the work. Yeah, we got the team kill in there. Unfortunate. Up until that round, Mitrix was 6-2. So, not ideal to not see his contribution there in round 7. I think a predictable end from the way that it all started. ENX really not showing any sort of aggression, not really showing any bite there on that first attack. Let's see if they've got a little bit in them here for round 8. Slightly different lineup. Going to be rocking the Dokkaebi this time instead of the Deimos. Hopefully we will see some of those Dokkaebi calls used. I think it's been a couple of times now that we've seen no one really using those death marks. And I think it just speaks to how good Deimos's kit is, that you don't really even need to use them because that pistol's so good anyway.
Yeah, I mean, shotgun pistol is a ridiculous combo. Well, the shotgun and that particular pistol is a ridiculous combo. Their Deimos brought this time, instead Sexy Cake switching to a player who I think, Ollie, we can both agree, probably has a kit that rivals it. Dokkaebi calls the flashes, SMG-12 and DMR. I think you'll never complain about seeing a team bring. Great for clearing some of this roam or hunting down Perez. Not necessarily even hunting him, but just checking to see if he's going for the flank or not. See the cutoff held by a player outside of yellow stairs from ENX. Okay. Florio also moving around this middle floor at the moment. You're all that cacophony of calls being sounded around, not only from the middle floor, but up through the hatch. They spot one target inside a piano. Live instead just holding back for the moment. It's flash for you, starts things off. That Dokkaebi going silent. Not the kind of thing you'd want to see. Sentry for Legion for a Dokkaebi. I would absolutely make that trade, and I think you see Loud realizing that with the time wasted. Para still up above, Live considering dropping down below.
Even time for a pocket reinforcement from STK. Always nice to keep 1 or 2 in the back pocket, and you can place them at your leisure, depending on which side this push ends up manifesting itself from. Mitrix will be able to move through, but is forced to use another Selma. With the allocation of hard breach, I'd imagine that main breach is going to stay fairly well closed unless Bot can get out there and make something happen. Angels trying to land a shot. The C4 gets sent, but it's going to be a little bit too long. Live just maybe doing a little bit too much there, giving that advantage back over to ENX for the final 30.
I don't know if we needed to do all that. Perez also considering roaming upstairs. I mean, a bit more tricky of a position, I would say, especially as I don't know if you will be found out in this position in particular. And if ENX take too long, get so focused on hunting down Basetto and STK, this flank could be big. STK with a nice angle, only downs one, can't finish off the other. You don't have time to pick up your teammate, don't have time to fight the mirror, just persevere and push into the site. Perez dealt with on the flank, and so the rest of the defenders looking towards the front, looking towards this diffuser, and looking towards ENX. And yet the attack wins the final 2 fights necessary for success. And Loud's late gambit does not pay off.
They're just making things far too complicated. ENX are leaving themselves with very little time to make things happen, and yet they're being given opportunity time and time again to pull it off. Live didn't need to get that fancy. There was 3 C4s left in the final 35 seconds there. Live sends his out, fine, doesn't connect, but then swings off the back of it when you know that someone's going to be ready. Like, ENX are in a do or lose situation. Like, if they don't push you, they're going to lose. You don't need to push them because they're going to do it for you. You just need to be ready to take advantage when they do. We still had C4s on 2 of the side players as well. Didn't see those get used. Just seems like such a shame because Loud are putting themselves in decent positions right now. But ENX are just taking advantage of, I mean, small mistakes, yes, in the grand scheme, but in the game and in the context, fairly large mistakes that Loud are making. The ENX are there to capitalize.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think there's a very clear road to success for ENX now. Not in terms of, you know, guaranteed round wins or even necessarily likely round wins, but if these mistakes continue, especially as Loud have already taken their tactical timeout, they have to figure them out in round, and if they fail to figure them out, ENX can continue taking advantage of Loud overplaying their hand, overextending, overcomplicating. Could easily find a way through. STK looking to get a bit of early info denial, will shoot that drone, then immediately fall off, registers and recognizes that, likely in conjunction with a repel sound cue, could be an admin push or admin pressure to start. Him and Live will join forces. Another exposition defense, or excuse me, another, I suppose not another middle floor defense. There was just a lot of middle floor presence last time. Will be more heavy presence on exposition, and of course, a very logical roam up top. As ENX decide to begin a lot of their pressure over on the admin side, the tip of the spear will be that Monty. The Mitrix will need to be careful not to either expose his head to any defenders on the same floor as him, or in Flashby's case, do not expose your feet to any defenders below.
Flastry. Feeling frisky, but some great timing there from Sexy Cake. He's on one tonight, isn't he? Like, every angle he seems to be checking it at exactly the right time. Some great game sense coming through from a big veteran player here in SAL. Flastry put to 1 HP as well. Not going to be much good in any further gunfights. Still with a couple of goo mines to get sent out there. We'll do so. Could be called not really good for much. Wonder if Flastry's heard this player just creeping down the corridor. Sexy Cake going to be prone again. These two coming head to head, or potentially. Could be about to see another example of Loud doing a little bit too much, just getting a little bit too antsy. Oh, a bit of a shoulder peek there. But Flastry knows he can't take that engagement, instead needs to back off.
Sexy Cake unfortunately off for the rest of this round. Monty pushing forward, looking to deal with the smoke. Florio downed and finished off in the process, and that's perfectly fine. This situation perfectly fine for Perez. We'll throw down the toxic canisters, separate Mitrix's cover, isolate the 1v1s as well as Bach loses his to Flastry. Mitrix now trying to grasp for any bit of information. His support has been ineffective and then some, leaving it all up to the pistol and the shield. So much to do with 3 players remaining. Mitrix will use his utility, drop down. Pass drop successful. Swings around for the next kill, but be careful, Loud. Let's not start getting a little too crazy. Loud still maintain a winning record on their defenses so far, but have only narrowed the gap by 1.
ENX still with an advantage, as you mentioned, but cracks starting to show. And Loud just playing a little bit more reserved, really being the order of the day. ENX are going to push you. They're the attackers. They have to. You don't always have to be the aggressor. I think it was a good example there that we saw in that round. Just not taking gunfights, or, you know, I mean, I know it started with a run out, but it was more of a peek out. It wasn't, it didn't have the same sort of aggression that a full-blown run out has. But it was instantly punished, and Flastry recognized that, backed up, and then played very safe for the rest of the round. There was the shoulder peek, fine. You've got to gather information some way, and if you've used your utility and you've not much left, then maybe you just go for it, you know. See if you can gather any info. If you know he's there, it at least allowed Basetto a chance to pick up that kill. And Loud have tasted a little bit of success. They're going to take us to the split bomb site for round number 10. And they're bringing a little bit more information and a heck of a lot of denial. Bandit and Decade.
I'm not complaining. I think if the ban phase completes and you can see ENX targeting completely different things, I mean, you have full breadth of hard breach now. I mean, you should ban at Cade. We got Mute too. We've got every single hard breach denial operator except like Tubarao being brought by Loud.
5 seconds remaining.
And if you look at what ENX have, they will obviously bring the Thatcher, because you should in this situation. The actual hard breaching is a little limited. Just the Selma's in the hard breach charges. So if one of those goes down to the 4 C4s being brought by Loud, you can have those EMPs all you want, but your hard breaching resources itself, quite limited.
This reminds me a lot of a Black Dragons defense that they used to run way back in the day. And that was a Black Dragons with players like Veto and SDK on the roster, where they would just stack up those C4s. Like you say, they've brought 4, and they are just really banking on being able to make them last. Flastry doesn't need a C4, though. Just the MP7 to pick up a really cheeky opener. Pass the shield on the Monty as well. I mean, whatever happens to Flastry here, he's done a great job. He is going to get full whited there and likely will be finished off. Maybe could try and get his C4 out there for max value. He's going to go for it. There's a lick of damage, but not too much. Oh,
what are we doing?
Kill onto the Monty. Why is he de-shielding? Where's the support?
No, I'm sorry. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, no.
The Flo just baying inside a yellow.
Like, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. We need... I'm sending a subpoena down to Florio right now. I need a deposition. I need an alibi. I need to know what the hell just happened there. Why is the Monty being left to ADS? You used both flashbangs. The Monty's gonna take the fight? That's fine. Swing after him. You literally have used all of your secondary utility. All of your flashes are meant to get that fight. We know this. Maybe they don't, but we know this. The Bandit's by himself. Nobody's there supporting Flashtree. If the Monty's going to ADS, which is a big if anyway, but let's just assume he should. If the Monty's going to ADS, he's on the right side. You're not going to swing in front of him. What is stopping the 2-for-1? That is an egregious mistake by ENX, and to be fair, what was overall a catastrophic round.
Yeah, not ENX's finest hour. That much is for certain. Is the timeout good enough to steady the wrongs that were going on in that round in particular? I don't think 45 seconds long enough. I think you've got to put it to bed and deal with it after the game. They've squandered the advantage that they'd gained for themselves. Loud slowly but surely catching up here. They've had 3 rounds on this defensive side so far, and there's not much saying that they're not going to get another 2 and close this game out. ENX definitely on the back foot, and they're going to be doubting themselves now as well. They need to come through with some very clean siege. I mean, let's ignore the previous round because it was just a catalogue of errors. If we look toward a time where we've seen them gain a little bit more of a foothold,
5 seconds remaining.
Certainly forced into some annoying operators at the moment, given what's available. Obviously, it's only the Bandit that's being brought. They're still going for a Hibana, Maverick, and an Ace. I get that you've got to get the wall open, but surely just bring a Ram and a Thermite and call it good.
Angels.
Maybe bring the Mav to sort of, you know, get in from the backside and provide a little bit of an option for pressure later, but I'm not sure you need all of it.
Traumatized by the loss of Angels last round, I think, Ollie.
Yeah, they're like, well, you never know. One of us might get shot.
Also, this is a crazy trip setup from STK right there. Did you see it?
Yeah, across the breach.
Yeah, well, it's like diagonal up one side, diagonal up the other. I love it. Really like what we're just seeing from Denari in general. Really fun to see what teams cook up. Big early find. Ace goes down early previously. This time, it's the Ace who does the killing. ENX again breaking a Loud opening kill streak. 4 in a row that Loud have started off these rounds at a 5v4. This is only ENX's 3rd opening pick of the entire map so far. Could be very important. Not necessarily the utility that they take down from Flash Tree. But with how tricky the coordination was in round 10, you want to make sure you have a built-in advantage in round 11. Especially if Perez goes unnoticed in art, can whip out that Specchio scanner, start peeking down below. Somebody goes in for that plant from garage or anywhere on that bottom floor.
Bit of a stall out at the moment from ENX. They have got into service. Mavericks done the job and opened up that backside, but they're immediately getting challenged onto. Default camera being watched and shot. They now know where this push is coming from, but looks like they're at least picking up a good portion of these kills.
All right. Well, I guess we're just going to hollow out the entire site. Perez's lurk not made good on. SDK's got to fall back. Vertical control is still in the hands of Loud. Perez doing quite good so far. Hello. SDK ripping up a hole directly in front of ENX. Perez making things a little scary. But it's not until SDK gets this kill, and if he does, that I'll start freaking out. Florio's able to find him. Very hole that SDK opened is the one that does him in the end. Because Perez waits. They're pushing back into garage. Unnoticed. Flashbang goes through. And there's Mitrix with the follow-up. Match point for ENX. A shaky round 10, but round 11 goes their way, and that's all that matters for the moment.
Main breach not open. Vert not taken. Still ENX walk away with a round. They literally just horizontally push through server side. I guess great job of attacking Loud where they weren't and taking advantage of that. But Loud, you've got to be a little bit more switched on than that. Like, if nothing's going on yellow, if nothing's going on above, if there's no one on main breach, where do you think they might be coming from? They're not just going to TP into sight. Loud losing a heck of a lot of gunfights there. And in general tonight, I think. There's maybe only Perez and Flastry that you'd look at and go, yeah, they've had a good couple of rounds.
I mean,
there's a serious lack of performance from Basetto and Live.
STK's been chipping away at it too, but like, kind of just a one-around kind of guy. Actually, wait, hold on.
10 seconds remaining.
I was going to say like 0.5 around.
I'm checking some real quick. It's kind of a strange trend. Most of STK's kills come in round they lost. Not even like not even like a baiting way, like he's last alive. Just like just by sheer coincidence, I think 4 of his 7 kills came in rounds they lost. Anyway, potentially the final site of the map will be Exposition. Basetto taking the pulse down below with the M10, by the way. I think still we would all consider that the worst shotgun in the game. Do you agree with that, Ollie?
I would concur.
M10 worst shotgun. I would think since we got 2 casters agreeing, I think that makes it law. Okay, Perez, C4 goes out. That's a shot in the air.
Shot.
Nice shot. Fortunately, losing one of the 3 C4s we have.
Swapping mags.
I guess you do at least know that ENX seem to be going for a top-down clear. Really want to not only clear out, but establish control of that second floor. You will have to worry about Basetto later on, but this is at least a good place to start.
ENX at least guarantee themselves some points out of this matchup, which for them is massive. Are they going to be able to convert it and take the full 3? That's the question. They've only got 1 chance at doing it. Bok getting caught out there on the heartbeat scanner of Pulse. Can't believe it's taken till what could be the last round to actually see a Pulse on this map. It is a very popular pick. And it has assisted somewhat here to find out where this push is coming from, but I don't think they're accounting for 3 players now really stacking up inside of Long Desk. Texicake just getting ready to start sending these cluster charges through the floor. ENX not really in a bad position right now, but the difficulty at the moment is how do they transfer this from, good control of the top floor to actually making something happen on that site level.
Especially with both Solus and Pulse on the board. That's just my biggest concern. All of this is great, but those 2 operators could pose massive issues. And it's like everything that ENX is doing right now is good and also just completely disconnected from the impact those 2 operators can have. So we'll see Sexy Cake jump in, and what we want to see is Flash 3, fall on yellow, this flank to be stopped. We don't want to see Live or Perez have impact whatsoever. And yet all of that might not matter with how long this round is taking. 30 seconds to go. Flash 3 spotted one, drawing a lot of attention on yellow, which will just burn more time and potentially give the Solus and the Pulse more impact. There goes Live. Flash 3 pushing through will eliminate Sexy Cake. They get the Solus, but there's still that Pulse. Where's Basetto? He's going for the flank. He's got the shotgun. Is this Perez down below? If they swing around the corner, it's all left up to the Pulse. What intel can he find? C4 goes out, but they've read into it! Up until 4 seconds remaining, but ENX have the countermeasures and shut out Loud in regulation.
Loud might come in the favourites here tonight, but that did not stop ENX from taking a very good win over on Consulate. I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised with that result. ENX, up until tonight, did not have the most favourable statistics, but it's a great example of why SAL is a very competitive region. On their day, anyone can win, and that's really what we saw here tonight. We're going to send it over to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our wonderful desk.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
No.
Yes!
It's the first victory for ENX this stage, and that's why I'm glad we get to speak to them as well. Joining us for the interview, we should have Sexy Cake on the line with us to ask him a few questions about this game. First off, when we do get to speak to him, as he should be on the line very soon, it's always nice to be able to speak to teams when they win their first game in the stage. And there we go. We're joined by Sexy Cake. Congratulations on the victory here today. That's your first one of the stage. How do you feel?
Yeah, we feel really good because the first two games, it was like the best two teams here in Brazil that we have right now. So it was okay for us to lose. Like we're doing our everything we can to win. So it's really difficult.
Well, Sexy Cake, one, I wanted to say congratulations on your guys' win. I mean, that was a masterclass performance from you guys. I wasn't too sure what to expect, but I am curious, what's been the learning curves, I guess, from, day one playing against FaZe, then day two playing against W7M. What were the things that you guys were extrapolating from those games and then implementing them here in today's matchup?
On the first two games, we just play our game. We didn't have the intel for the both teams was they were doing the same thing, but they are a great team, so they can see what's happening in the round and play against. For this game, we just needed to look what we didn't do in the first two games. We were a little bit nervous. We played, our communication was very bad, so we just tried this week to adjust these little things on the screens and bring to this game. Nothing too much, is only this basically.
I just want to say, just quick thing before you off. I just want to say the communication was absolutely beautiful. I was talking to these two behind the scenes. The communication today was on top of it.
Yeah, it was really different because last game against W7M, we couldn't understand what we were saying. We were talking to someone, he was not listening, he was talking over, so we couldn't understand what we're doing in the round. And this game, this week, we just need to be a little slower, guys. It's okay, no problem. We can solve the problems.
I feel like that's the value that maybe Mitrix brings. I wanted to ask you a question about it because obviously new recruit, he had a banger of a game today. I think he was a big reason also why you guys won. Can you tell me a little bit more about this player for maybe some English viewers that don't know about this player and how he's helping you guys?
So we bring Matrix because our team was too quiet. Everyone, the team doesn't talk too much. So Flurry doesn't talk too much, Angels doesn't talk too much, Nigel, the player that was on the team, he didn't talk. So I needed someone to help me with some calls, because basically I say everything that we're gonna do and what's gonna happen. And Matrix just bring this value for the team. And he was very confident today because this week, like I said, we just needed to adjust these errors with communication and being calm in the round, because I think that was the most problem that we had was talking too much and no one listening. And today we just said, shut up, we're gonna talk, let Matrix talk, I'm gonna talk, you just play. And it was really good.
I love that. It sounds like a very simple solution for a problem that you were having with the communication. I remember at the beginning of the game, we had an interview with you as well, how you were talking about the communication with the team, and I'm glad to see the progress in that one. Now, looking forward to the rest of the stage, what's the realistic goal that you think you have for ENX?
Yeah, we just want to go to the playoffs. That's our meta. Our goal is to go to playoffs. We don't know if we're gonna classify for the major, but our goal is go to playoffs. We're going to be happy if we can do that, because it's a sign of development for the team. Because last splits was very bad for us, and that's why we did some changes and everything. But that's our goal. Just go to playoffs. And now, and when we get there, we see what's happened.
That sounds awesome. And I think today as well, we're taking down Loud, right? Potentially a direct contender for those players, for you guys. A very good job done there. 6K, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with your game tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Have a nice day for you.
Thank you. You too. Always good to hear from players, and especially about the issues that they've been having and how they've been finding a fix for it, because we were talking about it at the beginning of this game. This is going to be difficult for ENX, right? Loud have had a great start to the stage. ENX have these problems that they need to fix. We were kind of talking down on them, Lexing, sort of to say at the beginning of this game, but they showed us the absolute difference. Their attack, their communication was just on point today.
Yeah, you would have thought I was an ENX hater at this point with the way that I was talking, and given how well their performance was today. I mean, it was a night and day difference in terms of their communication. And Sexy Cake said it best. You know, they needed to slow down. They needed to figure out what the win condition was, how they were going to execute, and that's what we were seeing time and time again. Whether that was on defense, and Leo pointed out beautifully that they were stacking up together on these defenses. They were playing always together. They were never giving up the position. They were keeping that. And then when they pivoted to their attack, that's where we really saw that come into play, with Mitrix especially being a big spearhead of that, just being able to also be vocal, as Sexy Cake was saying. But then you could just see in each and every single one of their attacks, they would always take space together. They would wait for someone to double up. They would get the drone going forward. They would go for the execute. They would get the trade. And it just looked like a good game of Siege coming out of ENX. And if this is what we can see going forward, if it's just as simple as some people are just staying quiet, not making comms hectic for Sexy Cake and Mitrix to be able to play off of them and set the puzzle pieces up, this could be a very scary team going forward. And again, this is why I love watching SAL and being here, is because this region is so competitive. You can't count anybody out.
That one round for me is the turning point, by the way, round 11. Because if you think about it, obviously they're starting in defense and their starting side is pretty good. They go 4-2, but then very quickly after 4 rounds of attack, they've only won 1 attack. So at this point it's 5-5. And what changes everything is those last 2 rounds. Because yes, we're prizing ENX a lot, but the reality is this was only a 7-5 victory, and it's in the 2 last rounds that they take away the victory. And it's only because they're doing a step-by-step push enabled by Mitrix, that was probably calling it because he was the lead force there, and the executes were flawless there. Both of these attacks were actually, I think they end up like in a 4v2 or in a 4v1. So they actually had like the full momentum in both of these attacks, and that's where the biggest question for me like was answered. I was not expecting them to step up their game in attack. I was expecting them to have the lead in defense. They played a very slow game. They abused the castle, the smoke, the Mira, for example. And Sexy Cake was playing the Mozzie every single defense round to try and deny intel and make Loud slower. And that worked. But when they started attack, that's when I really see the difference there. The comms and the step-by-step methodical plan to counter Loud. It's a big surprise. And I will say this. We're now in a situation where tier 1 teams can lose their spot. These guys could not be professionals in the next couple of months. Relegations are not that far away. So for a team like 9Z and like ENX, these 2 teams clearly have a target on their back for any tier 2 teams because they're expected to drop in tier 2. And so winning this kind of games is absolutely key if these guys want to keep living their dream. And today, they've just got a step closer to retaining that tier 1 spot.
And I think the main thing for that is, as we were talking about, the attacks being a big thing for this team to win them out today against a team like Loud that's doing so well on the attacks themselves as well. But is it to anyone's surprise that Mitrix is the MVP for this game? And I'm really glad to see this as well, right? When we talked about ENX at the beginning of the stage, there needed to be a change. They dropped their lowest rated player, brought Mitrix in. And Leo, I'm glad you asked that question as well, right? We saw Mitrix before with Fluxo. We saw him play for Keystars. But I'm glad that you asked that question as well, to kind of get to know this player, who he really is, because it does seem like ENX have maybe found a recipe to success here.
Yeah, I think they needed a real backbone, a backline that makes sense. I think Sexy Cake calling everything is not sustainable. You see lots of teams right now, and especially in Modern Siege, you need shot callers everywhere. Like the one single IGL meta does not exist anymore. You need more people able to shot call, and Mitrix clearly is one of them. And he is able to step up and get kills, although he's on support role, although he's playing Hard Breacher, playing Shields, playing Castle as his main, somehow manages to get the double digits, and it just shows the value of a player that can both have a good game vision, play the worst roles, and still be able to frag. It's great to see him perform that way.
And I think that's also the beauty of it, too, when you look at it from that side of things. If you're having 2 shot callers, especially if Sexy Cake is in the background, you know, trying to facilitate what the round's going to look like, but then you have Mitrix at the front line being able to tell you what's in front of you, what do we do next, how do we set up, how do we double up on one another, play these man advantages. I think it's only going to pay dividends for that. And, you know, we talked about the roster that he's been on previously. Sometimes you just don't fit on those rosters. It doesn't matter how good or bad of a player you are. Sometimes you got to find something that works with you, that you can work with. And clearly, after their two previous games, being able to learn that it really is coming down to just the simple end of communication, that if that's the main proprietor and what just needs to be fixed, like, again, ENX can be very scary, especially like you were saying, you know, with these targets on the backs of like a team like 9Z, where you really start needing to accumulate points here. This could be a good sign for ENX.
Yeah, and look at how big those 3 points really are for ENX. I mean, at the end of the scoreboard before this game, now they shot up to 8th in serious or potential contention for that top 6. Like they were saying, playoffs is their goal for the stage. So 3 points really meaning a lot, especially when we see Black Dragons and 9Z on 0 points still. Before our third game of the day, we'll shift our focus towards the middle of the pack. We're talking Liquid and we're talking Los. And for Liquid, where they started their week really good, had a rough second game, it was more so Los who had a slow start and a really good second game. So when we talk about Los, and especially last stage as well, there were some inconsistencies in their playstyle. So we sat down with Arthur to talk about the inconsistencies that Los have been facing.
Nós para stage a gente teve jogos muito inconstantes. A gente teve placares muito elásticos, seja perdendo para times do top 4 e ganhando os times do top 5 ali, do top 10 ali, de 7-0, 7-1, quer dizer, e perdendo para Fúria 7-1 também. Então meio que a gente não estava muito constante na gameplay, então por isso que a gente fez essas mudanças.
Glad to see them get a win under the belt in that first week. On the second day, took down 9Z, as we said. And I think that game, whilst we're looking at the sets of Arthur, I think that game, Leo, was more so maybe the battle of the rookies. When we look at a player like Dark coming in for this team, I'm impressed by his performance. And having to fill those big shoes of the best rated player leaving the team isn't an easy thing to do either.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Odlo drop, to be honest. He was the only player with an average GPS on that roster at the end of stage 1, and so I expected them to make maybe another roster change. Like you said, honestly, Dark's impression has been crazy. So far, he's the best rated player on that roster. He's got 118 EPS, plus 6 in KD. He's been very consistent for that team, but it doesn't really break the ceiling yet for me. The problem that I see with Los, and it's exactly what Arthur was saying here, is the inconsistency. It seems that whenever they face a weaker opponent on paper, so 9Z, ENX, they compete against them, they're able to beat them. When they compete against an opponent that is a direct contender for the playoffs, like Dragons Loud, very often they're close to them, but are a little bit too far away and manage to lose. And when they play against a big team, they're completely unable to beat them or even be close to beating them. And that was a big thing he was saying. The 7-1 lose to Furia, for example, is a great example of that. Is we need to see them being able to at least be dangerous to some of those big teams. And right now, I'm counting Liquid in one of them. With their current shape, I would say that is clearly Liquid the favorite in this matchup.
I think for me, with what you're talking about, you know, when you're going against the weaker end teams, you look significantly better. And I think that's just because those weaker teams have their own issues. They aren't going to punish you as hard. So it does make you kind of stand out more, feel like you can get away with a lot more, which again, like you're just saying, going against an opponent like Liquid, and especially with their new forming and how they look, you aren't going to be able to get away with, you know, maybe some of the little cheeky things you pull out one round, maybe to the next. You have to be better. And, you know, even throughout Los during the NAL, even throughout Los now, you know, it's something that has always stuck out to me is they get the hard part down of doing decent on their attacks, but the defenses for me is where it crumbles. Where similar to ENX, where we were just talking about, I think it really comes down to more lack of communication than it does really just prepping and setting up within the map. It's more so just understanding where each other are and how you can play with one another versus then just trying to do something solo.
And I feel like what you two are mentioning about the inconsistencies for Los is especially important in this game, in this conversation, when we talk about them going up against fellow contenders for those playoffs. I mean, the team that is in contention for playoffs as well is Liquid. And when we look at Liquid for their first week, I mean, it was just the way that you always get it with Liquid, right? The first day, they impress you, everything looks great, like, oh, you know, Liquid reborn, these roster changes seem to work wonders for them. And then on the second day, it's just back to the old things with Liquid. Poor Ace was going through the emotions, I think, with that game. Maybe the fans feeling a little bit disappointed as well, but we have to keep in mind, maybe if we look at the positives for this one, Lexing, it was against FaZe, and even though it was a difficult opponent, they almost pushed them into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, you know, it's hot or cold. That's really the best way to put it against Liquid. No matter the roster change, no matter who's playing at the time, it's always, you know, what Liquid are we going to get? The fact of the matter is, when we get a Liquid that is hot and comes prepared and is ready to fire on all cylinders, they are very scary. But again, it comes to question. Are we going to get the Liquid that looks confused, looks lost? Like, even in comparison to last stage, where we really started to see them ramp up and come alive, was towards the end, where we were seeing players being able to be that spearhead, being able to open up rounds, being able to just take control of situations. But is that going to be the case here today? I do believe that is going to be the case. Given their performance against W7M, that was a very solid performance. And then even to lose to the FaZe in a 7-5, I'm not really taking anything too much away from that. I think these two pickups really has made a big difference for this roster, revitalizing it, especially in a player like Ness that's been around historically, one of the most historic players. So coming into this matchup, I'd got to say they got to be pretty comfortable, especially when you look at the teams that Los has currently beat and lost to. So for me, I think this is kind of a no-brainer for Liquid and how they're going to want to approach a team like Los.
I think you guys are a little bit harsh on Liquid. I mean,
You
the reality
think?
is, like, let's take a look at their performance so far. Let's take a look at everything they went through, all the roster changes that they've made, and the performance they had. They were almost on the brink of not making it to playoffs last stage, and we went from that to recruiting two pickups that no one expected. Dafo was a big question mark coming out from Load, and then another bigger one. And yet, despite that, they take on W7 and beat them 7-3 and are like one round away to take phase 2 overtime. I don't take that as it's a normal Liquid and they're good on the first day and not good on the second one. I actually think it's very surprising to me, and they've happily, in a positive way, they've surprised me. I believe that somehow they've convinced me that this roster change that on paper does not make a lot of sense somehow works a little bit more than people give them credit for. And that's why I believe that they're in the capacity of favorite in this matchup.
Well, listen, I'm not in total disagreements with you, but it's more so like when you look at Liquid's history and where they were and where they're currently at. I mean, there's far more inconsistency than I would say there's consistency, especially when you look at roster changes. I mean, if you're making roster changes, that already screams inconsistency at some sort of level. So that's why, like, I can't fully be like, yes, Liquid, because we were at a point like that at one point in time where, again, at least in this matchup, I can feel more in favor of a Liquid than maybe against others. So I agree to some extent of what you're saying, but then in others, I think, you know, as the stage progresses, are we going to see Liquid on an uphill trend, or is it going to be similar to the stage where, you know, maybe we see them start out strong here, but then once we get to the end, they start to taper off?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to put you two up against each other like that in a discussion about whether Liquid does deserve the hype that, you know, some are giving them, or whether we do have to seriously think about whether it is Liquid like Liquid used to be, where they get you really hyped and then they disappoint you afterwards. I guess there's arguments for both, really, right? I mean, yes, they have impressed us, especially after those roster changes. Already being able to push FaZe, a big team in the SAL so far, is a really good thing. But then again, what you're saying as well, Lexing, like those inconsistencies, yes, there is a thing. Maybe we were expecting more from that match against FaZe. Like a point would have been really good for Liquid there to really keep up that momentum and to really solidify themselves in that top 6 for the playoffs, which is what they are fighting for, again, like last stage, and potentially even more for it this time. Now let's have a look at the map veto for this one. It is just a best of 1 between these two. We just had a look at the head-to-head between these two in regards to performances and individual skills against each other. Last time around, this series went to Nighthaven Labs. Liquid do not want to go there again. It was a 7-2 back then for them against Lowe's. This time around, Lee, we're going to Bank.
Okay, that's going to be interesting. I just want to point out that, once again, big difference in performance for Liquid from stage 1 to stage 2. As a reminder, they started stage 1 with 5 losses in a row. So anything that they do now will be better than anyone. Looking at Bank, Los actually loved the map when they qualified to the Tier 1 system and ASL through the Challenge Series. They played it a lot. Played it 5 times across many different Tier 2 teams, including ENX, who they lost to. Last stage, they played to FaZe and then lost it. And when you look at Liquid, they did not look great on it last stage either, losing to both Furian and IP. So for both teams, actually, on paper, and that was a long ago, that was not really a good map. I'm assuming both of these teams have reworked it during the off-season, because none of them have showed it since last stage. So this is going to be an interesting one, probably brand new, and interesting to see if, like in many other regions, we're going to see a lot of Denari used to deny the windows on that CEO bomb site.
All right, well, let me ask you this, because I think we're going to have a little back and forth here. When you look at the serving sample of Liquid's losses versus Los's losses, or just who's played on what, whose more side are you going to stay on in terms of the serving sample? Because I would have to go with Liquid. You're losing to NIP, you're losing to Furia. Where Los, you're beating T2 teams, you lose to ENX. I mean, I would say if there's one team that's going to be far more comfortable on this map, I would have to give it to Liquid just because of the serving sample. Like, I'm not going to feel good. Yeah, I won bank 5 times against T2 teams, but then you verse against a T1 team. I mean, it's a, you know, it's a night and day difference across all reasons. T2 to T1, it is a big step up for the two. And I think for Liquid, this is a great map to land on, to take advantage of Los and really exploit where they might feel a bit too comfortable on, given their prior knowledge on it.
I really wish we could have a back and forth about this, right? I mean, about the two of you, like Camp Liquid, Camp Lows, and what we're seeing here. But maybe that's the conversation that the Liquid fans are having inside their head as well. Like, are we disappointed? Are we hyped? Well, we're gonna find out because the game is ready. It's time to throw it back to our casters.
Yes, it is, and thank you very much. A little bit of beef watch on the desk, as we all saw, about the success or lack thereof, or the inconsistency or lack thereof of Team Liquid. And I think the only thing I can agree on, Ollie, is that this match is not an El Clasico in front of us.
I don't think you've ever said anything that I would want to agree with more.
Now, to be fair, that's not to say it'll be a bad match, as we just saw ENX 7-5 loud. They can always come from the most surprising places. But definitely, I think if we were going into today, as you and I were, this was not a match that was exactly, you know, showing up on our radar as something to get excited about. But with ENX beating Loud 7-5, I'm a little optimistic, a little hopeful.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I'm a Liquid fan, and I think I always have and always will be. But because I'm a fan, you sometimes get a polarizing view of a team, and there are times where you just can't stand the way they're playing, or you're so frustrated with them because you know that they can be better. I didn't look at this fixture and think, "Oh, tough day for Liquid," but in the same breath, I didn't look at it and go, "Oh, they're going to walk all over Loss." I think Loss are one of those teams where you do have to pay them a good amount of respect. And the fact that we've ended up on Bank is fantastic. It's the best map to watch by far, in my opinion. So I'm just happy. I'm just looking forward to getting stuck into it. We saw a lot of Bank the other night, or it felt like we saw a lot of Bank the other night inside of NAL. I think we only got it once, but I think it maybe was just the quality of the game that made it feel like it was good, because sometimes when you're watching Bank, all you want is a little bit more Bank.
I do. This is definitely in the, I talk a lot about how my least favorite maps are, you know, Skyscraper Cafe. Bank definitely one of my favorites. I don't know if it is my favorite, but that's a genuine question where, like, I would have to sit down and think. I love Chalet. I love this map. Bank's definitely up there. There's a lot to offer, a lot you can find. And speaking of, might be a lot more than Ness gambled on. All right, well, thought the shield would be the first one through the window there, but I suppose not, as Kurtz just walks directly in front of feed holes and dies, and Ness just falls back. Reloading! Really not a lot to talk about in that early round.
Yeah, could be a Nesk day. They're always fun to watch. He's just having one of those days where he's feeling it. If you look at if you look at what that's actually done and what's been lost there, you've lost the shock drone. Now, some teams will rely quite heavily on that shock drone to remove a lot of utility inside of the site. Not necessarily Loss's only way of dealing with util, but more of a guaranteed one than hoping that RNG is in your favor and that your fuse pucks bounce accordingly to destroy Vulcan canisters or basically whatever it is that you're going to be going for. Zotos, they're going to do some good work to slow down any progress that Loss hope to make here, as it wasn't a very extensive roam that Liquid tried to do. It was quite literally just Nesk playing on his own inside of open, and as soon as he gets the kill, he realizes, hey, I've done my job. I can just retreat back to site, play some Zoto canisters for a little bit, and then sit myself up in my favorite old spot on that garage ramp, where, let's be honest, a lot of the greats like to play and just hit some really beautiful long-range shots.
What's going on here? We just got shield going in. Ferris trying to put the diffuser down, but yeah, I think trying to shortcut things a little bit as Liquid do react in time. Shumikas fly out, smoke canisters go out, C4 even ripped in gold. I appreciate the spark from Los. I appreciate the excitement. But unfortunately, there are a lot of protocols still in place by Team Liquid to stop a quick play like that. That smoke drops a little short. Curious if we're going to see Los try to rotate to an alternative plant spot, perhaps. See the smoke's going out close on the wall. Yeah, it seems that's exactly what will happen. Dark Eyes with the first pick for Los as the player close on gold, Arthur, able to find the next. Daffodil and DS Lucas have used a lot of their denial, but the guns have to be up as they're the only two remaining. Legacy and Arthur both low. DS Lucas with that LMG sat behind the shield the whole time. They both line up for Arthur, but the opportunity isn't found. What a flick. What a nice little well-placed shot, but with only 1 HP and 0 seconds remaining. DS Lucas can now just run around the corner. Wait, he's kind of far away. Okay, there we go. I was about to say. The first round going to Team Liquid is DS Lucas, always in these positions. You can expect him to follow through.
I mean, not a guarantee that Diaz is going to get there in time.
I was
not
a little
guarantee
nervous.
not a guarantee that Fuse isn't going to get the plant down and just immediately come off and dome him. A little bit closer than I think Liquid would have liked. But did Lost not get the memo? Like, Tachanka basement is firmly a thing at the moment. It is very meta inside of Siege. You need to deal with that deployable shield. You have to have somebody going into an elevated hatch or something to displace that, because there is no chance in hell that you're going to get a default plant off with that in play. It can be very difficult even to make it into server, and I think that was demonstrated by Loss's fairly lengthy rotation there. They'd set up for that server side. They were trying to do the good old, oh, here we are at 1 minute and 20 baiting out utility. No, it doesn't work like that anymore. There's too much utility to bait out. If those Shumikas are paced correctly, it's very difficult. And then you come into complications of people, you know, not being able to cross and be in the correct position to try and cover you. It's a whole mess. We saw SSG deal with it very well in North America last night. Ashen, he just decided to quite literally take the bull by the horns and use Glaz to get a nice angle through the smoke, hop up onto the desk, and just dome the Tachanka and deal with it that way. You do need a bit of a strategy, a bit of a plan for it, and Lost not showing us that they had that, at least in round number 1.
Move to something different this time, though. Different site, of course. Different methodology, as with Aurora. You might be able to facilitate the execute a little bit better than you could with just running straight into a Tachanka, a smoke, the whole gang that Liquid had in round 1. There's always the question of how you are going to negotiate this utility burn. Sit on Repel for a long time. You push up square a little bit. You also have Arthur on that shield. Always operators he will play. I mean, literally first round he played Fuse Shield, and this time he played Blackbeard, and we got Monty Blitz bans. It's something Liquid will be ready for, something they will be accounting for. Honestly, bringing a Legion might not be out of the realm of possibility as we get deeper into this half.
I think it depends on how much trouble Liquid find.
Ooh.
That's not ideal. You'll at least get one. Unfortunately for Lender, he doesn't do any damage to himself, as he does just clip the doorway of the elevator. But it's the line of sight that Lost are really interested in. They don't care if it's a double Selma open or a single. It really is of no consequence to them. The main important thing is that they've got enough utility to open up the top of square as well, which it seems like they do. Dark Eyes. His track's just worn off on Nesk there. That's a dangerous time, because you thought you knew where he was, but this is some aggression straight away again. Straight into Janitors.
Straight into Janitor from 2 separate ways, yet Arthur and Legacy both go down. That's a crazy shot on Namaya. Various in a blender right now, and yet somehow kind of keeping all the pieces straight, catching all the plates as they juggle and start collapsing to the floor. Both him and Dark Eyes, off the back of this push, put Los in a man advantage with full control of the site. And the still has those Yokais inside, and DS can cover this Echo, but Los push deeper, push farther. DS Lucas, another 1vx. Won it off time before. Can he get 3 kills? Let's go around. Sees Farius. But unfortunately, the Ash is a little bit quicker on that reaction. Tie game early, as our underdogs today have come to play.
Lots aren't wasting any time, are they? Brilliant gap spotting. Usually Janitors is occupied by a defender at the least. Quick face check with the Blackbeard and seeing that, hey, no one's there. Let's just get ourselves straight in. Why not? If you can take the ground. I mean, it looks a little bit dicey, I'll be honest, Lender picked up a couple of kills at the very moment that that was all happening. And you kind of wonder, is this just a giant bait and switch that Liquid have facilitated? No, it wasn't. It was just some good gap spotting from Loss. And sometimes you've got to break a few eggs to make an omelette, and a few casualties along the way toward a round win are just par for the course. It's things that happen. It was a bit of a worrying moment where the diffuser just didn't seem to be anywhere relevant, but it was very quickly rectified there. And well, the 3 versus 1, it went to a 2v1, but it didn't get too scary. And that Diaz would have had a heck of a lot to do yet again, by the way. A couple of impactless kills in that round, at least for him. But a tied game, 1-1. Back to open area, or should I say to open area for the first time we go. But I think one of the things that I like about Bank Links is that you get so many different styles of attack. You get the basement attack. Now, a lot of different maps have a basement attack, and they all kind of feel kind of similar. I think Banks is maybe the best. You get the top floor attack, which again, a lot of sites have a top floor attack, and again, they can feel a little bit similar. A lot of pressure from windows, people walking up staircases, immediately bursting in. But then you get the mid floor, and this is where you get a lot of variety because you get very different ideologies. With this round in particular, I'm seeing Ascends. I'm expecting quad wall to get opened. I'm expecting a nice long ROU projector to get sent through. There's no Monty, there's no Blitz, they're banned. There's not really a shield that's worthwhile bringing, but I just think it gives such a nice variety in terms of what you can come to expect.
You know, the first time I saw an Maru go up a hatch for execute?
Swapping mags.
Was it this map? Was this site?
Was on open area in 2022, yeah. Stage 1. First time I ever saw it. This site has been versatile for attacking strategies for quite a long time. Seen some of the kind of the cooler things in Rainbow Six happen on this site. And so it makes sense that if you're going to see a Nook and Ascends waltz into a lineup on Bank, this would be the site to do it on. Where is Legacy going to throw these ROU projectors? Likely, I was about to say, to cut off the line of sight between A and B. Isolate either cafeteria or open area, depending on which one they decide to go through. Archives, spots next. Another one spotted on printer window. DS getting a little careless with that rotation, unfortunately. Perhaps it's more Legacy's patience paying off. Traded out by Maya, but Los definitely coming away the better out of these engagements. Hand advantage going their way. Secure to control a square for the moment. Can also reset in the next 30 seconds or so. In a strong position to close out the round.
I think they're in a good position, but I feel like losing the Sense is huge because that was a key part of this strategy. I don't think that Sense's part was over in this round just yet. There's more ROU projectors that needed activating and sending out there. At the moment, Loss kind of stalling out a little bit. Got Kurtz just watching an angle over toward Tellers. The Liquid players not coming under any pressure at the moment. Kurtz is very solo right now as well. Maya picking up a kill onto Arthur is pretty huge. Early warning system there is going to give all the information that Liquid need, and that was a free swing for Lender, but somehow he messes it up.
That's just, wow, what a flick by Kurtz. I mean, Los winning the gunfights overall, but Kurtz with a hell of a good reaction. Los really showing that they've come to play. Get the first kill on Nesk. Patience on Pretty Window as DS Lucas rotates in front. Then with a very strong reset in the mid-round, convert it in the late. Seeing a lot of the right steps taken by Los at the moment. Starting off on the attack, this is what you would want to see, but I'm feeling very, very good about how competitive Los might be for this half. Big statement by Liquid. They are allowing Arthur to keep control of those not deployable shields, keep control of those ballistic shields. Blackbeard and Fuse will still be in play. Even though Arthur didn't play it this past round, there's a pretty strong chance he'll play it in some of the next 3.
I'm really surprised to see Liquid kind of mess up in that way on the open area site. I understand losing CEO. I understand that you've just been flooded. You've left a gap. It is what it is. You're going to lose rounds of siege like that. But not to lose a round of siege in the way that they did in round 3. There's no vert pressure. There was nothing that was needing them to move. They had all the pieces of the puzzle. But they did lose quite a few gunfights. No surprise to see the timeout used here. Liquid do need a favorable split here on this first half. The next round of bans, as you mentioned there, the Hibana and the Smoke both being removed. Hibana just going to put even more pressure on the hatch game. You might see Liquid pivot in something that's potentially a little bit more egregious. They're going to be bringing the Aruni this time. I'm going to do too much for the hatches, at least. And as long as they've got their old faithful Tachanka, yeah, you might not have the smoke, but it's still going to be a big problem to solve. Fortunately for Lost, they did leave themselves with enough time. And let's be honest, coming down into a 1 versus 1, they weren't far away from being 3 rounds up right now.
No, not far away at all. There's a very real shot that Los could not start running away with the half, but I think this round will be a big one that obviously would get the 3 rounds you mentioned.
5 seconds remaining.
There's a very winnable game in here. You don't even have to look all that hard to find it. Changes for Liquid, still have the Tachanka. No deployable shield. You'll still likely have that lineup deeper into lockers. Not exactly the safe position like we had before. Nest playing very aggressively inside a garage to start. What is Liquid's setup going to look like here? Also, small thing. I think that's a waste of a Vulcan pack.
Ooh.
What the?
Yeah. That's a better Vulcan pack.
I do like that Vulcan pack.
Yeah, it just seems a bit cheesy, doesn't it? It's like, oh, you're going to have to wait 20 seconds to open the breach now. Also gained some really good ground right now. Again, not really wasting too much time. Mirror window has been opened. It's going to make opening that breach very difficult, though. Deimos. I mean, he can track the Warden for all he likes, but it isn't going to do too much. Deimos not really looked toward as a great operator when you're trying to execute onto this basement level. It's going to give you a bit of a heads up, but that's about it. We'll have the Goyo to track now as well, as some of that utility has been spotted out. Both hatches open and server control firmly gained. We start to try and move these drones through as well. Do have the addition of the shock drone this time as well, and Furious is going to be attempting a plant here under the cover of Arthur. Arthur with that Blackbeard.
It works?
He's going to ensure that that goes down. You're about 20 seconds too late, Daffo. Oshimika's doing nothing.
I'm sorry. I was just kind of tuned out because that's what they tried before, and Liquid literally countered it. Daffo is ages behind the play. They're all just funneling into Dark Eyes' M59. Based off that, what the hell are we? Is he on for the ace? As his teammate falls, Lenda gets 2. But Liquid asleep at the wheel in round 4. Los literally do the thing that didn't work in round 1. Make no changes, and it works because Daffodil is way late and way short.
I don't know where the confusion comes there. Like, they've got the mirror, like, they know everything. Like, surely they know everything. If they don't, they need to start playing an Echo or something like that, or an Evil Eye, and just give themselves a little bit more info on the side, just so that you can be like, right, now you start sending them. The very fact that that was a plant that came off the back of... It was a Blackbeard stood there as well. It wasn't even like you had a Monty stood there.
Oh. I mean,
really strange way to lose the round. I tell you what, though, Loss are coming out really strong here tonight. They're doing a wonder for their attacking win percentage. It was like 33% coming into tonight.
Los are doing very good right now. 3 in a row, 2 opening picks in a row as well. Really puzzled. I mean, one small thing to point out, that Tachanka did change hands. Tachanka brought by DS Lucas in round 1, sat behind that shield, and was in position constantly for that lineup. I have to think the strategy changing with 1, the Tachanka changing hands, and 2, the absence of the deployable shield. Maybe it was just a bit more loose positioning from Team Liquid, and so Daffodil just wasn't in the spot, whereas before, DS Lucas was literally sitting there the whole time. The shift in the strategy that, whether Los ran into or not, pays off perfectly. As you said, really putting on a good show on their attacking side tonight and boosting those very poor statistics they had coming into today. Second floor defense means we'll have pretty much all of our utility and presence concentrated on that second floor around CEO. We do have some small changes. Yokai being dropped in favor of a Valkyrie. Lucy also going down. So not as many traps the attack had to worry about before.
Which is interesting because the attack didn't really worry about the traps before because they were just able to walk into Janitor. There's not really anything to stop that from happening again. Dependent on the information that's gathered right now by these Rotero drones, they're going to know that a couple of people are stood just outside a stock hallway. I mean, that's not really world breaking. You know that that's going to be happening anyway. Dafo is much firmer in his position this time in Janitor and has a mirror window to play off as well. I don't think that Arthur is going to be able to just hop in the same way that we've seen him do previously. With Dark Eyes below, he needs to set himself up some good flank drones right now. As soon as he starts ripping open that floor, he's going to be vulnerable, and he's going to spot Lender playing it here inside of open. It's going to be a risky game from this point onwards to play this vert.
Hello. Dark Eyes has proven a couple times to take a bit of initiative on these engagements. I think back to last round, just swinging into top blue as Deimos and nobody around to trade. Does a similar thing here, and unfortunately pays the price. You can see Arthur want to go. Him and Farius moved into Janitor so quickly last time, and off the same nade play, swings around the corner. C4 goes out. Will take down Nesk. Lose a lot of HP in the process. Be careful. With Daffodil around the corner, might be no C4, but just a couple errant shots, and you'll be toast. Liquid ready for Los's play this time as they all funnel through Janitor and up square. Liquid's guns not lacking like they were in round 2. And round 5, they are all trained. Downrange, Los fall one by one.
Kind of goes to show that if you are going to be that gap-finding team and there isn't a gap there for you to find, or you just lose your gunfights, there's not really too much to fall back on that's of any substance. Feels like the position that we found ourselves in here. Dafo is going to pick up that final kill and guarantee Liquid the round. Let's be honest. It got to a point where it felt like Liquid desperately needed that because this game was really running away from them. And as we know, Liquid, a team that isn't without its faults. 50% attack win rate, 58% defense win rate. They're not like streaking away this stage so far in one side or the other. Now, they have played against FaZe, so you can take those numbers with a fairly large pinch of salt. It's not like we've got a huge sample size working off in stage 2 at the moment. But Liquid are going to be feeling better now that they at least have the chance of an even half as they go back to open area. Which, let's be honest, it was a strange sight. Liquid were able to pick up the opening kill, and then it all just sort of fell apart.
Yeah, it was a bit strange overall, especially as the Sens sitting outside a printer window gets the kill, immediately traded by Maya, and I don't really know where from. Was able to get most of what they desired in that open area attack when it came to square control, even Beeper's control to a certain extent, though it required a big flick from Kurtz to make that happen. I think the big change we have here is Liquid kind of taking a page out of Herds' book. Putting the mirror windows inside a Janitor with Nesk playing behind it. About as close a parallel as you could get. A little bit of top floor pressure for the first floor site. Velocious change, including the shield this time. They're bringing the Glaz instead of the Sens.
Yeah, they've also got the Ram. So they're definitely going to be going in and getting something open upstairs. Might be more of a full clear. The Nook for the backstab down below as well. Potential for walking up blue stairs later on into the round. Kurtz, for the meantime, is going to be focused on this top floor clear, and it's kind of made more difficult by the fact that you've got Nesk up there on the mirror window. Arthur going to find that somebody is just hiding out there inside of tellers. Furious might just try and walk in and do something about that, but his value, in my opinion, really is in the later portion of the round. But if he can grab himself a cheap one here and get away for it, he's just going to narrowly miss out on that engagement. And yep, you know what? The game is up. There is no sneaking in through ATMs.
No, not today. Arthur really going for this Janitor push for the third time now. It worked the first time, but A lot more limited success on occasions, too. And 3, I suppose. He doesn't get a kill, but does clear Nesk out of Janitor and still got half the round to go. Ooh. Definitely a massive misdrawn on the top floor, one that could have punished Arthur a lot more heavily. This defender really does not have anywhere to run. Legacy can cut him off from square. Arthur chasing him through the top floor, finally spots him. There goes Lenda, Nesk 2, Farius on that long rotation, rotates to Garage, up through Marble, puts Los in the 5v3.
This is the position that I wanted to see Furious taking. On that downstairs lurk. Despite a bit of lack of info, a very successful clear of this top floor. And still a minute to use the boogie drones. That's plenty of time, in my opinion. Kurtz can stay up here for as long as he likes, given the man count advantage at current. Maya has already spent his C4 as well. I think it's pre-placed. I did just hear some beeping, so keep an eye out for that. There it is. It blows. Kurtz narrowly escapes with his life. It's not going to stop the kit from going down.
No, it will not. Legacy will fall, but the kills land, the diffuser goes down, and Los in strong position to close this out. Another 1vx for Diaz. One directly inside of the site, yet one contesting that vert. So he slips through, finds a very small gap, yet Arthur can continue relaying this important information. That's a hell of a shot onto Dark Eyes, but the odds are just too high. 4-2 for Los. If the attacks prove to be the bigger issue, this game might just end in their favor.
Definitely possible at this point. 4-2 on the half. It's got to feel pretty good. Bank's one of those maps where you can seriously just tuck up. It's a big map. You can waste a little bit of time, send a few people out there to waste it, and really just lean in and rely on that utility. It's kind of the opposite, really, to what we saw Liquid do. I also don't really feel as though Liquid have won very many gunfights. We've seen a couple of nice plays, and there's been a couple of end-of-round calls where it's been like, oh, they hit a nice shot, or that was a great flick, but they've still lost the round. I don't feel like Liquid are warmed up into this fixture, and it's quickly passing them by at this moment. I wonder if the switch of the half is going to give them the sort of boost that they need at the moment, because it's got to come from somewhere.
It does. Either somebody has to start showing up, or strategically in some way, Liquid have to start really making themselves distinct from Los. It's a good time to start with the first attack, and I think we mentioned earlier, a lot of kind of these basement defenses or attacks we see are often pretty standard. But Los are not doing anything crazy with this lineup. We got the Vulcan packs, we got the smoke canisters for denial. They're not going full bore by bringing the Tachanka, but the Zoto canisters could also prove to be good. Stalling out time on those hatches, for example. But it's a normal basement defense where utility is the name of the game. So what should Liquid bring to counter this? Twitch, great pick. Nesk already going to that. You trade the Ying for the Grim. That's perfectly fine in my book. I like the Ying, but not a big deal. I also put DS Lucas with a bit more flexible utility. Have the Blackbeard to make space as well. How Liquid deal with this utility, how they burn these Vulcan packs, these Banshees, is going to likely indicate what much they succeed in the round. At the same time, Nesk decides to be a little too careless on the push into Garage. Could be where things really start to spin out of control.
Ness needs to be really cautious. He got a great kill in round number 1, and then he's managed to pick up 1 kill in the subsequent rounds. He's currently 2-6. He's not the Nesk that we often look to for huge impact. He's playing a very delicate dance right now with Legacy. Time will come to make that push, but it isn't right now. Instead, he's got to wait for the rest of his team to sort of catch up and start to funnel and push these players around. And well, Lender's going to at least start to do that as we get a direct 1-for-1 trade. Maya for Furious. Lost the Deimos for the Tubarão. It's a C4 gone. Or say again, he wasn't actually... Oh, he was bringing a C4. So it's the C4 gone. So at least that is a reasonable trade and should give Liquid a chance, but Nesk's putting a lot of eggs in a single basket right now.
A lot of eggs in a single basket. Also, the person burning the Vulcan packs is Lenda. Sitting in front of them is Blackbeard. really trying to mirror what Los did successfully on, well, at least one of their basement attacks by just walking the shield in, dropping the diffuser behind him. Somebody planting behind. Definitely a bit of a strange plan for Liquid at the moment.
They just know nothing.
Yeah.
They've not got a clue right now where anyone is. Dafo's the only player that's got any sort of hard breach, by the way, and he's just in Narnia considered to where everybody else is. Lender was in server with full control, and he's now left. He's gonna have to go and retake that again. Only now we're seeing tin openers used.
We're dropping B's in elevator with a minute remaining. We need those for the execute. Nesk has both shock drones in pocket. Like, what's going on?
It's 35 seconds. Why is one of these walls not open? They brought 2 tin openers for a basement attack, by the way.
Hibana's still up. I just don't. And we still have a whole 10 seconds of denial left. What is the... Nesk now just pushing deep. I mean, Lendo, caught reloading, but Nesk missing a key opportunity. Push a bit further, and down he goes. Didn't even use a single shock drone. Splenda pushes in further. This might be one of the worst attacks I have seen in SAL this stage, as Liquid know nothing, do nothing, and win nothing on their first attempt.
That is a brilliant example of how not to attack lockers. From the start, it was looking dicey. 2 tin openers to attack that site. Not impossible, but very difficult to pull off, and you're relying on a bit of a mistake. And then the allocation of where that utility was, all the way over in main, when we've got Lender literally knocking on the door of the site, with no consequence, by the way.
Minute 40 seconds left in the round when he's doing that.
I don't even know that Lost knew he was there. I think they'll have known as soon as he pops the Vulcan, but even then it could have been a shock drone. Like, you don't know for certain that someone's in there. Just weird.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I really can't make heads or tails of just what the hell happened that round. So little occurring, I was befuddled at a certain point. Now, and moving up to CEO, I'd say it's a little bit more immediately obvious what you have to do on this site is the bomb site's directly in your face. So whether you're on the rappel, at square, at janitor, or stock, you're basically already staring them down. But we saw Liquid just completely lost in the sauce for most of last round. If somebody disrupts them, whether it's Kurtz running out, as you can see, Maya ready for it. Got 2 people staring at this electrical position. Do they know? They have to. If they're dedicating a flash to that. A second one, too. And they're clearing it. Kurtz is wasting at least some important utility. Air jab goes in. Yeah, I mean, this guy should be done. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Kurtz, I think, regretting he decided to stay there. No utility lost, and 45 seconds drained, I guess, but Liquid totally fine investing that into a 5v4.
I think it just goes to show the current sort of mindset of Liquid is that that is a very easy kill to get, and it should just be quickly dealt with and punished. But even then, it takes quite a lot to do it. A couple of stuns, air jabs, half of Maya's HP. It shouldn't be that difficult, really, should it? But they're just not worried, but not a lot has been going their way here tonight, so it kind of stands to reason why they're taking things a little bit more steadily. They've gotten good control of square, though, and Lender can move in and start to try and get this wall open. There's going to be a mute jammer there, and they've got nothing to deal with it. And he's already tried to detonate it, and he's confused as to why it's not happening. Is he waiting for something to happen vertically, or is he waiting for that to get shot out? Like, you need to pick that exothermic up, because if you can't get rid of that mute... Oh, there we go. Mute jammer finally disappears. It's going to give a really nice angle through stock right the way into meeting.
A great line of sight for Nesk to pick up some of these kills. Like you said earlier, not exactly having the best game. 2-7 at the moment. That position in garage was not great last time. Smoke goes out. Should hit Lenda. Yes, it will. Arthur very quick on the follow-up, though. Maybe it could have been a little bit more staggered, but that's a slight nitpick. He'll push deeper as a result and try to catch Lenda to push in again. And Liquid are netting more of these kills, getting more of this control. So as Furious walks back, there's literally nobody there. So unfortunately, C4 goes wide. Arthur is successful, though. Nobody able to contain that janitor swing. That's a great shot, making up for the missed secondary utility in this little ragtag setup. The few players remaining from Los really causing a lot of problems for Liquid. DS, Maya, and Daffodil all struggling to figure out how they fit into the remainder of this attack. Defense has controlled the diffuser. DS is still outside, waiting for this guy to flank, but it's just simply not coming. It's only Farius left to be sure, but this should be a quick kill established. Down goes Diaz. Does he have the angle? Can he go down below? Maybe get some information. Spraying through the wall. It's all lacking for Los as Liquid pick up the pieces and put something meaningful together.
By the skin of their teeth, Liquid get it over the line, but it was very tight indeed. There's a world there where rotate below, you've got the shotgun, bit of info left over on site. Real fine margin round, but Liquid break the deadlock that they have found themselves in since switching over onto that attack and finally come away with a round. More importantly, keep Los off that map point. But they're going to have to work harder still if they want to bring this game back into their favor. Because while it was a round that they've walked away with, it wasn't the most convincing round. But it doesn't matter how you get them. You've just got to put them up. And Liquid have made a start right now. Can they try and double down on it? They're going to be attacking into open area. We're seeing a little bit of zero potentially on the side of Liquid. Love a bit of zero when it gets chosen. It's not all the time, but feels like it's becoming a little bit more popular at least. Nesk still loving the Deimos, which is a little bit of a worry because it's not like he's going crazy with it, but it is Nesk. And one round out of nowhere, he'll get 4 kills and it'll be groundbreaking. And that's then the sort of energy that Liquid live off for the rest of the game and they walk away with a win.
To be fair, even though they lost, we did see some, see a little bit of some good Nesk Deimos play last week in the FaZe game.
Oh, well, it was Nesk versus Cyber. It was a battle of the ages, wasn't it?
It's a classic.
A lot of people have said that. It's weird you mention it.
The streets have been saying it. Would really like to see him step it up a bit as everyone on Liquid is struggling. Obviously, Maya and Diaz doing fine, but 9 and 6 and 7 and 6 is what it's taken to just get them to 5 and 3. Maya in that last round, 3 of his kills occurring in round 8, just their 3rd victory. What little Liquid are giving has been required to get them this far. As we move to open area, Los really holding onto that top floor. There's some good burn. Ooh, and nice information spotted. See the player moving around archives. You see one defender still ardently holding up top as Legacy looking for some kind of opportunity. Great C4 by Farius. Nesk won't have any improvement in round 9. Just waits out the remainder of that Dokkaebi call. Nobody from Liquid seems to be around to follow up. Daffodil instead focused on the player below. Maya with no drones in front of him, just working off this Dokkaebi call, about to back directly into Legacy. Another player just about to sprint around the corner. They've got that utility, but where's the coordination? The comms are not flowing. The intel is not being gathered. It's a 3v3, but one Liquid just barely acquire.
You look at Liquid have got what they've got now to try and make use of in this final minute. They've got Dokkaebi with no calls. They've got Zero with no Argus cameras. They've got a Striker with 2 hard breach tin openers. This is not what you want to be left with on a desert island. Furious takes Lender out. Diaz has to announce his location here by taking out the utility in front of him. Spotted on the default. It's not going to be an easy knock onto the side door, this.
Seems like it won't. Especially with the impact Furious has had so far. A shotgun on close angles could be crazy, but Dark Eye's actually the one holding this close one. Diaz and Daffodil with the double swing. Dark Eye's able to get in. Arthur with the final. 6-3 at the moment. Los against Liquid. ENX was an upset to be sure, but Los dominating Liquid on Bank, that'd be a hell of a statement.
And why shouldn't they be the ones to make it? With the siege that we've seen Liquid play today, there's quite a lot of teams inside of SAL that would have taken rounds and a win off them. Los have just played the game that was in front of them, and they've done a very good job of it. It's not over, but Liquid are still yet to show us more than a little kick of life on this attacking side. They've been good for one round so far, and everything else, they've just fallen drastically short. We're even going to tell us. Like, Los don't even care where they take him. They're not even bothered about what site it is. Not to say that Tellers is a bad site, it's just not very often picked.
I think at the moment right now, Los are focused on bigger things. Site selection, not really all that big of a deal. I mean, what? They've won lockers, they've won open area. They could go back to CEO, but they want to keep Liquid on their toes. They've got a surplus. I mean, you go to Tellers, try something new, and then you can still go back to lockers, which you won. Then at that point, open area be unlocked, which you just won again.
10 seconds to go.
Perfectly fine.
Well, and that coupled with the fact that we've seen the way that Liquid take this top floor, it's not great. It's not too convincing. It's taken to this point for them to bring a ram to actually make any sort of impact up there. It's no surprise. I don't think Liquid have ever taken the top floor without suffering a loss.
We'll see what happens. But I can tell you, at least coming out of this game, I appreciate Leo's defensive Liquid. And I think a lot of the points were fair, but feeling quite ambivalent about the Liquid I've seen today. Not necessarily as a statement for how they'll be the rest of the stage, but I don't really have anything to say, good or bad. It just felt like a very unremarkable and forgettable performance at times, and with some puzzling moments, especially towards the beginning in that first lockers attack. We'll see if they can find something nice. Nesk has tried to make this square position work a couple times now. So while he's the back line holding down square, Lendo will do the full clear up top. Check stock, all good. CEO, we can see obviously all good, but oh my god, what a duo play. Yokai and the Mozzie. You can't ask for anything better from any team, let alone Los. That's a great duo play on Marble.
That's beautiful. It takes away the shield. It's of zero risk. Like, Furious is just gone. He's just out of there. He's like, I got my kill. See you later. Maya, please deal with the player in elevator. Oh, the hatch is open and he's able to drop. Again, another one slips the net. They even have the cross on him from the repel. Oh, these are basic, fundamental mistakes that Liquid are making here. It really doesn't bode well for how the next minute and 10 seconds is going to go. I mean, yeah, they're a man down. It's still doable, but just the fundamentals are in the bin at the moment from Liquid. Nesk is he's just walking up to site. Like, he's got no business being here. They've not used any of the vert that they've actually made.
I mean, they get that kill. Nesk doesn't lose a lot of HP for it. I'm not going to blame him for trying to gap spot this late in the game with how things have gone awry. Most of Los's forces are stationed closer to open area and tellers than the actual site itself. That was the only player directly playing site. So there is room, positionally, for Liquid to go in and start putting this diffuser down, especially with Maya up above. So Los really have to be careful here. That's a crazy find by Kurtz. Not cleared inside of elevator. He just looks away! The very angle his teammate just died to. Nesk is so focused elsewhere, he dies too. Diaz has now walked in the building. There's one, but it's not going to matter. A trade to finish things off. Los demolished Liquid in a great showing from our underdog, but also a puzzling performance from our veteran.
I love to see a good performance out of an underdog team like that, and it feels remiss to call Los an underdog with the way that they performed inside of this matchup, because they dominated it start through finish. We're going to wait to see what our desk has to say about that one just after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Three points on the board for Los. Very good stuff for them from this game. But let's talk about that. I mean, Leo, there's an open invitation if you want for you to join our group with Lex and me. What we've called ourselves, I don't know whether we're Liquid haters or Liquid enjoyers or just regular Liquid fans, and it just seems to have a hard time sometimes. We don't know, but it's unfortunate. Liquid once again seem to disappoint.
Well, I don't know what to say. You know, I was the biggest defender. Maybe I don't know anything about this game anymore. I don't know. Like, okay, help me out here. You also trust Liquid, right?
Hey man, yeah, you're on your own. I just said the map. Maybe.
Don't let me down like this.
I said the map maybe was comfortable. I mean, I was wrong too. I mean, I'm a little perplexed at what we saw out of Liquid.
I will say this. No, it's rather than just say bad things about Liquid. Let's just praise Los for a second because they raised their level so well. And I will say this once again: Dark once again shows up. I know I was not extremely, I was a lot of surprised, I guess, that they dropped Oslo because for me he was one of the standout players. But like Dark so far has performed so well. Not only him, but some players around him, Furious, Legacy. Overall, this stage have also performed better compared to the last stage. It seems to have really enabled something within the team. And Dark, with multiple opening kills once again, double digits, is really becoming one of the key players to make the difference. And as I was mentioning before, we were struggling to see Los beat some of the biggest teams, while they took down a Liquid that did seem like one of the big teams last week, that went head-to-head, actually beat W7M, went head-to-head with FaZe, that looked like a team of the top of Brazil, and Los went here, and they were in full confidence. And I'm just wondering, is it the Los that we saw last stage on Night Heaven Labs that was absolutely stunning? Is it going to be consistent? Or is it one of these one-offs where they play really, really well, but then the performance drops a little bit?
Honestly, you're hitting the nail on the head there with when you're talking about like these performances from the players of Lowe's, the fact that they're really impressing on this map against Liquid, and especially when Liquid could be that contender, like we said, directly for the playoffs for them. Really loving to see those performances from the players coming in, but we should be able to speak to them as well. Hopefully we'll have an interview lined up very soon, which we should be joined by Arthur. Congratulations on another 3 points for you guys. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It was a good game. It was easy to win this game today.
I need to ask you, Arthur. First of all, like, where did the idea of changing Outlaw for Dark come from, and how did you find Dark? Because so far he's been absolutely performing for the entirety of the stage.
He was in the tier 2, so he was playing very well, and our team was in need for a shot caller because I'm in the IGL and I need another to help me with it. So we changed Outlaw for Dark Ace because of that and because of his skills. We know that he can be the greatest one in the match that he can kill everybody, you know.
I mean,
I was a little confused, but it's kind of this.
No, just to follow up with what Alfama was saying, I am curious. Obviously, you've been around in Siege for quite some time. You've been on the Slows roster now. I am curious, what does it do for you bringing on such a young talent like Dark? Like, just what does it do for you personally as an individual and being that leader for Los that just expands even, you know, your own skill?
I was in the lead of the E1. We went to the majors, so when we changed to Los and didn't get any majors, I was kind of sad, but everybody trusted me to be the leader again. So when we bring Dark Ace for the team, we knew that he can help us with everything. His calls, skills, out game, everything he can help us. So I'm really proud of him, and in the matches that he's killing everybody.
Nasty.
Yes.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm loving to hear that about the new players on the roster. Now, Arthur, you said the game was easy to win, or very easy to win. Why was it so easy?
Because it's in Liquid. I have 2 wins and 1 loss with them, so it's okay.
But what was in specific then today? What do you think it was specific today that helped you beat Liquid?
I think they were very afraid to play. Very afraid. They were afraid of us rushing on them, but we was calm. We were calm, doing nothing, and we were winning. So we don't get it why they were playing like this, but it was easy.
Are you talking like scared and afraid to play? You guys, like, for example, like on the basement round, you guys are going for the plant, and you guys get the plant down, and then here comes the Shamika launchers from Tachanka 20 seconds later. Is that what you mean by scared and afraid?
Smoke, just throwing the smoke around. We were doing nothing. So, yes, they were afraid.
For sure.
Well, it sounds like just beside the 3 points, you also had a lot of fun today. That's what it sounds like for this game. Thank you so much for your time, Arthur, and good luck with the early game tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Great vibes I think we were getting there. Some good humor about the game in general as well. Some insights about having these new players on the roster. And like Arthur said, an easy game today. 7-3 kind of reflects that as well. And when we're looking at the scoreboard, I mean, just another 3 points. Lexing, talking about that players contention, this is great for Los.
Absolutely, and going through a big opponent like Liquid, you know, we were hyping them. Well, Leo was hyping them up. They were getting hyped up going into this matchup, and the fact that they can do this in the way that they did, getting this 7-3, and not only the 7-3, like, that doesn't really speak into what was actually happening throughout this game. They were playing very, very structured. They understood the win conditions. They understood what they needed to do to make a play right and work in their favor. But for me, I mean, again, Dark, I was extremely impressed. For this, my first time actually being able to sit here and watch him play, the confidence that exuberates from him for a player coming from T2 into T1, going to notorious players like Nest, like Maya, like Diaz, like not giving them respect by any means, just taking these gunfights. I mean, this is a very big pickup that I'm excited to see. Similar to, a player like Makina, I'm very excited to see what Dark can do with his career and his time on lows.
Especially because when you look at the other rookies at Brazil, you look at Makina, who's not performing. You look at Vicente, who's not performing. So far, Dark is the only one that just came in and that is performing as the rookie, right? And you look at what he enables as a space for the others. And Furious, for example, amazing game today, amazing game last week. The second best rated player on the team. And the main reason for this is because the arrival of Dark, maybe the shot call that he's doing, is enabling Furious to have more information, to punish more players, to get better. And overall, we're looking at a team that is looking a little bit more consistent than they used to be. I have to say, though, so many questions as to how Liquid was playing this match. I felt like they were out of pace the entire time. And obviously the smokes and the Tachenka completely missing the utility and the right timing almost at every round was such a visible example of that, right? And I'm just wondering, should I just go back to Anne what you said? Is it hot liquid or cold liquid? Honestly, you've convinced me with that match. I don't know what to say. I expected more of them and I got disappointed. And I guess that's a story of any Liquid fan.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that, Leo. By the time that next week comes around and you'll be joining us on the desk again, you'll be joining us on the fence, I guess. The same fence that we're sitting on when it comes to Liquid and their performances and what it's like being a Liquid enjoyer, because it's always the same story. But to come back on your point that you made about Farias being the MVP, I totally agree with that. I mean, when you look at last stage, he was the fourth best rated player on his team. So that's a quite negative thing all the way at the bottom for his team to really shine now in these last two matches. It's absolutely amazing stuff for him and to close out that series for lows. And that means we'll move on to what is our match of the day. That is NIP going up against W7M. We'll have a look at the standings as well to really reflect what this game means in the context of the larger space, because when we talk about NIP and W7M, these two teams now dangling at that middle part, we're talking about 5th and 6th. That is playoffs territory. That's where these two teams found themselves last time as well. And with that, we saw NIP go to their first international event in what was a few years. Absolutely insane for them. And from that small taste that they had, they just want to get even more from that. And that's exactly what we heard when we sat down with them and we talked about EWC.
Cara, eu acho que o começo do campeonato da EWC a gente estava bem confiante e acho que a gente estava bem preparado. Nos playoffs eu acho que a gente estava bem preparado também, mas a gente acabou caindo com a G2, que acho que o time deles estava num momento melhor que o nosso. E na MD3 lá a gente acabou perdendo o nosso melhor mapa. E eu acho que tenho certeza que complicou a série, a gente mesmo assim conseguiu ganhar o banco, e perdeu o terceiro mapa, mas eu acho que o que faltou um pouco foi a experiência e o momento que o time deles estavam era melhor que o nosso. Eu acho que se a gente jogasse outro dia contra eles, a gente ia ganhar, se a gente se pega agora no próximo Major aí de Munique. Espero que os dois passem, eu quero dar uma surra neles no alemão, e é isso.
Well, if he does want to do that, then he has to qualify to the next international event. And by doing that, he has to get the playoffs from this group stage. Though by looking at the first week, a win for them, but then they actually got really close to pushing Furia into potential overtime. Just fell short, unfortunately. But I think Lexing overall, with their first week, they can be pretty happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to, what they were even saying in EWC, I think it's important to get that international experience now with this roster, especially not being able to set foot in an international space. So just to be able to have that confidence, being able to have that knowledge of we can get there, we just got to work a little harder to make sure we're sharper when we get to there. And that starts obviously here with the stage. And like you said, great game versus Black Dragons, a very close game against Fury, one round decider easily puts that to overtime. They get a point, maybe get 2 points out of that. But, what something has always stuck true with this roster is that improvement. And a big piece of that improvement for me when it comes to a specific player, it has to be Fantasy. The things that he does with his aggressive nature, being able to get those opening kills, being able to open up a lot of these attacking rounds for the side of NIP is such a big piece of the puzzle when it comes to this roster. And not just Fantasy. I can't just give him all the credit. Hates has really been a player that has really stuck out to me as well on this roster. Both these two do a very good job within their roles of setting NIP up for this success. And again, possibly getting them back into the playoffs position. Again, this is a good matchup that both these teams realistically want to edge that, push that gap further ahead, get these 6 points that they so desperately need, and not to be, on the cusp of whether staying in a top 6 position or not.
I'll say this, the current results of these matches are going to be great for both of these teams. When you look at this, Loud and Liquid just both dropped a big amount of points to teams they should never lose to. And that is making things extremely closer. And that's creating a gap for anyone that will win this match with the other ones and guaranteeing pretty much the playoffs early in the stage. You look at NIP and W7M, you're expecting these two to be part of the Big Four of Brazil. Other than that, you've got FaZe and Furia. But with the drop-off of Loud and Liquid, you can only expect that these two are supposed to make the top 4. And it starts now by establishing hierarchy between the two. Because if you think of this, W7M needs to be used to be the evident top 3. And then you had NIP always trying to get that top 4. But in recent history, what did we see? A change. Because NIP actually beat W7M in playoff. They secured that 3rd spot. They performed better at the WC. And so NIP right now is trying to prove that they have the right hierarchy, that they're the better Brazilian team. And it starts today in that BO1.
But it makes sense as well, right? Because we haven't even had an overtime yet. We're on the 3rd day of the SAL. This is definitely a game where I could see an overtime happening, points be split up by these two teams. And like you say, when they do want to make that top 4, this is going to be super important for them. When we look at W7M though, Leo, I mean, you were there last for the first game last week. It wasn't what we were expecting from them quite that, but it was much better on the 2nd day. That 5-1 split, great works on the attacks, and really making the difference there as well.
Yeah, I think it was a really rough start into the stage. They got caught off guard by a new roster of Liquid. I think that's fine. It's 1-0-1. They bounced back really quickly against ENX, dispatched them easily, got the 3 points. That's fine. I will say, though, I think that we're starting to see the limit of the potential so far because of their inconsistencies. If you look at their STR results, they've consistently been kept away and sent back home by Furia, whether it be a EWC, whether it be a Reload. And they've not really since then performed on big main stage. And that's been an issue for them. It just seems that the honeymoon period with Palu has probably ended, and now they're trying to find the right groove. Now, I will say this is a match that matters a lot. Like I said before, direct contender for those top spots in the playoffs, maybe trying to aim for that top 2 to get a bye in the playoffs bracket. And so I consider this game a 6-pointer. It's not only taking 3 points off NIP, it's also obviously taking away 3 points from them and gaining them. So for me, it's one of these most important ones in the SAL, facing a direct contender.
Yeah, absolutely. And for W7M, like you said, you know, where we saw them before, where we're seeing them now, they're kind of slowly edging towards the middle of the pack, where, again, we did see them typically in that top 3. I always view W7M as like a little brother to FaZe in terms of their play style. I think they're still one of the most methodical outside of FaZe. But yeah, I mean, as you said it yourself, you know, in the international play, we see them lack time and time again. But now I think it's time to correct all of that. Fix the mistakes that you're making in the international play, fix them in the regional league, and then push back into the international, make Munich, and be able to show us something different. But this is actually, you know, I talked about I talked about Fantasy with those opening kills. Now we're looking at Dotas. This is, honestly, in my opinion, these are the two players that we are going to have to be watching in this matchup, particularly, is who's going to be opening up what engagement with one another or with the said team, and who's going to be walking away with that man advantage. Both these players, where Dotas is leading currently in the entire stage, but again, Fantasy right underneath them. It's really going to come down to these two, and then the rest to be able to piggyback off of what these two are able to do, especially on these attack rounds, whoever's going to be starting on attack, whatever map we end up on. But again, all these players can shoot. There's no one you can count out on this roster.
It's funny how I feel like inconsistencies has been a very big topic this evening, with teams struggling against teams that are below them, but then doing really well against the top dogs. Well, those two players certainly don't have any issues with those inconsistencies, as right now it seems, especially when it comes to the entry department. The map might really make a saying in that too, right? Is that going to be a map that really suits those kind of entry engagements for these teams? Can they really get that ground going on for themselves in that situation to really create an opening for their team as well? When we're looking at the map veto so far, Leo, obviously, you know, the map that we will be selecting for the series is a Clubhouse. Yes. We've seen a lot of Clubhouse. Is this a worrying thing?
No, it's not. It's just, it's boring. W7M has went to Clubhouse the 2 past matches. They are now going to Clubhouse the 3rd time in a row.
But they're hiding. Are they hiding things?
I don't blame them. They're not showing any other map in the veto in the map pool. But at this point, like, it's becoming their home ground. It's the map that they lost to Liquid just exactly 1 week ago, and they completely learned from their mistakes there, because they went back and actually dispatched ENX really easily on the same map just the day after. It's a map that W7M absolutely loves. If it wasn't for Furia and that loss last week, obviously, against Liquid, they would have been unbeaten on it, beating Loss, beating NIP, for example, in the Copa Sudamericana in August on the same map. So we're looking at a direct rematch from their game against NIP only, 2 weeks ago on the exact same map. And that time, obviously, W7M won it. When we look at NIP's side, it's a map that they used to love as well, play it a lot, but recently have lost it to both Furia and W7M. But in very close matchups. So we're obviously now looking at, I would say it's W7M home territory, but NIP has looked quite strong against good opponent on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clubhouse, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think this is such a boring map for W7M. If you don't have to show off anything throughout the majority of the stage, or at least out of these 3 games so far, I mean, kudos. I mean, props to you at that point. But for NIP, being able to start on defense, I think this is actually pretty strong for them. You've now seen W7M, what they want to do. Again, there's not going to be anything too crazy that you're going to see a team bring to a Clubhouse that hasn't already been shown. Again, we already talked about it just previously. It's really a game off of mistakes. Who's making the least amount of mistakes? Who's capitalizing off of that situation? And I've said it a lot during the NAL. Club is a map that is one off of your attack. So the fact that W7M can start on their attacks here, we've already talked about Dotez being that huge opening kill frag department player. He needs to really be it here. And Clubhouse is a very hard map to essentially be that opening kill, because you're most likely getting traded immediately after. So that's where I am saying his teammates are going to have to piggyback off of that opening that he can try to create, but then it's also going to go, once we get to that swap sides, that's where it's also going to come on Fantasy to be able to come alive, to be able to be that opening kill for the side of NIP. But again, it is Clubhouse. It really just is coming down to who's lacking in those fundamentals, and being in a best of 1, you need to be perfect into this Clubhouse.
Yeah, because a mistake too many, and all of a sudden a few rounds slip away, and there go your points along with that. So I 100% agree with you for the sake of both these teams, and especially with what you said as well earlier, Leo. In my opinion, sleeping on tile, hanging up in the kitchen, taking away 6 points technically is a huge thing for both these two teams with the context of this matchup and the current position on the leaderboard. But as this is our matchup today, we'll bring in our casters as well, joining us here on the desk, sorta. And like I say, because of it being the matchup today, I would love to know what our expectations are from this matchup. And you know what? We'll start from right to left. So Lynx, go ahead.
Expectations of this matchup, honestly, Ollie and I are both talking. The level of play today has been a little variable at times. It's been a little up and down for everybody involved. However, if there was ever a time to bet on getting an actual good game, I'd have to think it'd be NIP versus W7M. Not only because W7M, as Leo said, have played this map 2 times so far. They should be very improved upon it. Also, W7M are just a really good team. And for once, I'm actually excited to watch NIP play in a stage of the Brazil League or the South America League, and where I've not usually been in any of the stages prior. And the fact that NIP, we can count them as somebody contending with the big dogs in the upper echelon of SAL, W7M being one of those, this has to be a good game.
I've been here before, and I've believed in NIP before, and I'm not entirely convinced. I think that I'll let the game do the talking.
It's right.
Yeah,
we've already seen this happen before.
Yeah, I've watched this film before. You know, tonight's been a weird night of Siege, let's be honest as well. Like, we have seen some things this evening. And we saw some things yesterday evening as well. Like, NAL last night was equally as strange.
Okay, well, Ollie, I believe that after this play day, maybe you need to like wrap yourself up in a blanket and just like do nothing for a little while and let this play day properly go on in your head and let it go behind. But as you said, we'll do the game. We'll let the game do the talking. It's time to send it back to you two for the game of the day.
I hope it's good. Ollie, you sound a little scared.
I'm nervous, and I don't get nervous.
You know, I think it's funny you say that. I think after the loss NIP had last week, I don't think they're ever going to lose a game of Rainbow Six again.
Why?
They're back. They're literally.
You genuinely think they're back?
Literally, it's going to be the year 2087, and Cons is 85 years old.
5 seconds remaining.
Not going to lose. Not gonna happen.
I don't know. We'll have to see when we get into things. At least they're starting off on the defense tonight. We've seen a little bit of Clubhouse earlier on. I don't mind a Clubhouse. I know that it really doesn't sound like one of Laxton's favorites.
Let's see. So less
That's
than
saying
Bank,
something.
better than Skyscraper. Like,
for me, personal tier list.
Yeah.
Oh, it's top 3.
Okay, so below Bank, what we say though?
Yeah. Bank's like 1. Labs, and then
talk about a good map.
Yeah. And maybe Club, honestly.
Okay.
I feel like it's above like Chalet and stuff like that for me.
See, Chalet's a personal favorite of mine, but I'm not going to disagree with Clubhouse being above Chalet. That's perfectly acceptable.
It's historically a map that NIP have loved as well. Like, not necessarily this roster and this iteration, but it speaks to some of the core values that have lingered on throughout that team. See how they approach it here tonight. W7M starting off on the attack. Dots very speedily moving through strip. Wizard actually going to drop off there and just sort of play the hatch a little bit. Even that Moto hatch open, and with this classic extension that we often see on Clubhouse Basement, the castle mute combination, does give the players a lot of room to work with, and some very nice routes back down to the site as well. You can see there are multiple players on that top floor. Wizard for a time is just going to be chilling it out in the site. Fancy. A very thorough approach to make sure that no one has snuck in through those main stairs. As we can see, W7M are kind of dragging their feet a little bit.
And despite the presence of the Nook and the Blackbeard, taking quite a bit of time to make progress. We still have it. Hates and Pino up top. Hates even getting the first pick. Picking off Lobin, just creeping about. Both roamers getting the 2 opening frags. Talk about puzzling rounds. Really perplexed at how W7M have made so little progress. C4 over top, caught on the ceiling. And so very quick trade, and despite the lost bodies, W7M equalize immediately, and Hates held tucked between his legs. He sprints back down to the site. But a lot of the damage has been done. 4 Kiva barriers, by the way. And Hates in the late round creating a fortress inside a church, blocking off the Moto door, and still with 1 to spare. Gonna be a difficult prospect for W7M getting these final 3 kills because the defuse plant's not happening. So will Khans give it up? Will any of these defenders give it up? There's the first. Volp's aiming to put the diffuser down. Palu's able to find one, but there's just too much to soak up his attention, and NIP take the first.
You know, when teams roam on Clubhouse Basement, there's kind of like an unwritten rule of when you recognize that that's happened and you've already got things like Moto hatch open, you know that you've bought yourself a little bit of time back in the round at some point, because that is now no longer something that you need to do. The counter to that is that you've got to spend the time searching out the roamers, and as a defender, that's the balance that you're trying to strike, making it worthwhile to roam versus and leaving the hatch open, for example, versus just closing the hatch and hoping that the attackers take longer than you would have been able to roam for. NIP did a really good job of roaming there, so much so that we saw players using C4s on the top floor like, they don't care. The win condition has been met at that point. The W7M just starved themselves of time. And they never really took advantage of the fact that they could move quite quickly in the early portion of the round. There wasn't a very succinct roam clear. Yeah, they got the kill, but it took them a heck of a long time to do it. I think W7M could have been a little bit sharper there, but we will forgive them because it was the first round of the match. And although we may be jaded through teams showing a little bit of a carefree attitude on the attack, W7M aren't. They've not played 3 games yet today. They may have played 1, they may have had a scrim, but this is their official for the day. So let's see how they approach round number 2. It is going to be a different site, CCTV room and cache. There are a lot of tools available for them. They're not going to choose to bring the Capitao, which is an interesting one, but they will have the Monty, so you would expect some sort of presence over inside of Garage. And you've got, of course, the Zephyr to try and assist that somewhat.
Breach open, basically within 30 seconds to start. Don't need to worry too much. Seen a lot of players just camping in front of this gym window today. Every single side of Clubhouse we've seen, this might be the first time that player really runs into some issues. Dots, who's a little bit into Jacuzzi, by himself, by the way. Defenders outnumber the Montaigne on this side of the map. Drone goes in, Hates shoots it. This should theoretically shield Pino's position, yet he'll fall off anyway. Trying their best to waste some time. Also find that clutch drone ideally. I think NIP'd be happy with the time wasted on this side of the map, and maybe Hates would have wished he'd fallen back with his team. You know, regroup a little bit. Reassert control of the bedroom, but he too would be wise to start pulling back. Fancy thinking about using a Kiba to facilitate this retreat.
Fancy's there for him as well to get back. He really just needs to get himself back to site. Oh, narrowly getting away. Palu just not managing to land that final shot onto Wizard. Wizard dies there. This round is all but said and done. Con's going to go for a really lengthy rotate at the moment. We've seen these not work out already tonight as well. Brilliant angle from Volps. Pino, he might have made his way back to site, but he hasn't found any safety. W7M slowly but surely just picking this defense apart. Already a Monty knocking on that cash door.
That's the last key buff for Fancy too, so once this is broken, the at least immediate entry into cash will be secure for NIP. Gotta worry about the guns trained on their position, but the intel's there on the Azami. Dodes makes good of it. Dots pushes deeper. Playing with Diffuser can always be a little risky in this situation, but the intel is good. We can all agree on that. And so being so deep, Dots will start planting. Volp's good on the cover. There we go. Flawless round for W7M. Bouncing back from round one, not leaving a single thing to chance.
It's a relief to see a really well-orchestrated attack on the side of Clubhouse Cash CCTV. Little attention paid toward Garage. I don't think we even saw an attacker step foot. It was entirely construction-sided. And it was a brilliant display of how to use that Monty to just bully players around. Fancy was quite literally shoved into a crossfire, and there was nothing that he could do about it. W7M got that opening pick and just snowballed with it. And let's be honest, they kept it very simple. Use the Monty, have the crossfires, cut defenders off as they're trying to rotate through either the site or back to the site, and keep things extremely simple. They got the breach open super quickly. Obviously, double denial ban, Cade Bandit removed, you're going to be getting that breach open. But the fact that they got it done so quickly, it just frees everything else up for the rest of the round. Brilliant stuff from W7M, and exactly what we expect to see of a team of this caliber. Now they're going to do it again. Gym and bedroom. Similar approach, but a little bit different. You will likely mount a push over in that cash and CCTV side and move through construction, as construction is a great layer of the defense between that bedroom side and the cash side, and often is a source of a lot of conflict, depending on how long teams want to try and wait inside of cash and CCTV. Hates, at the moment, he's keeping it cool. He's in the freezer.
That's
Could
freezing.
be going for a run out, but that door isn't prepped at all.
Don't need to be prepped when you got an impact grenade. All right, well, ideally we'd like to see a little bit more of the shots hit than that, but that's okay. These things happen sometimes. Hates will be kicking himself a little bit. Hopefully not be too harsh on himself. Still gym bedroom defense. And we know he doesn't, but we know that he's safe to go back. W7M after that, I suppose, very brief engagement. We'll continue opening Jacuzzi wall. Made soft by the X-Kairos, opened up by the Skeleton Key. Got the Selma charges to open up Plat wall as well. About as standard a start of a gym bedroom attack, or at least a gym bedroom full clear, as you would hope. The real wrinkle is where we're going to see Dots push up. Will it be in through the breach? Will it be up through red? A lot of resources, especially with this deployable shield. So W7M likely need to invest a little bit more before pushing in.
Fancy is the player to remove right now. And the shield on the top of these cash stairs is a very powerful position, especially with all the util that he's got. Now, Lobin will be below, so he can do something about the cash player, there's not a lot that he can do about Fancy. That job is firmly going to be in the hands of the Blitz and the Grim. Where we've spoken about W7M making good use of their time, in this round at least, squandering it a little bit. It's a bit of a deadlock. Ooh. Great frag from Fancy. Takes Dodes down, and there's nothing that Blitz can do. Oh, brilliant kill! Dots goes for the unshield and is punished immediately. Fancy's one of the best fraggers in this league. He's so mechanical. You can't give him those sort of chances.
We have been treated to some really, really well-placed shots by Fancy. That definitely ranks among the higher level of some of the ones we've seen. Flawless for flawless. Rounds exchanged between the two, but NIP retake their lead as a consequence. Taking the dub here on Gym and Bedroom. They'll go back down to Basement and Church. I said that I think W7M needed to invest a little bit more on Red Stairs, and Ollie, I think that was quite a prescient turn of phrase.
Yeah. They needed to invest something, didn't they? Because at the point where you're investing a Blitz versus a Warden, have you really invested? Like, have you gone hard enough there, or have you just put someone with a shield and a pistol in a fight where he needs a bit more? I would have liked to have seen a Capital. I would have liked to have seen a Ying. I mean, Ying's banned, but anything else to try and dislodge him there. Yeah, you just need a little bit more. Flores drone, delete the shield, nades, whatever you need to do. You can't allow him to play there with that much surety. And if you're going to do it, at least push him together and get a trade. Don't just go one by one.
Speaking of going for the trades and pushing in one by one, could not describe FaZe's attacks on this site earlier today. Big 3-2-1s that we saw from FaZe constantly assaulting Blue, Moto, the whole site generally. Not really what we saw from W7M. A lot of problems were posed on the roam by NIP. They struggled with them. You know, and I want to say it was Hates both getting kills, and even though W7M fought back, so much time was wasted that converting onto the site was a very difficult proposition. We have the castle again, though it's changed hands. A lot of the same operators, though some of them have changed hands. Still seems to be that NIP will try to go for a roam of some sorts on basement. Here's hoping that W7M have a better way of dealing with it than last time.
Strange, isn't it? Because we've seen a really well put together attack from W7M in round number 2, and then everything else has just left us wanting quite a lot more, to be honest with you. If they've got an inkling that this roam's happening again, which they should do, it's not difficult to spot a castle in the prep phase, not difficult to hear those barricades going up. You should be expecting of that. Ace has got a good position at the moment, just at the top of cash stairs. A lot of half-court pressure as well. Cons just hanging around at that midpoint on main, hoping to catch someone just being a little bit careless. Dots has already committed into strip, so it's not as if he's going to be used as the brunt to clear this roam. And in his position with a pistol, is he the best person to catch players off as they rotate back? Possibly not. So we kind of might just get caught out here for a little while the rest of the team catches up in doing their jobs. Lobin has managed to take control upstairs in bedroom and can look to drone through a little bit further. These mute jammers are really slowing things down, and Hates is still playing at the top of these cache stairs. That's a lion scan that really isn't going to give any info over to W7M.
Really the same spot he was before, by the way. Like, sure, the operators have shifted, but for the purposes of what we're seeing right now from NIP, it's all about the same. I mean, even down to the intel denial, I mean, sure, there's a Mozzie plus a mute, but W7M struggled with only one of those ops last time. Alu's at least in a good spot for the cutoff. But if Hates wanted to, he could just walk all the way through main stairs and go for a flank on the opposite side. He doesn't really have the intel to do that, but I think he's got the inkling at least, and he's got the time to make it work. So you can see the calculations running in his head. On is clear. I hear nothing by bedroom. Teammates are likely calling that the vert's being made and that with 40 seconds remaining, the execute is drawing near. So even though Palu is stationed in one spot for the cutoff, What do W7M have to stop that flank, and what damage have they done to the site to ensure that the attack forthcoming will be successful? It is a two-man dirt push right now, and part of that push has fallen. Loban will swing around, take down the roamer, but the actual thrust, the actual bulk of W7M, it's fallen. They're all trying to pick up the pieces. Dodez with one in sight, another around the corner as his teammate pushes up main. The kills are going their way. As close as it is, it's still Ninjas in pajamas. Stringing together 2 in a row, but looking much the better this first half.
Even though the flank was impactless, it was still perfect because it wasted so much time. W7M were left in a position where they never really knew what was clear and what wasn't. And as such, they couldn't fully commit to the push because we had Loban, who was not baiting, but kind of baiting it out a little bit, hoping that if a player does come down those main stairs, he's ready to get the kill. But that also removes him from the fight on the site. And then when you're sending your teammates in, even at an equal 4 versus 4 attacking down into Church and Arsenal, it's not going to be straightforward. It isn't going to be easy, especially when you're coming from very well defended and telegraphed positions like Dirt, for example. If someone gets killed through Dirt, they really oughtn't be getting another one. You can hold horrible 90-degree angles to that thing, and you've really got to make somebody swing and work for a frag. And that's exactly what NIP did. They weren't pressed. There wasn't a lot of utility usage in that round either, to be honest with you. I'm really confused about the Lion pick. I know that there were mute jammers up there, but I think a Dokkaebi would have worked a lot better because at least you would have got the call. You would have got a little bit of audio to say, yep, someone's still up here, instead of just leaving a drone when in a 5 versus 5, who's got time to be on the flank drones? Nobody. Everyone's got a job to be doing. Even if you're watching the flank, you're actively watching it with gun up because you can't afford to not be. So there can be a flank drone there all at once, but if there's still 5 people alive, it can still be really beneficial for the roamer because he knows no one's going to be watching it, or the chance of someone on it is extremely low.
Just one example of what so far has been a very consistently strong NIP performance. Only site that worked for W7M was CCTV. The one we go back to now. Based on the progress they made, or the momentum they have, I feel quite high on NIP. The big adjustment, I guess 2 big adjustments actually, will be bringing the magnets in conjunction with the ADSs. So in a very year 1 fashion, it's the, not a year 1, that's just not correct, year 5 fashion. Holding Garage with the ADSs and magnets as the Kivas are banned. Also bringing the mirror windows. This is like, maybe not with the Goyo, but Ollie, this is really like 2020, like, one style of CCTV defense we're looking at right now from NIP.
Ooh, big opener.
Not a great start. How do you get that?
It's weird, isn't it, that this is the lineup that's been brought this time, as in the Jaeger and the Wamai, and yet this is the time we get the Capital. Whereas if there had been a Capital brought in round number 2, it would have been really easy. Now, W7M still won this round, and it was in part due to the good and quick progress that they made over on this construction side.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, just want to point out, Hates was the first to fall in that round too, roaming in the exact same spot he was roaming this time. Now, obviously, I just, pointed out that NIP could do the same thing again and it would work out, like running back that basement roam. But that position from Hates very much did not work out previously. And he died 40 seconds earlier here than he did there. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Ooh, Dots. Just getting away with it there. C4 ripped and ready, prepped to send over the construction wall. There is 1 Selma left and a couple of tin openers, so there are a couple of goes at getting this open. Ooh, that was shot mid-air. That breach is firmly getting open, but there's still nothing to deal with that mirror window. We're going to need something to come in through that CCTV stair side of things, those red stairs right behind Fancy right now. The adaptation from NIP is to play the mirror window and to not get bullied in the site as hard as they did back in round number 2. W7M need to find an answer for that. Oh, main breach isn't open either.
That's what I was going to say. If somebody wanted to, they could crouch across that mirror window and they would be fine. The Monty pushing deeper, but with a little less support. Loban still finding these kills, finding 2 of them, in fact. He's been down in the process, but this gives Dots the kind of chaos he needs to close this out. plenty of opportunity to put the defuse plan down as well. And not much for Pino to do with that C4 gone. It's much closer affair for W7M, I think, on the second go around. Yet still one successful. CCTV going their way both times. Now they'll look to Jim to decide whether it's a tie game or an NIP half.
I love that. Nah, I'm not going to pick you up. I'll just get the final kill instead. No worries whatsoever. W7M did such a great job. I think NIP's adaptation there in playing the mirror window top of cash was brilliant, and playing a little bit deeper and behind it. I can't remember if there was a mirror window there in round 2. There may have been, but no one was playing behind it. So the fact that that's where Fancy was playing was enough to me to indicate, yeah, they didn't want to play inside of cash. They didn't want to get bullied the same way and fall victim to those crossfires. But where that all sort of falls down is when W7M just say, okay, if that's happening, that's fine. We just need to flood. And the Monty can still do the bullying, still do the flooding. And as long as people are there to pick up the kills like they were, good pressure coming in through, I think someone must have hopped in through CC window.
So
that or garage control was gained.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if it was like hopping through CC window or just holding CC window, but somewhere on that side.
It was a much better attack from W7M. And equally, you know, it throws other rounds into even more frustration when you see that they're capable of doing that. And you're like, we know that you're good at Clubhouse, and we know that you can attack more than just CCTV room and cash. Like, you've just got to do it.
Especially Jim Bedroom taking so long. I mean, first pick not coming with, what, 25 seconds left? Barely making any progress. And W7M are good enough. I mean, all these rounds, aside from the flawlesses, have been close. That one being the exception. Or that last one also being an exception. Like, this can be a very close game, but when it has been, it's been W7M losing and then getting a bunch of kills on both basement rounds in particular. So we know they can do it. We know they have the gun skill to bail themselves out, and it's just not even getting far enough along that the gun skill can be sufficient, even if the strategy before that was not. Start here, they'll create a little bit of hard breaching over on the Jacuzzi side. Then rotate over. Leave it to Palu with a super shorty to open up. Before was the X-Kairos. Open at the top of the wall. But obviously that's been banned by the attack. W7M doing the standard stuff for Jim Bedroom attack to start. Paying attention to all the 3 important exterior breaches. And before, it was then sending the blitz up red to try and pinch out those defenders, and that did not work whatsoever. Need to see a little more forethought, a little more effort put in before we see that push.
I think although that W7M are doing a fairly efficient job right now of making sure that that Maverick blowtorch is being used. Be careful, please, Lobin. It is still taking quite a good portion of time, and time hasn't been kind to them when they've been attacking into this gym and bedroom. Volts could be framing up for a bit of a drop here, but I'm not sure if he's got the info to really back this up. I'm trying to send out a little bit of util, but that Vulcan pack is going to burn for a good 20 seconds, so time now to hop into the drone and see what's happening. Ooh, great find there. Hates. You can't tuck there, my friend. You've got to keep yourself a little bit safer than that. You're only behind the soft.
Every single time W7M have found an opening pick, it's been onto Hates. He's really been trying to make these plays work, and W7M have just ate him alive every single time. There's a very clear weak point in this defensive aggression, and it is Hates. It is what is keeping W7M competitive in every round they won. It's been an opening pick onto him. They get more control of Logi. Cons does look to retake as the blitz falls. So it's not a slam dunk for W7M. Only becomes more so once Dodes falls after. But the opening is being given on one particular element of NIP's roster, and then it's incumbent upon the rest to hold fast and hold NIP do. Pino with 2 quick kills and Palu with 3 to find. Can't even confirm the one he's down. Can find one, but the other is tucked deep inside of Logi. And so NIP emerge from round 6 as the victors of the first half.
You know it's serious if Palu isn't confirming a kill that's downed. Loves a KD, that guy. Fighting for the round against all odds. NIP coming away 4 rounds to 2 after that first phase. The rounds where W7M looked good, they looked great. But make no mistake, NIP, they made them look like a different tier of team on some of those sites. Put themselves in a brilliant position now. Caden and Monty removed. Probably double hard breach, maybe a double denial, maybe another hard breach. Oh, we're actually going to target the shields quite heavily here. NIP have a full wealth of hard breach to work with. And only the blitz if they should choose it. I think W7M will look a little bit more comfortable on the defense. But I don't think that we can ignore the fact that that first phase really didn't go their way. We're looking at this W7M team and expecting them to, you know, drop out of that. It was called a bit of a honeymoon phase on the desk, wasn't it? And I don't know if that's true, if that is over. There's definitely something a little bit missing with them at the moment. NIP on the flip side, they're going to be feeling super comfy. They have a 70% win percentage on the attack. They've kind of hit those numbers. Now they've just got to convert, make these attacking rounds really count.
10 seconds remaining. Fortify the wall. Reload.
Still have a roam to contend with. First time out the gate. I mean, we got bear mats on gym and bedroom window on a basement defense. We got a Scopos.
Listen, there's no such thing as a bad one.
I'm not saying it was a bad one. I'm using it to convey the extent of the roam. Tell me the last time you've seen a frost on basement.
It's not the most common pick, is it?
No, it's not. That's kind of understating it a little. I think you could be.
The thing is, knowing you, you'll pull this out of your brain right now of like, well, the last time that happened was 2023 or something like that, because like you just pull some really random stuff out sometimes, and I'm like, where is that kept in your head? Like, how have you got room for that?
I sadly do not know when the last time Frost was played on a basement defense. That'd have been great though. I would have been MVP of the day if I'd pulled that out. Sadly, I don't have a Jesse J Chick spreadsheet. Just like scour through. I can tell you this though. Last time I saw a shield used on a basement full clear was 3 rounds ago, and it was W7M doing it. Not a big pull for that one, at least for my recollection. But both times it went, W7M never really found a lot of momentum, not a lot of purchase on these roamers, and it seems that NIP might meet the same fate. They're a lot more focused in contesting than the W7M, where W7M kind of just kept to the half clear, whereas Cons, he's moved all the way across from Jacuzzi to the bottom floor. Yet the Scopos is teleported back, the Azami's rotated down. Minute and 45 seconds spent and little to nothing gained.
I was going to say, especially with players then just going out of windows. Ooh! Lobin chances his arm at one there on Cons, puts a good portion of damage in, and Cons actually goes looking for this.
Oh,
Cons needs to be really careful. You're one bullet away. Like, where's your team? Not another. Surely not another. Oh, it's another. Okay.
How about number 3?
Super shorty at close range. Nade comes through. Eventually put in the dirt. Well, there's 45 seconds left, and you've lost your Hibana.
Now you've lost Fancy, your other hard breacher. There's a guy ratting in kitchen. Oh no, W7M are giving him the business. Nade caught on the door. Wizard will shut dots down. We've lost 3 players, both hard breachers. The shield, half our HP for Pino, 2/3 of our HP for Wizard. With only 20 seconds left, W7M would have to be paid off to lose this round. And I just don't think NIP have the funds. Player spotted behind the Kiva. That's a fight Volp should be winning every day of the week. In the second, we'll give him that one too. Gap narrowed by 1 round as W7M effortlessly repel NIP.
I'm not even sure what that was. We saw a full clear, great. And then we saw players just outside, like... I don't know why they all went outside after they'd cleared everything. Like, surely that's the time to start working the advantage and moving through the map. But it was like, no, the most important... It was like someone... I've got a thought. It's coming to me. The most important place to go is strip door. Yeah, that's where we need to be. That's where we're going to see success. And Lobin's just... Yeah, no worries.
There, I'm not. I know for a fact it's a saying that existed before it, but it's just what I remember it from. There's a line in Andor during the second arc where Val, if you don't know, they're doing a little bit of like a heist, trying to blow up a convoy, and instructing kind of the new revolutionaries. She goes, "Slower is faster." What it means is like if you take time to do something right, it'll be faster than just rushing to do it and making mistakes. Obviously, let's just ignore the first half of the round. I think that is a good example of that. If Cons had just waited to get other teammates in position, it would have likely been a faster and more successful product than just barreling in. Because then at that point, the rest of the team is trying to get involved in a very haphazard fashion. Cons dies, so you lose the blitz. If you had just waited 10 seconds, I'm not even saying you win the round, but at least it's more successful. At least it's more timely. Because then you just have this... That was close. Because then you just have this weird situation where nobody's on the same page. Next round anyway, CCTV. Yoda is trying to find a one-tap on Platwall. I respect his effort. Will not be successful, yet I respect it nonetheless.
What are NIP going to use to deal with the catwalk player? They've got drone information.
Power
Great,
of
we know where
love.
he is. Well, yeah, like... Fancy down. Lose a lion. Not a big loss. I suppose you lose the DMR. That's more problematic. Selma's getting tricked on the breach. No hard breaches ban, by the way, and still a lack of want to bring, in my opinion, sufficient hard breaches for this site. I don't think the ace alone cuts it.
Hey, Bandit Band, no Thurum?
Yeah, I think you need ace plus, you know? Ace plus a tin opener or something. Notice is willing to replace these keybers at a moment's notice. I mean, he may as well just wait a bit of the clock out here, because as soon as he gets it sent out there, it's going to start getting popped anyway, but maybe even able to try and find an angle here. Con's in a brilliant position, but he's relying on somebody making a mistake right now.
Also a good spot to throw nades up if he wants to. There's no magnets. Could bank one off the rafters, maybe land it up top. There we go. Air jab out. The pressures, I'm still worried, is a little too haphazard. Dodes hits the prone, though. Committing so far to the right side, he's just eventually, by the utility and the gunfire, isolated in that position, finished off. Good work by NIP. Takes a long time, but now you can see the plan flowing. Diffuser rotating over to garage. They can start moving up the rafters. With no smoke on the board, there's no firm denial to throw over top aside from these two C4s. You can shoot one and evade the other. You're feeling quite nice, but as Das is likely just shown, the only people looking at Lounge are in garage. If you're able to maybe work or creep your way down, you could get a C4 from below. Instead, Palu, I think, looking to hop out of con window and throw it through CC. They find Dots. There he goes. Out goes Palu. C4 in hander with the gun. Sends it out. Lands right at Hates' feet. Brilliant strategy as the diffuser stopped cold. NIP still have the kills. Volp still has that C4. Can he send it over top? Find the time. It goes, and it goes wide. Walks right into the air jab, and Palu left with little time, no information, and no room to breathe. Takes a long time to get going, but once NIP gets set up, they move in, burn the utility, and close out their first attack.
Mark of a good team as well, being able to get those attacking rounds over the line when, let's be honest, it didn't look favorable for a good portion of time. And the rounds seemed to last forever. But NIP used that time very well. Nothing was too much trouble, and they really didn't rush into anything. Took a lot of time and a lot of careful consideration. It was a brilliant bit of team play to dislodge the player inside of rafters. And as soon as that condition was met, people were ready to start taking advantage. We had Cons hanging out at the bottom of oil pit ladder, ready to run up and start to affect in through garage. Early attempt at the plank going down to bait out a little bit of utility, baited out the run out from Palu. I thought that W7M's fortunes would shift quite significantly since getting onto the defense, but it really doesn't seem to be the case. NIP only 1 round away from a map point, 2 rounds away from locking up the game.
10 seconds remaining.
In a game that's, as has been described on the desk, potentially a 6-point fixture, just given where these two teams are likely to end up come the end of the stage. W7M don't want to be looking back on this, kicking themselves that they didn't give it a little bit more in the moment.
Also just a nice game for NIP to show that they really are truly competitive with the rest of SAL. Lost to Furia, one of the big teams. Beat Black Dragons, who are a little bit iffy at the moment. Win over W7M would be great for the reputation, great for the narrative, great for their overall stock. Gym Bedroom, a good enough place as any to do it. A lot of strong utility in their way. The combination of the Black Mirrors and the Kivas can really prove to be problematic. Palu with that utility station, likely over by Bathroom and Logi. And Dodez, I mean, could be over on the cash side, but could easily take Loben's spot and make NIP's life a living hell once they try to push Jim. Impact unfortunately misses, and so full Selma breach opened on the Jacuzzi wall. Smoke's going out as well. So much utility and focus being paid by NIP to open up this Bathroom position early.
Better from NIP as well, because they've brought sufficient hard breach this time. Got the Selmas, they've also got the Hibana, they've got that little bit of redundancy and that option to just get a bit more open. You can already see that being put to use right now, because that's been threaded through cash. And it's going to start to open up that cash wall. Bolts. He doesn't really want to stick around and find out. Happy to retreat back. Talk about this layered approach of defense. Transitions through construction into Logi. Wizard can now start to move through and make good. He's got some Bs that he's going to be able to send through as well, and well, where better to put them than inside of Logi? You know, it's a very high likelihood that someone is going to be tucked in there behind the reinforced wall. W7M slowly but surely getting constricted to the site. There's only really Dots that's off-site at the moment, and even he's just sort of halfway up main stairs. Not really a position that's going to hold too much strength. Of course, he could drop and use the C4 at a later point. Default cam is still up, so that is still an option at this moment in time. 35 seconds and 10 players alive. Definitely going to be a pretty messy end to round number 9.
Wizard dumps the full of his utility inside of logistics. Khan's also pushing in. It's driven Volps out entirely, yet nobody's fallen. Dot's ready for the push by Fancy. It's all far too telegraphed for NIP. Wizard able to pick another. Oh, that's a nice little shot, but just everything falling to pieces. NIP taking too long and showing too much of their hand as W7M sit lying in wait, licking their chops.
I think for W7M, you've kind of just got to wait for it to happen in that position. Sometimes as a defender, it goes back to what we were saying in the Consulate game only a couple of, well, 20, 30 minutes ago. It's better to wait and let the attackers aggress onto you, especially when time's low and they're left to make less than ideal decisions, than it is to be the aggressor. W7M showed just the power of that there. Number 10, do you see the Thermite ban? A little bit weird because we've not seen any Thermite from NIP.
Which I would like to see some Thermite from NIP.
Which would have been great, let's be honest. I think that's something that we've both been asking for. His army ban, no real surprise there. Bar and stage, so as mentioned, great map. Every site viable, and you will see all of them played on the odd occasion. Now, it isn't every day that we get to see bar and stage. Let's not beat around that bush, but it's a viable site, and W7M feel comfortable going here now. Typically, what I like to see for this site is a lot more information. I think an Echo or a Maestro can be brilliant additions. Looking at this lineup, you've only really got the BP in Dodez, which, let's be honest, isn't going to be that effective. It's not like you've got loads of things to flick. You're just going to have to place that somewhere and hope that it's good. You have also got Lobin with the Skopos shield, but again, that's not really used for that purpose. That's more of a moving around and transportation device than it is as a camera and for information. So it's kind of strange lineup in my opinion for W7M, but they've still got the good old Castle Mute and a heavy roam composition, so it looks like they're going to try and waste a lot of time here, which, let's be honest, NIP sometimes have struggled with.
Yes. NIP's biggest issue has always been struggling with either a 5v5 or when they aren't able to make that initial incursion. It's when plan A doesn't work that NIP have historically struggled. pivot really, really difficult. If W7M can just continue disrupting, continue denying, NIP will be in a really tricky spot. I think 5 opening picks in a row for W7M is kind of evidence of that. It's not like they've won every single round, but they've won the majority of them. It's where most of this comeback has started. If they can do the same here, it's not a guarantee, far from it, but it will increase their odds quite substantially. IP doing the initial look. Nobody in gym. Nobody on that top floor, oddly enough, except... Oh, excuse me. Outline's betraying me. 3 people on the top floor. There are some in bedroom, but they're all around the center, not near the extremities of CCTV or Jacuzzi.
You can almost feel that this has thrown NIP for a little bit of a loop, in that it's taken them quite a lot of time to do anything. We've seen slow rounds before on Clubhouse tonight. It's nothing new. But this just feels like not too much has happened so far. Wizard, send some bees in. Please don't drop off the back of that. It is not safe. Dodes gives the game away maybe a little bit too early. I kind of got the feeling that Wizard was going to drop that. He needs to stop challenging onto it, though, because Dodes has definitely got a more favorable angle at the moment. Despite Wizard having the high ground, he is going to walk away just about half HP and see if he can find an alternate angle. But I think it just goes to show that NIP really are getting thrown a little bit here. They're just going to try and push the site.
Seems it might be what they try to do. What countermeasures do NIP have? Fancy put low, waiting for the denial. There's Volps finally. He's playing lounge since the beginning of the round. Just rotates into stock, looks through a pre-made hole, and initial diffuse plant denied. Wizard downed as well. Not sure where Fantasy's even looking to get this plant. He's basically one of the only ones left. Palu making some good efforts, but the plant actually goes down successfully. Hates catches Dodes on the fall off, but with both attackers quite low. I just don't think Hates is coming away with this one. I think he's going for a lengthy rotation, by the way. I think we just saw him rappel up top. Yeah, all the way upstairs. But what a play he's making here. X-Kairos on the floor to try to get this vertical angle. It's revealed his position, and he's downed himself with the X-Kairos. On bar and stage, W7M tie the game.
I knew it was too good to be true. I knew this game was going too smoothly. We had to have something, didn't we? Down by... I mean, that just speaks to how low he actually was, by the way.
That's crazy.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone down themselves to their own X-Kairos pellets like that. I mean, it's very seldom that you see X-Kairos pellets being used to open vert anyway. It is not ideal. Oftentimes, you're better off just dumping a mag into the floor. Plant position, not great either, but that's because the plant had already been attempted once and Fancy was just desperately trying to do anything to make it happen. There was a moment where I saw Volp sort of tussling with his own castle barricade, and it just felt a little, in the nicest possible way, it felt a little bit Ranks-esque when you've just got a rogue castle on your team that just starts placing them down anywhere. And in that moment in particular, it was a little bit of a hindrance for him, and he would have maybe liked to have the opportunity to peek around that door, but instead, he still managed to get the job done, and it is just a minor frustration. W7M, the offsite, really paying dividends for him there, and NIP looking very uncertain as to how to deal with it. And I guess that shows a lack of depth. You've got to be able to deal with every site, regardless of whether it's top pick, bottom pick, whatever. There's a chance the defenders are going to play it. And if they do, you need to be ready. NIP were far from ready there in round number 10.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Frankly, today has really just featured, in one game, at least some real struggles, performance-wise, from one team involved.
10 seconds to go.
In this case, it's become NIP in the back half of this game,
5 seconds left.
struggling to form solutions in the face of whatever W7M throw at them. Now, as they go back to CCTV, only site NIP won. While Fancy went down first, and it did take a long time to get set up. By and large, off the back of... Hey, wait, I'm trying to remember that round. CCTV attack. I can't...
Changing max.
I can't remember what happened that round. My brain is turned to mush.
Palu did the little rotate outside of construction.
Oh, yeah! I remember now. There we go. Thank you, Ollie. It was a garage push. We've had, like... honestly, we played so much Clubhouse today, it feels like. I know we played 2, but...
It's the second time I played it.
Okay, well, we've only had 4 games. It's two games. That was 11 rounds earlier, and it's 11 rounds now. That's 22 rounds on one map. Get off me. What are you doing? Thank you for bailing me out. It's full clear from NIP. You saw a bit of pressure here, or a bit of presence here by W7M earlier. Big shock. Dot's still there. Hates played the spot quite a lot by NIP. But I have to say, this investment by W7M rivals anything NIP did. 3 players around bedroom and logistics. It's burning time and utility. And it seems NIP actually might buy into this. Might take the bait.
It's another example of you don't always have to attack where your defenders or where your opponent have set up to be strongest. If this is what you're coming up against, there is more often than not a better way. That's a better way. Grabbing a pick onto Vaults. Pino going to take first blood here in this round. And it looks as though NIP are sort of rocking with that mantra of, well, we're not going to attack you where you're strongest. We're not going to attack where you've set up. We're now going to force you to rotate back.
Here we go.
They're giving themselves a huge opening right now.
They finally spot the hollowness of the site. Hans walks up red, completely stabs the defense in the back, and have stolen the site out from the noses of the very defense that built it. Flashes to stave off the swing. Palu a long ways away from the rotation. Spots Khans' feet. Actually will force the blitz off the defuse. Puts a lot of damage onto Wizard as well. Just unfortunate the rest of his team could not stand up to muster. Match point for NIP as it takes a long time to run those calculations. Once they see the situation in front of them, make the right rotate. Put us just 1 round away from regulation.
Brilliant play from NIP. And you know what? I don't think that you can fault it one bit. Like, with our view and what we can see, it looks like it took them a while. And I think that sometimes we can take for granted that we expect these players to know everything just because they've got a couple of drones. When in reality, I don't think it could have been timed much better. The pick from Pino onto Volts was obviously the big trigger. Then recognizing that, hey, there's a bit of presence over here inside of gym and bedroom. Should we just try and cut this in half? Brilliant play. Really good opportunity spotting. Fantastic gap spotting. And it's put NIP onto a map point right now. Can they convert it? Going to be attacking into gym and bedroom. Of course, we have seen them attack over here previously. And to be honest, it left us wanting a little bit more. Round number 9. I think the opening pick came very late on, if memory serves. It was a round where everyone stayed alive for a heck of a long period of time, and W7M didn't need to aggress, so they didn't. They just let NIP walk into their sort of power positions. And with the lineups that NIP are rocking, they're not really rocking like your big beachhead operators. Glaz, Ying, Capital, like, that's not really their style. There was also the small matter of a particular cash shield that caused W7M themselves quite a lot of problem. It seems that Dodez has taken it up on himself to be that pain this time for NIP.
It's 20 seconds, by the way. You mentioned opening kill happening late on this site last time. 20 seconds left when Dots got an angle on Fancy. All based around a logistics push that just took far too long to manifest, but it was the worst part where you knew it was coming, but it took a long time, so W7M were just already waiting for it for about half the round at that point. Here it's a bit of the inverse, at least when it comes to the side of the map. Not with how these things start, though. Might be Volps with the first on Pino, different set of players, but like that gym bedroom before, like so many rounds this series, W7M getting that first pick, and now they just back off. They know how much NIP have been struggling, how much they have found difficulty in putting the pieces together, especially in a disadvantage. There's no reason you need to contest cash. NIP probably going to stumble over themselves if the past few rounds are anything to be considered precedent.
I still think it's crazy that they drop off at a minute 30. NIP don't have too much information right now. Got a drone in basement and a drone on stage. You can see Pino flicking them at the bottom left of your screen right now. They have taken him through cache and into CCTV. I don't think anyone knows about Volps. They will now. Knowing the player that Volps is, I still wouldn't be surprised if he comes away from this with a kill. You can see he's planting his feet. He's not wanting to leave. He's going to find himself one. He's got support from Dodes as well. This attack might not get past construction.
Oh my god. Not if Volps has anything to say about it. It's all about the ego for him at this point. Ace very likely. As if Dodes just lets that attacker slip by, the person who will make first contact could very well be our mute. See the confidence. You can see how he's feeling that overtime will be guaranteed. Cons unfortunately shuts him down, but the damage is done. We have overtime, ladies and gentlemen, to decide who will come out the victors and what is the hottestly contested match of the day.
It's not always that we get that right either. And we have no say in it, by the way, either.
It's just there when we show up.
Yeah, we don't really actually get to decide what the match of the day is going to be. Which is kind of a good thing, because I think we would pick weird and wonderful games occasionally. But a match of the day that delivers? Aren't we a lucky pair?
I think so.
Sticking on that attacking side. No surprise to see Gym and Bedroom chosen as the first choice here for W7M. NIP, it's been their worst attack by far in this series. And I don't see it being any more or less difficult than any of the other sides. It's not really like I think because of the clubhouse and the way that it is an old map in the pool and there's not a lot that's changed in it in a very long time, I genuinely believe that all the sites are fairly equal. And it's just really strange to me when you see one team that struggles in particular with one site when you see them do so well on the others.
Okay. Hold on. I get it's been a long day. All sites being about equal on this map.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
W7M won bar on stage. Like, the statistics speak for himself.
Just because they won it in this one matchup, it's still bar and stage. What are we talking about here?
All right, we'll exclude bar and stage then.
I still think CC.
Well, Gym and Bedroom is no more difficult than basement or CC to attack.
To attack?
Yeah.
I think Bedroom's more difficult than the other two.
I just find it funny how NIP struggle attacking this site in particular when is it really that much harder than attacking CC or attacking basement?
Okay, I see the point. I see the point you're getting at there. Especially as the Gym Bedroom attack procedurally is quite similar no matter what the defense is throwing at you. You're always going to pay attention to cache early. You're going to open up the plat wall. You're going to open up the jacuzzi wall, then the con wall. Then it's an evaluation. Okay, who's over there? Is it one guy? Is it two guys? Are they on red stairs? They in like con and cache. And then that kind of influences your decision. And W7M have had presence here basically every single time. Whether it's a shield on red or not, it's always been at least one guy cache and then looking to fall off somewhat quick. And they bring Fancy. Gonna forgive him for the barricade. You have Fancy, who's trying to hunt down the guy on or inside of cache right now, and he gets focused on Palu instead, which, to be fair, Palu's roaming. That's perfectly fine. But it's still taken 1:40 seconds to find the roamer that was arguably the most, the easiest target for NIP to find.
Well, an opening pick is an opening pick nonetheless. Palu down, left only to watch the cameras in this round. Volps has taken up his position in this matchup, just inside of construction next to the stack of lumber and the window. He was able to get 4 kills from this very spot only 1 round ago. I don't think the NIP are going to give him the same room to work with this time. But they do need to be conscious of time. 35 seconds isn't a lot to work with right now. Dot's dug in. Got some FNATs to play with. Yodes is with him as well, ready to activate those goggles at a moment's notice. Sure, we've got a track onto Malusi. I'm not sure if he knows about the player at the bottom of main. He doesn't. VODs is all over the place. Last time we saw him was in construction. How's he got there?
Well, clearly quickly and uncontested. Yodes with a very quick two-piece and another NIP stunner. Completely confused at the setup W7M are putting forth. And that's it. Lost on time. W7M moved to match point. Thank God CCTV cache exists, because if it did not, W7M would have won this game long ago.
Well, sides swapped and bans restored for what could be the final round here in map 4, day 3 of the SAL. W7M take a lead for the first time in what feels like a long time. There was a bit of a late resurgence from NIP in their attacks, but the crux of it is they were still only good for 2 in regulation, and they weren't able to convert in the overtime. It's been the attacks that have punished NIP here tonight. W7M themselves weren't the best attacking team on their phase in 2-4 splits throughout. As we move now to what has without a doubt been the most popular map of the bomb site, should I say, of the night, gym and bedroom. Again, another site that W7M did not win on their attacking phase.
10 seconds to insertion.
Now, previously when we saw them attack this, they were bringing the blitz. This time we've got dots on the Monty. I know often we'll talk about shields and we'll sort of bundle them into the same category, but I think there's a very clear distinction to be made on certain sites and certain situations between the Monty and the blitz.
That's true. I'll agree with that.
And I think in this instance, the main worry is that there's going to be that player on the top of cache stairs. But from the lineup that we're seeing, there's no deployable shield, there's no warden, there's nothing on that side of NIP that indicates that there is going to be a player on that cache side, which was quite a big problem, not only for W7M on their attacks, but for NIP on their own attacks. And it's weird to me to not see Fancy in that spot, given what he picked up 4 kills from it last time in one of the previous rounds on this very site. And I feel like Dots has picked up the Monty in response to that, because you can really just bear down on that player then.
Strategy we've seen be successful today. Hitting the Monty, walk up red, pressure those players. Garage this time for Dots. 3 players from NIP. 4 players actually, all kind of at least looking or conscious of this position. Fancy and Wizard directly holding it, one supporting from construction. W7M really have to be careful with how much they invest here, because if they make one wrong step, there's a lot of guns ready to capitalize off of any mistake made. Wizard's got the C4 to throw and detonate those Selmas, but opts to keep it in his pocket. Gives W7M a direct line of sight on this position, and yet him and Fancy both challenging as aggressively as they did before. Nobody from W7M, aside from this Monty, is applying that pressure. Dots, I think, still learning those destructive ingredient locations as he loses half of his HP to the flaming pipe. How long will NIP stay here as the nade goes up? Fancy pushes down, fills the space in turn, finds nobody watching. Going for the full flank, working through garage. Yodes goes down, and maybe the round will be lost by the time he gets there. Looking to completely stab the attack in the back, while Wizard takes the attention. Nobody aware. They're not looking. Volps gives himself up. Fancy shoots Wizard in the back of the head. And now it does hang a little in the balance, because if Fancy pushes closer, he might end up falling. Thank God Hates is there to follow up onto Palu, because things are looking a little too close. Dot secures the kill. And very close to the wire we find ourselves. Hito and Hates slowly pulling back. With full HP, and Loban and Dots grasping at straws. Impact. There's one more lands. With Dots so low! Smokes Pino! Just one more, 10 seconds left. Hate's got the impact. He tanks it. He's got the information. He's got him trapped in a corner, but who's gonna blink? Not when Hates is looking right in the eyes. All 15 required as Jim Bedroom is no attacker's friend. And how will W7M play that final gift on defense?
Tell you what, for the start of game that Hates had, he's just pulled off an absolute blinder there in what could have been the last round of this series. He has kept his team in it. I was critical, I'll be honest, of the play that we saw Fancy making, you know, not bringing the shield, not playing the Warden. It turns out I was wrong, which I'm happy to hold my hand up to. He had so much utility around there in that cash stairs side. He got Banshees at the bottom, he had Vulcan packs at the top, a brilliant ability to deal with the Monty. It was fortunate that it was Monty and not Blitz that was played. I'm not sure if there was any sort of reason or understanding as to why that would be and what made Fenrir a better choice there. But Fancy pulled off a brilliant flank, and I mean, even though he only gets one kill, and of course the team kill, unfortunately, it would have been a far easier round for NIP if Fancy hadn't committed the team kill in and amongst the fray. But when you've got a Monty, you've just got to send those bullets down range and hope that they land favorably for you. In that case, it didn't, at least for Wizard. It was still a round that we saw Hates managing to salvage. And to be honest, for someone that's only got 5 kills, to get, what, 2 kills in that round? Massive performance to keep his team in it for this series. We move now to what will be the final round of the night. And unfortunately for W7M, as one-sided as Jim and Bedroom has been all evening, it's locked out. They've already won their in and OT, and they cannot go there again.
That'll be the standard basement defense. Running back that roam. Ran it all the way back in their first defense of their second half. Not the same lineup whatsoever. In fact, oh my goodness, Fantasy lucky as all hell that Lobin's aim wavered for the briefest second, only putting him to 1 HP instead of in the dirt. Changes made to W7M's lineup without that Frost. Introduction of the Vigil. It's just a full realm, banking on this aggression, banking on putting the biggest obstacle in front of NIP as they possibly can. Pay some attention, use those X-Kairos, break the castle barricades. You can also see some of these defenders ready to fall back. With the damage dealt, with the time already wasted, W7M decide to play it safe. Fall back with more than half the round to go, hoping that NIP, who have now committed to the full clear, will waste time of their own accord.
It's quite a big risk to hope that that is enough. Wizard. Again, not looking to rush into too much. Just going to sit and flick some cams for the time being, ensure that no one has managed to slip the net. But still, convinced on clearing this top floor. Cons is really leaving no stone left unturned. Manages to find Skopos' shield, which of course is always a good thing. You don't want Dodez just rotating out at a later point. Ooh, speaking of rotating out, Palu, brilliant pick onto Wizard. That's the B's gone. He can get back to the site with little to zero consequence right there. Hate's taking a good chunk of damage as well. Slowly but surely, NIP are just getting chunked down here. They're not even looking to try and affect onto the site just yet. They're still struggling to get Kitchen Hatch open. And we've only got 2 players that are full HP. Doesn't leave them in a great position. And we always speak about teams at man disadvantages trying to attack this basement level. You just haven't got the guns to point in the right directions. Fancy a really tough job on his hands here.
Tough job indeed. Full utility being thrown at NIP, completely shut out as Palu with just 2 shots. That's the final nail indeed. Flawless to finish things off in our closest game of the day. W7M keep NIP out and maintain their stance at the top of the league.
Well, W7M, there was a question as to whether it was a honeymoon period that was over. But it looks as though they have renewed their vows here tonight, taking that win against NIP. I would like to point out that I was a little bit skeptical of NIP. The desk bigged them up quite a lot. Speaking of the desk, we will hear from them after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Well, what a game. We were just treated to the first overtime in stage 2 of the SAL, and not just a overtime, but the full 15 rounds as well. W7M getting the most points out of this matchup is absolutely huge for that, and I think Lexing, in order with that, they have to really thank Fools for pushing him into overtime there.
Yeah, they definitely had to dig deep. I mean, I wasn't sure what we were going to see. I mean, NIP did a very good job at the beginning of the game and actually the beginning of the half, but then once we swapped halves, that's when everything started to fall apart, I would say, for on the side of NIP. And you honestly can give a lot of credit to I'm blanking here. You can give a lot of credit to Volps in that round 12 where he pulls off almost the ace, gets that big quad in construction. That definitely is what boosted the morale and was able to get them through to close out this matchup. But realistically, I mean, I was talking to X after this. We all were in the call. This wasn't a game where you were looking at, like, this team made one mistake, they made another mistake. Both teams were just doing a very good job at being able to pick up where they were being left off at, or just what was being thrown at them. Both teams were doing a very good job at adapting. Oh my God, I can't talk. I'm so tired right now. Both teams were doing a very good job at their adaptations throughout this match, being able to figure out what they needed to do, where they needed to move, and where they needed to play off of. So, you know, as much as one team wanted to win over the other, I think both teams can walk away here pretty happy with their performance.
I think what was especially interesting is I look at this map as a proper defense masterclass on Clubhouse, because like out of the 12 rounds, 8 were won in defense, and it just kept on going. In the end, only 4 attack wins, you know, out of all of the match, and especially how the teams were reacting to the defensive setups and what they would bring. I want to praise especially the shield use on W7M. Some of the skills from Dots, honestly, on that shield were crazy. I think of one of the last rounds in overtime where he hits the nastiest shot on the gym bomb site. And we see both teams abuse it here. Cons with the clear on the blitz, and then enable him to defuse on the cash bomb site. I love the fact that we've seen the swaps in operators to counter everything that was thrown onto them, and it was just not a game of maybe some of the examples that we saw in the match before, right? A game of who does the least mistakes, but actually a game of actually problem solving and adapting to what's in front of them and actually executing it the right way. That's what we expected, honestly, from two of the best teams in Brazil. A real banger, and for once we're right on that one. And it's great to see that it's still very, very close between these two teams.
Yes.
It's nice that we're getting our right in one of these games and one of the scenarios today, at least. Hey, I mean, the overtime was definitely a good one here. And as you were saying, Lexing, I mean, you know, you've been doing this broadcast on, what is it, 2 hours of sleep due to traveling of the NAL. So please put some respect to this man's name for still keeping up with everything. And especially with this game, I mean, I think it was, what, round 14 when they were pushing this situation right here in the showers. The sounds that were coming from like our little call in the green room were just, we were on the edge of our seat for this one.
I mean, that last round, I think we were all hyperventilating, like, one more second if he peeks. No, that was honestly really funny. I wish you guys could have heard. I wish we got hot mic right there because it was very funny what happened in that last little bit of that round. But again, you know, when you look at both sides of the spectrum here, I mean, everyone was putting their foot forward, giving their best, giving it all. And I mean, like Leo said so candidly, everyone was adapting. There wasn't one player that I could specifically call out here that I didn't feel lacked a performance in here. I think everyone was really in their own role, in their own outright, was giving it their all. And again, I think the scoreboard speaks for that itself.
I'll say Hates for once did get punished quite a lot in the opening engagements. It was one of his worst maps out of the two stages that I've seen. We've seen this player being such a key instrumental player for NIP, so seeing him drop in performance and NIP just merely losing one round away is probably linked a little bit with Palu dropping insane numbers, honestly. Him and Volp really carrying and pushing W7M over the line. It's actually funny how more dominating W7Ms were in general in their round wins, and you can clearly see that on the scoreboard with almost each one of them being in positive, whereas on the side of NIP, one is neutral and the rest is completely negative. So it was 2 are neutral actually and 3 are negative, but you could see still the difference within the rounds that they won of who was dominating in this match.
Yeah, it's the main thing that I was looking forward as well, right? As we mentioned Dodas and we mentioned Fancy at the beginning of this game in regards of the entry engagements that really that we were really keeping our eye on. It wasn't really necessarily them for the entries, but the MVP for this game has to be Palu. I mean, especially when we think about this conversation about him joining this roster, right? And us, or some of us, questioning the honeymoon period with this team, whether it has ended or not. Well, there is a chance that we can ask him because he should be joining us for the interview as well, to have him joining here and ask him a few questions about this game. We have Palu here. Good evening or good afternoon for you. Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling? Because it was a very, very tense game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it was a tense game. I think we were struggling a lot at the attacks. Like, we were we kind of made a preparation, but we were like missing a lot of communications. We weren't like picking the correct operators for the execs. And yeah, that was like a mistake. But after a few rounds, we said like, let's just play as a practice, a sprint. And yeah, I think it fixed a lot of mistakes we are making. So yeah, it was basically that. Just like, of course, there were the pressure on the last rounds, but I think as the match was going, we were playing better, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, Paolo. I mean, that was one hell of a game. I mean, I'm sure you're sweating. I was sweating watching these rounds go by. I mean, it's nice that you guys obviously don't have to show your hand on a lot of the map pool. I mean, this is the 3rd time you guys get to go to Clubhouse. I do kind of want to ask, I mean, what we were all acknowledging on the desk, I mean, for both you guys and NIP, is it was a game of adaptation. Nobody was necessarily walking away from one mistake to the other. It was just a constant game of adapting. And when you're in this situation, that doesn't necessarily fall on one player. So I'm kind of curious if you can kind of just give us all an idea of what those comms are like in those moments, whether that's falling on Volp, the IGL, falling on yourself, or kind of whoever's alive in those moments. Just, you can just give us an idea what that looks like in those moments.
Yeah, I think like when you play a lot of adaptation, it's especially on attack, it's really hard for the defensive to try to respond quickly, you know. So that most of the time can mix a lot of things. It happened to us a few defenses, like they were playing for one side and then switching to the other, and it of course it mix a lot of the communications because sometimes it happens fast that switch. So yeah, it's really hard sometimes. It's not Vob's communicating like he's choosing the play and what we are doing on the round, but everyone is like in their position. He has to like respond to it and call for help or stuff like that. So yeah, sometimes it gets like really confused, but that's part of the game, and that's it, you know.
For sure.
I'm kind of curious, Paolo, because we did see those adaptations, the entire map. And speaking of those attacks, one thing that was super consistent is the shields. Almost always on Monty, Dots, always almost on Monty, Blitz, or Blackbird. Why did you think it was so necessary to bring the shields against NIP today?
I think it's not necessarily like against them, but I think it's the operator that can gain so much space because it's a shield you can't face a 1v1 against him. So yeah, he's gonna give us a lot of space most of the time. I think we weren't playing our best on the attacks because we were trying, as I said, like some counters and stuff like that we weren't like 100% sure. Like we haven't trained it, you know. So yeah, it happens also. But yeah, after we came back to our default, let's say, we were playing way better. And yeah, of course it happened. NIP is also playing a really good Siege, and that's it.
All right, well, Paulo, let's talk about the game that you have tomorrow, because it certainly isn't going to be an easy one. You play against Furia. It was an overtime in the group stage, and then in the playoffs they sent you guys down to the lower brackets. Sorry, I had to. I'm very sorry. But let's focus on the positives. What's your plan in making sure that you take the points away from Furia tomorrow, then?
Clubhouse.
Maybe. But how can I say? Like Furia has been our biggest struggle since I joined the roster. I think that's the only thing that we haven't won since I joined, but most of the games like were in our hands and we kind of dropped the ball at some point. I think and even in every match we were like playing better against them because they have a play style that's hard to play, let's say, because they like to bring the chaos to the round, and so we mix a lot of the communications, as I said, when they are playing those styles. And yeah, but I think as we play against them more times, we are getting better. And I think the last time was just like I don't even have a word because like it was I can't even think of anything I can say in English.
It's okay, Paulo. Inside of the SAL is the third time you're going to play Furia with this roster, right? Excluding EWC, so I guess third time's a charm. We're going to keep that positive in the back of our mind, and we wish you best of luck for the game tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, see you, Paulo. I feel bad if I have to bring up results previously of having gone against a team and having lost, but I hope it kind of lit that fire, right? Because the W7M, Leo, that we have seen from these last two playdays is a W7M that I think will have a lot of fans backing them up.
Yeah, I think the one day they beat Furia, it's really going to break their ceiling. Because realistically, they did not make waves at reload because of Furia that eliminated them. Exact same story with that EWC. So at some point, they're going to beat their nemesis. And that's going to be the opening to a new world. A world where maybe they can win a championship with that roster.
You know, and that's the tough thing in Siege is sometimes there's just some roster out there. There's some team that you go against that you just can't seem to get a handle on. That's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. There's just one team that just naturally will just be better than you. Doesn't matter what you do. You got to have that luck in that one day. And like you said, maybe they do beat Furia, and that's what unlocks, a brand new rebirth of this team. But I still think they have all the cooks in the kitchen to be able to make, a masterpiece run at any of these events and to be a top team contender here in the SAL.
For sure. And now let's have a look at the standings, though, at the conclusion of our fourth game of the day, because this will really paint the picture of what our last match of the day is going to look like. Because we have the second in the league versus the second last. It's going to be a tough cookie to crumble for Black Dragons if they have to go up against Furia, because it really seems like Furia is picking up pace as the playdays go along. But we'll start talking about Black Dragons first then, because this team has made a roster change at the beginning of the stage. Now, the big roster change for them was that Ask was joining the team again after having been with this team for about 2 years. Took a quick detour to go and play with Liquid for a stage, but had to leave that team afterwards. So we sat down with Ask as well to talk about his feeling of leaving Liquid and his decision of joining Black Dragons again.
Eu até botei no meu tweet, né? Mas a maior lição que eu tiro, eu acho que é... Eu me desvalorizei muito lá na Liquid, né? Deixei de pôr muito minhas ideias, né? Ao ponto, eu fui muito compreensível, né? Então acho que seria esse o ponto, não ser tão compreensível ao ponto de se machucar como pessoa, assim. Cara, eu acho que a escolha da BD, eu acho que para todo mundo era uma escolha muito óbvia, assim, porque apesar de eu ter tido outras propostas, né? Eu acabei optando a BD por simplesmente, acho que é lealdade, né? Tipo, a gente conversou bastante, o Ghost, ele tava bastante sentido da forma que eu saí, né? Tipo, a gente tinha um projeto sólido, tava numa crescente boa, né? Assim como a Cherry, então eu meio que só fechei as portas para eles. Não foi muito dessa maneira, né? Eu conversei com eles e tudo mais, expliquei, falei o que era necessário para eu sair, que era o valor inteiro da multa, né? E tudo mais. Falei que era um valor, mano, muito alto. Então eu falei, mano, se agrada pelo menos a vocês esses valores, vamos fazer ser por esse valor. Então eu segui um pouco o lado deles e tudo mais, segui um sonho meu também naquela época, mas a escolha da BD, acho que eles sempre foram muito leais à minha pessoa, não só o player Ask, mas a pessoa Gabriel Santos também. Eu acho que isso que contou muito para o meu retorno.
It's definitely been a success before with Ask under the wings of Black Dragons, having made it to an international event before, so he must be happy to be back at that specific team. And then when we're looking at Black Dragons as a whole so far in this league, you know, the second last in the league, it isn't looking too hot for them. I think, Leo, we were kind of hoping for more against Loud. I think there were good bits and pieces that we saw on their attacks, but their defenses on a map like Skyscraper, which sounds really strange, were just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that are a little bit wrong with that Black Dragons roster. First of all, I really like the Ask pickup, right? Because I think Ask was performing very well when he was on that roster. He then went on to Liquid, lost all of his confidence, like he said himself. He undervalued himself, basically, stopped playing as well as he did on Black Dragons. So him coming back should have been the moment where he came back full of confidence, and I don't think that has fully shown yet. My second problem, or my second worry, is all the way on the right side of your screen here. It's Miracle, the Miracle pickup that I did not quite understand, because they already had Rare, who was an amazing support. They brought Ask, who was a support on Team Liquid. And then they bring a third support, that's Miracle, that we've not seen play in Tier 1 since he was fired from Secret all the way back, for underperforming. So I was very much surprised. Obviously, loads of experience on that player, but just in terms of role, 3 supports on one team, having Makina that is supposed to be the fragger and that underperforms ever since the end of Stage 1, we're now looking at the team where every single player, except for Rare, is struggling to put the right amount of frags on the scoreboard, and we have 3 different supports. And so that's what's really shaking me right now, is that I'm looking at the team that I think on paper does not make as much sense as the previous roster. Maybe dropping Musi for another support was not the right call. At least losing Flash 3 really hurt them. So we're looking at the Black Dragons that struggled both in attack and in defense, with a 30% win rate across all of their sides. It's been a real struggle since those roster changes, and I'm just not convinced by them so far on paper.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say to that is, you know, not that this is the exact same comparison, Leo, but when you look at Unwanted back at SI, that was a roster that was all practically support players, and they managed to make one hell of a run there. So it's not to say this can't work, but, you know, when you look at Assay and, you know, the ideologies that going to Liquid didn't really work there, made him doubt himself. Now he's coming back to Black Dragons where, you know, we saw glimmers of hope from this roster in the last stage, but then immediately falling apart. Now to come into this stage, again, it's not really looking too hot, especially on their attacking halves. I mean, when you have 3 support players, yes, it can work, but then also at that same front, you're putting even more pressure on that front line, that entry, that a player like Makina that is still needing to grow, needing to get those reps in. And it's even, like I said, you're putting a lot more pressure on a player like that to perform in hopes that your back line is going to be just as strong as your front line might be. So there is definitely concern for me, as you were saying. I think it's just a matter of only time will tell now with the Ask being back on the roster. But especially in the situation they're in right now with 0 points, we need to start seeing it ramped up now.
and fast, because if they play against the second best in the league, it certainly isn't going to be an easier game for them. Let's have a look at Furia and the roster as a whole as well, because I think the main thing for Furia is we're always really excited about this roster, right, with everything they've achieved so far internationally. But speaking to Igor last week and hearing the good words he had to say about the team and everything they've been working on to kind of get back to the top internationally as well, and that risk assessment, it's been really good to hear, Lexing. So I think for Furia and their future within the SAL, it should keep looking very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was taken back by the fact that they were able to win all of SAL last stage. Sure, they might not have had the performance they want at EWC, but it looks like they are finding their footing here within their own region, because this is something that I said time and time again through each stage. I'm sure you can agree. I'm sure Leo can agree. They were never the most dominant within their own region. They were always like third, fourth, maybe second, but they were never first. So the fact that they were actually able to get first last stage, I'm sure is only going to increase that skill gap in order what they need to do. And something that really stuck out to me last stage, and I talked to Felly Pox about it a lot, where they did struggle most, was being able to recognize of just slowing down, playing with each other. Because we all know how strong each 5 of these individuals are in their own right. Like, their individual prowess is the reason why they are historically one of the best roster in all of Siege. But again, what stuck out the most to me during stage 1 is when they realized that, okay, we actually can play with each other. We don't always need to be in the face of our opponents. We can rely on one another. That's where we really started to see that shift happen within Furia. That's when we started to see them adopt another style of play that wasn't always aggressive, that they could play a more passive game and then rely on their aggression in those last few seconds. So for me, if Furia can continue to do this throughout this stage, I definitely have no doubt that they can still manage to be the best within their region and then push that even further internationally in Munich.
And that's what we're super happy to see. I mean, you're already thinking they might have qualified to Munich, especially with them belonging at that top 4 for almost like the past few years, at least, of the SAL. So impressive performances now also in those best of ones. Like you mentioned, the risk assessment being a lot better, really helping them out in these situations. Let's have a look at the map veto and the final one of the day for this best of one. Where will this series be taking us? Because when we look at this matchup, I mean, it's not easy for Black Dragons. They're going to have to find a map that they're comfortable in themselves. We saw a skyscraper last time, but they're betting it out. We're going to Lair instead. Leo, is that a positive thing for Black Dragons, or do we think Furia is just going to be too strong here?
I wouldn't call that positive for Furia. I am very surprised with the bans that we're seeing. Furia banning Border, their best map. Cafe, their second best map. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I'm confused. I'm looking at this and thinking that the bans may be reversed in my head. But we're landing on Lair, and obviously Lair will be a big thing for me, because when we look at Furia playing that map, I don't know if you guys remember, but it's the map that on which they did phase at the end of the playoffs last stage, 7-3 if I remember well. It's also the map that they played last week, winning 7-2 against Loss. So it's a map on which they are very comfortable. And when we look on the other side of Black Dragons, it's a map that they've struggled on. They've lost it to NIP at the beginning of the playoff last stage. They also lost it earlier in the same in our stage last week against NIP, and they haven't lost it to a tier 2 team in Copa Sudamericana, Vincent Sport. They lost that map to a tier 2 team only a couple of weeks ago in August. So we're looking at a map that they should not be very comfortable on, and a map that I remember, guys, Furia beat FaZe on it. So I don't know. On paper, it was looking already grim for them, but on the map veto, it's looking even worse.
I mean, Leo, we know as players, if you can take a team and make them very uncomfortable and expose their weaknesses, and as we know, Black Dragons right now making roster changes, not finding a lot of success. Their attacks are looking very weak. They've only had 3 successful attacking win rounds. You have to start on Lair, which, again, really isn't a figured out map by them, clearly. So they're already going to start off on a footing of not being very comfortable. Also, trying to entry in a building on a team like Furia, where you are going to be immediately met with aggression, they are going to be playing a mental game right out the get-go of instantly getting in all of Black Dragon's head, saying, listen, you don't stand a chance on your attack, so it's only a matter of time we get you on that defensive end that you're going to be even more scared to challenge us. So for me, I think this is a perfect map for Furia to be taking Black Dragons to, because there is no ounce of comfort Black Dragons is going to be able to confide within themselves of even trying to make a dent pushing into Lair.
Well, it sounds very promising, especially if you are a Furia fan, but it's our final game of the day and it is ready, so we're going to send it back to Exotoika and Lynx for one more time.
Thank you very much, and for our last game of the day, Ollie. Of course, I'm always excited to watch Furia play, but for me, the thing I want to see the most is Black Dragons have a good performance. The bottom 3 teams, well, bottom 4, honestly, in SAL last stage, you know, your Black Dragons, your Loud, that kind of group of teams, were very exciting. We're very close, and for me, I have a lot more hope of Black Dragons.
Couldn't agree more.
Exactly. I mean, you know, like Black Dragons. Black Dragons.
So I was sat here and I was thinking, so in the time between the previous game finishing and this game starting, there has been the biggest thunderstorm I can remember seeing outside of my window. So I've just been locked in on lightning tracking websites, making sure that I'm not about to get hit offline. And I was like, something's happened. Like it's broken the connection between Lynx and I. We need to fix this. Nah, you just mute. This is Streambot here. Hey, what's up? Final game of the day. Furia versus Black Dragons.
You want the summary? You want the TLDR? Literally, it's just like, hey, Black Dragons were good last stage. Wouldn't it be great to see some of that?
Oh wait, they're against Furia.
Yeah, that was kind of the last part I threw on at the beginning there.
Well, we've certainly saved the best till last tonight, or at least what could be another good game.
I don't know
that it'll be as
like
close as NIP and Liquid, but I still think there is potential for this to be a good one. I have always had Black Dragons down, regardless of who's on the team, but as an org, as a team that is capable of upsets. They're that team that you can't count out throughout any portion of a stage. Okay? They've not had the best start. Let's be honest. They're sat on 0 points. They've lost against NIP. They've lost against Loud. Here is a chance for them to redeem themselves. And we know that Furia, look, they're not perfect. There's usually a rock in the road every single stage for this team. It just depends on whether Black Dragons are going to be that rock here and now today. We head for our final game to Lair, which is a loved map throughout the world right now, it seems, because we can't get through a single playday without seeing it. And I don't mind that. I still feel like there's a heck of a lot left to understand about Lair.
Agreed.
Something that always makes me excited and keeps me entertained and eyes glued on the screen is when I see Aurora being brought.
Okay, well, I think sadly we're not really going to see much impact of the Aurora. Well, okay, well, hold on. Black Dragons are fighting back very nicely as the angles still seem to survive, at least when it's Ask and Machina involved. Clips Herds on the left side. Finds another as KZ takes the 1v1. Round is taken away by Fury and immediately stolen back by Black Dragons. Ask is just one of those players. I don't know what it is, but when he's wearing a Black Dragons jersey, the work he performs, there is nothing like it at times. First round going the way of BD, and it is all thanks to Ask.
We've seen some slow rounds tonight. That was not a slow round.
Opposite of a slow round.
Very quickly. Yeah, very much so. That was actually quite a speedy round. There's a lot happened in quite a short period of time. Opening kill coming in at the 2-minute mark and everything being done, what, a minute after? Fury are moving at some serious pace and kind of moving straight toward their demise. Kalipox, JV, Herds, they all get a kill, but it pales into insignificance when Ask is able to pick up a 4K. Now maybe that's just a statement round from Furia. Let them know that we're here, play a little bit quickly, and then they can revert into something a little bit more proper.
Yeah.
I at least hope so.
Yeah, Furia, you know, very famous for always playing proper. Quickly, textbook Siege.
Well, I mean, you can play, goodness me, play it properly. Not an easy thing to say.
Especially when there's lightning striking everywhere.
Listen, don't even start. I don't know what it is about lightning. I think it's like the sort of caveman in me is like really scared by it, but also really fascinated by it.
I think it's a very human experience, though. I feel like that's everybody's relationship to lightning. Like, I feel the same way.
It's so like Mother Nature. Like, just imagine you're not sat in front of a screen. Imagine you sat in a cave 3,000 years ago and that's going on outside. Like, that must blow your mind.
Like,
it still blows my mind now.
you look outside and you're like, that's God, right? Like, that's got to be, like, that's like mythological. Like, that's some extra, like, you know, supernatural force that is causing literal fire to rain down from the sky. Like, that's how I feel when I see Tachanka effectively using his Shumika canisters in the late round, just sending these little beams of fire down. Especially actually,
NJR's just up there.
Well, honestly, this site in particular, we were talking about last night about how Tachankas, or really good Tachankas on this site, have got a rhythm where basically you deny the default plant, that immediately banks shots off the door into that hallway Ask is looking at right now, to basically not only force the planter off, but damage them as they fall back. So I'm interested to see if we see Hornet do that little 1-2 combo, but we'll have to see if Nate even decides to put the diffuser down in that area.
I was going to say, Fury have got a little bit of work to do before we get to that point. They haven't brought a typical hard breacher, and they've only got 2 tin openers. So again, going for a very bare bones approach right now and trying to squeeze every last drop out of their util. Speaking of, Shumika launcher, Hornet, he's got 18 of the things to start firing around. With a minute 25 left, that's a lot of area denial. Nate isn't really going to be able to effectively get through there. That can be just drip fed for the entire round, and he knows it. Full rotation coming out now. Herd's still looking for a little bit of an in. We do have KZ below, so a good chance for some skeleton key action vertically. But I worry so much about there only being 1 tin opener right now.
Ooh, I'm worrying too about KZ losing almost all his HP. These vertical angles can be so tricky, whether it's a Deimos, a Buck, anybody trying to put pressure from below. Navigating the destruction while also protecting your own life, watching your flank, applying the pressure in turn, can always be difficult. The Furia have just made so little progress on this clear. Something breaks. Miracle does get one. Herds with a miracle frag onto Ask. All the kills are just going to fly their way. I guess it doesn't really matter if Furia don't exactly have a clear way into the site. They'll make their own luck. It's a flawless to follow up. There's very clearly a 2-0 start in here for Furia, even if how the rounds have played out have been a little strange.
It's amazing what this team is capable of doing when they, on the face of it, have so little and can still get so much out of it. Not a lot of teams will be able to pull that off with only a couple of tin openers. But Furia are that team. Black Dragons stunned to the mid floor now.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Is this one of our favorite sites? It can't be far off because we always seem to have a really good time when it's on.
You know, now you said that and I was like, no, like of course not. Not as in like it was not a least favorite.
No,
but
it's a sleeper though. I don't think we realize it.
Honestly, I agree. It is kind of a sleeper. We do talk about it a lot. I find it really interesting, and it's kind of like this own personal narrative you and I have of just like, who's going to find the way through? Like, who's going to find the way to deal with this setup? In like a convincing fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we always talk about it whenever we watch Lair, and it always remains a very relevant point. I mean, we saw, I think, probably the best clear of it we've seen from Shopify on Friday, which I know we've talked about yesterday kind of being a very kind of midday of the NAL overall, but that clear from Shopify on this site, the final round of the game between, well, for Shopify on Lair, really good clear of this vertical hold. Just, a lot of other teams still struggling to pick up the pieces.
Last time we saw Furia do it, they were playing against Lost last week. They brought a very different lineup to what they've got now. They didn't even have a shield, to be fair, but they did bring the Sense and the Capital. Neither of those two things have been brought. Oh, sorry, the Capital has been brought, but the Sense hasn't. They also brought the Thermite last time, and it's an Ace instead. So it will be a different take regardless of that, just based on the fact it's different ops, but I do worry for Herds right now. Sprints past? Like, you've got to assume someone's there.
Let's be a little careful. It's a, you know, it's a bunks briefing defense. It's not uncommon to be people holding the top floor. Definitely think skipping a little bit of steps there from Furia. Which, if there's ever a team that sometimes plays fast and loose with the rules, it's been this one. They'll apply the rest of their attention to Miracle and Machina right in front. They losing a lot of HP to that C4, but still holding on quite nicely. Also give information to somebody just walking up the single hallway. Okay, Machina, I think, getting a little careless. A lot of people in the lobby disrespecting positions, I think. As now, because of what's transpired, we can pinch Miracle inside, right inside of this defense. Casey just walks in, finishes off one and Miracle. Nate is only downed in the process. I think everyone's got to take a chill pill for a second, because I think we're all thinking that we are the best and the rules don't apply to us. Hornet shut down on that flank. Ask have another 4 kills in him. There's the first. Furia haven't fully dropped down to the bottom floor yet, so he'll move up and instead try to fight the flank. Don't think the attack is all that cognizant, and right as I say that, JV92 thinks to check. Furia with 2 in a row.
You know, you watch rounds like that and you kind of think, does it really matter what Furia bring? As long as they bring something that they're all going to get behind, I don't think it matters what they bring as much as it does for other teams, just because of the level that they operate at. On the day, best team in the world. Not to say they are performing like the best team in the world right now, they're 1 round down, but they do have a habit of pulling a rabbit out of the hat, so to speak. Caden and Monty coming through in our round 4 bans. Black Dragons choosing now for the timeout. Very popular time for timeouts if you are a new watcher or a watcher that has started watching again after some time of Siege. With the introduction of mid-phase bans, teams do tend to use that banning time as like a little bit of a preparation for a conversation, and then will take their time out afterwards to get the coach in and to sort of finish off that discussion and just get the benefit of an extra 20, 30 seconds between themselves. Obviously, the coach can still only talk for 45, but it does give the team just a little bit more time to get their own heads together prior to getting into that tactical timeout. And Black Dragons are going to use theirs right now. They want to nip this in the bud, and they want to nip it in the bud early. They can't afford to go rounds down here. Now, let's be honest, they haven't got the greatest record inside of SAL so far. They're at 30% attack and a 30% defense. So, who knows which side they're going to be better on by the end of the stage. But at the minute, neither is looking too hot. And given that it's Lair, you want to be taking advantage of these defending rounds, because you better believe that Furia will. Last week, they won 3 defensive rounds in a row against Lost, which was good enough for the map. That was, of course, after picking up 4 rounds on the attack. And there is still plenty of time for them to meet that quota again.
I think especially since basically every single one of these rounds has transpired at Furia's discretion. And then it's incumbent upon how Black Dragons respond. Ask obviously getting that 4K in round 1, but the pacing was entirely set by the attack. I think in the second round, little bit less so, and yet once things get going, Furia just somehow managed complete control of the chaos. And then same thing, once the bulk of the push starts in round 3, all the kills seem to fly Furia's way. So maybe I guess it's less command of the pace, and more so just hitting the shots, and I think that is evidenced by the fact that most of the kills came in 1 round on the side of Black Dragons, and by 1 guy on the side of Black Dragons. Now's the time to try and recover. Look to R6 room for their first post-timeout defense. The players scattered all over the map. The setup by and large is the same. Actually, I think it's the same. I think Ask and Miracle have just switched operators. That's about it. But honestly, the more important thing for me, Furia dropping off that Monty. Gonna play a little bit more flexible with things. The Herd's still starting out over by Ops.
Yeah, aside from the Monty ban, there's not much that's forced to change here in Furia's hand. Still going to be rocking with just the 2 tin openers, so still leaving themselves vulnerable. Surprised to not see Black Dragons read into that a little bit more, if I'm honest with you, and try and play some denial around that. But I think they're just sort of resigning themselves to the fact that it will, you know, those 2 tin openers will get used, and they will just have to deal with the consequence of that. Herds, very free to move inside of Ops right now. Not worried about any pressure from below. It feels like Furia know that they've got Black Dragons roughly where they want them. But with the Monty being such a crucial part of that new bridge push last time, I do worry where that's going to come from here and now. JV, has he found a gap?
Knowing Furia, they're the experts of gap spotting at this point. It seems like that they might. Two shotguns close around the corner, yet if either walks in front of JV92's crosshairs, that should be done. There's one. Fortunately, JV feeds himself to one of the very players we thought he might find. Ask might be spotted, but still holding this position alongside Miracle getting active with that Scorpion. Things going just fine for the moment. The initial onslaught from Furia repelled. One more player sitting inside a bathroom. It's Felipox sitting close by. Flash around the corner. But even taking that fight blind, I would still wager at 50-50, maybe even favoring Ask. Time has gone for it. Another swing. Great anticipation by Felipox. Pre-fire lands in time, but how will they find this way in? Herd's waiting so long, gets Hornet, and that's the opportunity they needed. Immediately he capitalizes, pushes in deep, takes full control of A and looks to net the next on B, and all line up for Herds. The man who refined lurking to a science paints a beautiful picture in round 4.
On the face of what Herds has done in that round, you look at it and it is so simple. Got himself into Ops Room, used his utility, hopped in the drone, and then waited for the opportune moment. But you try and get timing like that. It is incredible how consistently Herds manages to pull that sort of timing off. Got Felipox JV. Those guys are doing the hard work. They're face-checking shotguns over on the other side of the map. And Herds just swoops in with the Hollywood moment and picks up 3. And everyone's like, he's the hero! And but you've had Felipox literally tank a shotgun to win the round so that he can ensure that the kill's there. Like, it's unbelievable. Furia, 3-1 up right now on Lair. Black Dragons have used their timeout and it was good for nothing. The only round that Black Dragons have been successful with so far on this map is the basement, which is where we find ourselves here in round number 5. It was off the back of very much a throwaway round from Furia, and one that I highly doubt we will see repeated.
I don't think so either. The only time that Black Dragons got a victory was this site. It required a 4K from Ask, and around that, Furia started off in the lead, continued to do so until Furia just let things slip a little, give a couple 1v1s to Ask, and then the advantage shifted. There's always this great moment, Ollie. You see a guy pick a shield, and you see him alt walk up to the window, and you just know he's hopping through it. Not even that the rush is going to happen, but you just know that the moment he walks up, he's waiting for the call to hop through, begin the clear, try to catch the defense as off guard as they can. Nobody's in his way. So all that, set up, but obviously nobody's going to fight immediately. But with the Dokey call going through and Nade not hearing anything, he can at least give the call within the first minute that the second floor, by and large, seems clear. First floor, excuse me.
Yeah, I think we've just got Ask sort of lingering, haven't we? But it's a fairly soft roam. Yeah, I think he's just been droned, actually. The boogie drones have started to work through now. The sound coverage that those boogie drones gives is fantastic, not only for attackers, but for defenders as well. So you do have to be really cautious when those are going off, because that is the moment when somebody will more than likely strike. But Furia, they've removed any semblance of pace out of this round whatsoever, and are just trying to take this site apart systematically from above. So far, they're doing a fine job with. Managed to remove some Vulcan canisters. Herds getting rid of the wub. Oh, miracle! Like, oh, I wonder what's through there. The beep has just gone off and there's pre-fire shots coming through the soft wall. I'm just going to stick my face in it. Oh
my God.
I'm just going to stick my face where it doesn't belong as well.
This is just vintage Herds right here. Honestly, I kind of favor him to get this next kill. What, we got one player tucked inside here? They just turned his back? What? Machina fights Herds, then immediately turns around and starts sprinting, exposing his back to the very angle Herds just shot at him from. This is just a day where Furia can do no wrong. KZ just baiting Ask for the rest of his team. 4 rounds in a row for Furia, and I have a feeling that the train is not stopping here.
No, it can't do. Looks like full head loss on the side of Black Dragons. They are neither roaming nor just playing the site. They're finding themselves in a really weird halfway house of giving away a lot of map control through, I don't know, not wanting to challenge Furia on their own, not feeling like it's worth it, feeling like they can play behind their utility, that's fine. You do you, play behind your utility, it works. But then they just get antsy in the site. If you're going to play the site, you may as well take your hand off the keyboard. All you need to do is flick the occasional camera, make sure that you're tucked, and then play your part when the moment comes. You don't always need to go looking for these engagements. It's free pickings at the moment for Furia, to be honest with you.
Herd specifically, 8-2 so far. Well, yeah. JV92 also, by the way, 6-2. And I couldn't name you a single JV92 kill this game.
5 seconds left.
Didn't he just got the last kill in the last round?
Attackers are heading out to the
Okay, well,
but it wasn't memorable though, because it was whatever, right?
Yeah, that's what I
get
mean.
your point.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. It's like Furia have good performances by and large. Herds have been getting a lot of the highlights, but it's just like Furia have just been like slowly just like shoving Black Dragons out of the game. Just like, bye. Don't need you.
Special charge. Stay clear.
I was sick earlier this week. For some reason, the last game and this one, my congestion starting to come back is really... Like, I'll start talking, and it's like, what if we stop you?
We got this all tomorrow as well. You need to keep yourself sharp.
How are they finding these kills? JV92 just repelled up to an open hole, shot Machina in the face, then walked back down.
Was it memorable?
Wait, how did Machina die?
I think Herds got him.
No, Hertz can't have gotten him, because he's been pushing up here with KZ and Fellafox for the beginning of the round, and very important detail, he had a hot drone in front of him, and did not immediately meet any defenders. Now, that being said, there are two right here. One of them being Ray, and the other, I think, being, yes, the other being Miracle. They're taking a little bit of damage, but Furia is setting up quite nicely for this pinch. On to the remaining players. Could use a little more angles or utility. Honestly, could really use a little more utility. Rim might be nice in this situation. We still have the 5v4.
I think it again comes down to Furia and their operator selection. Like, there are often better things that they can take, but more often than not, it still feels like they get the job done. Miracle looking for a bit of a rat right now. Might have a chance. C4 is ripped there, and Herds is going to hear it. Tries to barrel on through. Immediately taken out there by Ask. Importantly, though, does remove the mute jammer. That might free someone up to get a bit of utility or a drone a little bit further ahead. Black Dragons are actually doing a great job of holding on. If they're able to pick up that kill as well. No, Miracle caught in the cross. How does he get out?
They've just managed to keep Furia at bay, and you have to give Black Dragons credit for that. Not even fully giving up the top floor. They still want to threaten that rotation back. Still keep Furia concerned. Nade has found his way into sight alongside KZ, though. And with the control up top, it all falls! I'll remember this JV92 3K. I'll tell you that much. Might all be forgotten in the following cascade of this game, but Furia are like, wait, they're not giving up top. What if we just flood the site? And everything falls after that. And shout out JV92 joining Herds and what is anything but a close half.
Yeah, quick half, not close. Should be 6-0 if we see Furia play properly in round number 1. Not a great sign, really, for Black Dragons. They thought the defending layer was tricky. Wait until they get onto the attack. Great pivot from Furia, I think it's fair to say. They weren't making as much ground as they perhaps wanted to. But if you think about the area that they controlled on that top floor, they'd got the most important bit. Having people in bridge is of no consequence to stopping you from getting the plant down. Like, you're going to be able to plant as long as you've got control above, which they had. And I think it was really nice to recognize we've actually ticked that box. We don't need to push this any further. We can instead just drop and clean up kills when people either try and rotate down the stairs or move back through to assist getting the plant down. As soon as our 6 room is taken, the job's done at that point. And Furia, one of the better teams at recognizing when they have that winning condition, and instead of overplaying that hand, just understanding that they can throw 4 aces down on the table and get the round done.
10 seconds to insertion.
Do you think,
5 seconds left.
like, in the past 2 days,
Moving to defuse a bomb.
I think we've casted more Tachanka than we have probably in the past year combined.
I know it's difficult, isn't it? Because it has rapidly increased in popularity, but there were teams and there were people that did play it, but I don't know if it was at this level of frequency.
Well, I think it's also, I mean, we've casted a fair bit of Lair, and that's probably one of Tachanka's, like, more played maps. So I think it's also just kind of like happenstance for the games you and I have casted. It really feels like Tachanka has been a very common operator. Like, a lot of bank, a lot of Lair.
Yeah.
And those are his two. Like, I mean, I think that's got to be top 2 Tachanka maps, and I don't even know what number 3 would be.
Well, it's kind of just top 2 Tachanka sites, because it's not like you see it on every site of Lair or Bank.
No, that's true. That's a good point.
You'll only ever see it on top floor Lair and basement Bank. Like, not only ever, but more often than not.
Yeah, if you're going to bring it on one side, it'll
from
be
those particular sites and find out the frequency.
If only I had that. If I had that kicking about in my head somehow. What the? Okay.
Speaking of getting kicked in the head.
Giving him a roundhouse kick on the way out. 10-2. He heard me. JV92 heard me say. I was about to say he heard me say I can't remember a single JV92 kill, and he's like, "I will show you." I wasn't even saying he was doing. I wasn't even saying he was doing a bad job. I thought he was commenting him. I was like, "Hey, he's just chipping away at it. He's just doing consistent. He's letting Herds get all the glory, and he's just putting in the work." And he's like, "Okay, no, I want the glory."
And why shouldn't he get it? Why not him?
JV92.
It's a very different approach from Black Dragons to get this wall open. Instead of relying on those secondary charges, they're instead trying to utilize the Selma. But Furia know that. You can already hear the Shumika launcher getting sent out there. Not only can you hear the launcher, but you can hear the flames. Makuna kind of caught on the wrong side of things as we start to see them bounce through the doorway. He has a chance to try and double up at the moment with Miracle, but does need to be cautious.
Ooh. I was going to say maybe separated by the rest of his team, but thankfully the other smoke not quite having the impact I think Furia would have liked. Instead, one placed close to stave off the push from Black Dragons. But the time is getting low, and that only favors Furia with all these Shumikas. Utility going in. Felipok's a great opportunity with his shotgun around the corner. But that engagement has not favored SAS Ops today. Instead, it's everything around it. JV another triple, 2 rounds in a row. He is fuming after what I said and very eager to close out Lair.
I do love it when you get a player that just pops off out of nowhere. Especially when it's someone like JV92 you've come to expect it from. Like,
I'm not
you
shocked
know that
by
he's
it.
capable. Like, no one's really shocked. It's just nice to see, isn't it? It's nice to see when people have their day in the sun. And that's certainly one of his. Shaping up for a 7-1. Could be a quick close to the day. And unfortunate, really, for Black Dragons, because regardless of how they've performed this stage, I think we know them to be of better quality than only 1 round on Lair. They are up against Furia, and Furia aren't here to mess around.
What you'd hope from Furia. Coming into today, there were 3 teams who were without a loss so far in the SAL, now leaving today. There will only be 2 if Furia can just close out this 5-round lead they have. Them and FaZe at the top of the scoreboard going into tomorrow will be the only 2 teams with 9 points. And just assuming Furia can close this out. Another Tachanka, by the way. We're on basement. Probably one of the only other sites we usually see Tachanka on this map. Saw Black Dragons went Tachanka on this site all the way back in round 1. I bring it up not all the time, but I do bring it up semi-often. I do think Herds on Mira is one of the more underrated scary player op combos.
Just because he's got the Vector?
Yeah, it's just like Vector, super high fire rate. It's clearly a comfort pick for him. He's been playing it for literally 3 years now. Where's this blitz going?
Is Rare just waiting for it to marinate or something? Oh, the drone gets shot out in front of him. Hornet trying to provide the pressure. This is not a good play for the blitz, by the way.
Yeah, I really don't like this.
I don't think this ends well.
Okay, we do at least have an attacker, I think, coming in to join on the opposite side, but Ask just gives the 1v1, and now the blitz is back to being alone. This is 3 1v1s, by the way. Hey, at least Hornet joins. KZ shoots over the top of the blitz, kills Hornet. Now the blitz is dead. Well, this has not been a game from Black Dragons. We're just all getting 3Ks at this point. Everyone wants a piece of the action. How about Miracle coming in fresh off the boat from Europe? We think he's got a 1v5 in him? I just don't know if that's happening. I mean...
Yeah, what do you say at this point? Smoked out. You can have as many adrenal stims as you like. You got a minute 20 to find 4 kills. Onto 4 of the hottest players in Siege. I don't want to be a hater, but I don't think it's happening. C4 ripped. KZ dropping the GG. And the reason KZ's dead is because Herds took him out. Miracle will find 2.
No.
Hey, stranger things have happened.
I know. That's why I'm saying no. Okay. There we go. All right. We are all good. No need to panic. No cause for concern. Furia closed things out at just the margin we thought they would. 7-1 remaining. Our only other flawless team alongside FaZe going into tomorrow.
And a very memorable end there for JV92 to pick up that final kill and put him on 13-2. Who could forget that performance? For one last time, we are going to send it to our desk, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Well, what a game that was. We just went from having a full overtime to having our most dominant game so far in Stage 2 of the SAL. And in what a fashion did Furia take that game there. It was a 5-1 split after attack. And I think by then, like saying, we knew that this game was done and dusted. I think even before that already, we knew this game was done and dusted.
I mean, it was fast and Furia. What can you say? That's the only way to say it with this matchup. I mean, it was honestly brutal. I have to feel bad for Black Dragons. I mean, this first round, it was like, oh, okay. You know what? They're on defense. All right. They're going to make something happen. But immediately after this, I mean, it was just a slaughter on the side of Furia, not even giving Black Dragons a chance to even breathe, just constantly constricting the site. They not being able to answer back on anything. I mean, I think this kind of speaks into what Leo was saying. You know, you have 3 support players. You're relying on Machina and the other to be able to make something happen, but nothing was happening. It was just throwing a wish into a wishing well at this point, trying to even get a round off of Furia after that first round. And for Furia, I mean, this is what I was talking about. They weren't just relying on their own individual play. A lot of these were them just holding really good crossfires and forcing a Black Dragon into those crossfires, into those lineups, and then just them immediately collapsing on site once they had those big man advantages, just knowing that they were going to be a slay out. It wasn't even be much of a contestation coming out of the side of Black Dragon.
And for me, this is the main takeaway. It would really be easy to just go and you know, say that it's just a difference of class, and maybe it is, but I just want to praise the discipline in Furia. It was something that we were, at least I don't know you liked, but that was something I was waiting to see in the last couple of months. One thing that, in my opinion, was the biggest reason why Furia was so inconsistent in BO1s. Their playstyle, yes, revolves around taking risk and gunfights, but I was still seeing them take gunfights that were unfavorable, still seeing them throw away man advantage situations quite often, way too often in BO1s, and that was costing them. Last stage, they struggled to make the playoffs. I don't think people remember that, but they were at some point out of playoffs contention towards the last few weeks. And today, what are we seeing? We're seeing a Furia that is well composed, that knows how to play disciplined, that goes step by step, that understands the right condition. And so you mix that to their incredible individual prowess, to an incredible IG on Felipox, to such a great map for them that is Lair. and that's it. Now you understand why it's 7-1. Why now you understand why it was not even close. And then you just take one last aspect, obviously, just to give you an insight at just how good they are individually. The last 5 rounds, each player of Furia, at least one player of Furia, got a triple kill. Hertz triple kill, Hertz triple kill, JV triple kill, JV triple kill, KZ triple kill. And that just shows you the domination in the gunfights, but also as a team. And that's just beautiful to see and what we expected from Furia today.
I mean, just sorry, really quick. I mean, you don't even see a diffuser planted on any of these. It's just outright kills going across the board for the side of Furia.
Oh. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate scenario for Black Dragons. As we said, the most dominant one that we have seen this stage. And like you say, if every player, or at least one player on the side of Furia, gets a triple kill like that, has their absolute insane personal moment, there is only so little you can do about that on the side of Black Dragons. And like we said, we keep on questioning this issue that they have with what is the role divide going like? Is there too many support players maybe on this roster? And then if you have to go up against a team with especially Furia, where every individual seems to be popping off, that's just not a recipe to success. If there's so much support and so little players that can actually carry their weight and really be that spearhead for the team. And we saw that perfectly on display today with this specific matchup. So let's have a look at the MVP as well then. The final one for the day. JV92, you already mentioned it, Leo, getting those triple kills on the board. 100% cost, but then again, if it's a 7-1, do you expect anything else?
No, honestly, it's just normal to see. I just want to go back to the performance they've had in the last few weeks, or last few playdays, sorry. You look at JV, he's the most consistent player out of the team. He was already, I think, the best rated player out of SAL after week 1. So looking at him and going 13-2, I'm expecting him to top the charts everywhere right now.
Which I want to also add to that, which as good as it is that JV is popping off, all the players are doing well, it is so important because if you go back and you look at last stage, throughout the majority of that beginning group stage, we were relying on KZ to carry this team and keep them in a lot of the fight and a lot of those rounds, which I think it speaks into what we were talking about, Leo, is practicing that discipline, playing with each other instead of just going for these individual gunfights, actually doing it together as a team. And this is the repercussion of that. We are seeing these players now coming alive again that we saw way back then. That, again, this is, you can look at all 5 of these individuals and understand they all can pop off at any given moment. And clearly when they're all playing on the exact same wavelength, the exact same strat, the exact same mindset, dominance is in the field.
And when we look at the standings, this is what we're dealing with after our 3rd playday. Now, not only with this victory, have Furia taken that very top spot back in the league, they've also made sure that the round difference, again, is working out in their favor. I mean, what can you really say about it being a 7-1? If it does come down at the end of the stage where multiple teams have similar points, then having that round difference under your belt is really important too. Now, we're looking at a very top-heavy on the side of Furia phase with those 9 points, 9Z and Black Dragons yet to get their first point on the board. But after this Furia victory, we get to speak to them as well. We should be able to ask them a few questions, as I believe we are joined by Felipox. Good afternoon for you it is. Congratulations on the 3 points here, but it felt like you almost didn't even break a single sweat in this game.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a pretty easy game, to be honest. I think it could have been a 7-0. The first round, I think, was a 4v2 for us. So yeah, it was a pretty chill game for us today.
Felipox, I need to ask you, because in the past when we discussed, you told me BO1s was always a little bit inconsistent for you guys, or at least more annoying than BO3s. And obviously looking at your results from stage 1, where it was a little bit harder to make it to playoffs, here you have 9 points within 3 games. You have the best round differential of everyone in the league. What's the main thing that changed for you guys to perform so consistently in BO1s?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we found the secret to playing BO1s. We are playing very well, but we are only on the playday 3, so we have a lot of games, 2 playoffs. So let's keep the work, and hopefully we'll get there easier than last season.
Well, I don't want to jinx it either, but I kind of want to pick at it a little bit. Is that secret just now working together better and not relying on that individual play that, you know, we've already spoke to you about last stage, that you guys, you know, all 5 of you are dominant in your outright. Your individual prowess speaks dividends, but where I always thought, again, where you guys would struggle with that is just realizing you guys can play off one another. And even in today, throughout this match, both me and Leo and Ann were talking about, is you guys were playing very disciplined. No one was overextending, regardless of what the round count was. And I think, me personally, like I said, you can say you don't want to jinx it. I feel like that's really what's been the biggest difference with you guys from even the previous stage, even into now, is actually just being able to play off one another and rely on each other in those moments.
Yeah, after EWC, our main focus of improvement was the communication, because we acknowledged that the communication was like, I don't know, we were kind of throwing rounds because of the communication, and then we started to focus a lot on that, and I think it's paying off. I think we're with a really good communication, a calmer one, like not being too anxious in the rounds, in the advantage. And like you said, we're way more disciplined than we were.
Absolutely.
All right, Felipox, one more question before we let you go. Tomorrow you play against Black Dragons. Oh, sorry, you play against W7. I was mislooking at the Wikipedia page. Now, we just spoke to Palu, and when I asked him about playing against you guys, he said, "Oh, don't even get me started. Like, we always lose against Furia." So that's, you know, looking at tomorrow. Is there anything you want to say to them before you're going into that matchup?
To be honest, there's nothing I want to say. What he said is true. We are always winning against them, and I hope tomorrow is not going to be any different.
I get to see the confidence sparking off of that. Thank you so much for your time, Felipox, and good luck then with that game tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was definitely a confidence moment there. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, you know, it'll be the same again tomorrow. Like, yeah, he's right with that. I mean, it is going to be that matchup that plays in the back of your mind tomorrow, right? Especially for Palu, and even being him, right? Imagine what he must be feeling like just having had that interview with us, knowing that he's going to play Furia tomorrow, and then Lexing seeing Furia absolutely demolish Black Dragons. I don't want to be in his shoes right now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't help that, you know, sort of mentality of, you know, being like, okay, we got to play Furia. Let's see what their match looks like, and then you see the match and you see what it looks like, and then it's like, okay, maybe tomorrow isn't gonna be the day. It's only time will tell. But again, only time will tell what that looks like.
Maybe just they just need to go to club a 4th time. Maybe that's just the solution. Who knows?
It's a possibility.
Yeah, well, that's our final game of the day, though. And to close off the day, we have the Predator play of the day. And for that, we take you back to our 4th match of the day. That was, of course, Volps with that big 4K. We were hoping for him to get the ace. But in the end, this 4K, Leo, turns out to be so important. Because as we said, this pushed them into overtime. This got them those 2 points. Absolutely huge for him.
Such a critical moment. When it's going to come, the moment of the playoffs, by the way, and then they're going to be 2 points away from, I don't know, a specific seeding or maybe even making playoffs because of this move. It just goes to tell you that some of these individual moments are like very, like, they're key to changing an entire stage. And now I will say this, they will benefit largely from Loud and Liquid dropping points today, but who knows, you never know what the rest of the stage is going to look like. Let's just say they drop a couple of points. They will be really happy that Volps jumped out there and got that 4K to secure 2 extra points later down the road.
Yeah, and the confidence right here. I mean, you're up only 1 man advantage. You get the pick here, but to jump out again. Every time I watch SAL, it always has me scratching my head that players like this can do something like this. Because when I'm in this situation, or I've been in these situations in my career, I immediately get shut down. Someone's watching those windows. Me and you were talking about this, Leo. There's so many instances when we're watching SAL, a player walks down a hallway that typically is heavily contested, whether that was in the EUL or EML and the NAL, and these guys just walk through it like it's nothing. It's just so funny. But again, like you said, I think you said it best. It's plays like that that are going to be such difference makers of just accumulating those extra 2 points, whether that puts you in the top 6, whether that puts you in top 2 for seeding. I mean, it's things like that you're going to look back and be like, because of this, this is what came from it and why we're here now.
Not only just a huge moment for today, but as you two were saying, maybe in the context of the whole standings of the group stage, if we look at it at the end. But we're only just at the 1/3, really, of our group stage. Tomorrow will be our 4th play day of the stage, and this is a schedule that we are looking at. When we're going to have our games tomorrow, it'll be Lowe's going up against NIP, Black Dragons versus 9Z. FaZe versus Loud is our match of the day. ENX versus Liquid as well, and then we do have Furia versus W7M as the final game of the day. But let's be honest, I mean, I'm not sure if you'd agree, Laxing. I mean, the way we've been hyping up that game at the end of the day, do we think that might be our second game of the day potentially?
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking forward to the ENX versus Liquid. I mean, the ENX that we saw today, the communication was there. They looked like a night and day difference of a team. I mean, you could obviously see it coming off of Sexy Cake, how confident they were going into that matchup. And then on that other side, I mean, Liquid, I think the performance that, I mean, I'm sure Leo's, you know, I don't want to throw to him just yet on that one, but I'm sure Leo is thinking as well, like, maybe this might be a chance for Liquid to be able to, you know, put their foot in the door. But I am looking forward to that matchup. But I still think that last game definitely has a lot riding on the tail.
I think both, honestly, both games. When you look at also just FaZe Loud, like with Loud needs a wake-up moment. FaZe is so consistent right now. It's tough to see them drop any points. We've seen a few cracks shown, but that would be only at international events. I'm still very confident that FaZe is so strong and have such a gap between them and the rest of the league that I think they should be okay, especially with the way Loud has performed today. Liquid ENX should be closer with what we've seen from Liquid today, and then Furia W7M. For me, the big question is, finally, do we see W7M break that ceiling and kill their nemesis? I guess we'll see tomorrow.
We will indeed see. I mean, it's a lot of good games, I guess, that we have for tomorrow, where we thought that today really was going to be skewed in the way that we had one really strong contestant in each matchup and one maybe weaker. Like, there was a lot of matches that we painted that way, like, oh, top of the leaderboard versus bottom of the leaderboard. It actually turned out to be a lot closer, I think, than what we expected, if we do keep aside that final matchup, because that actually turned out the way that we were kind of expecting it to go, so one-sided. But Lexi, we'll see you again tomorrow. I hope you get some good sleep before joining us tomorrow again. Leo, we'll see you again next week for some more SAL action. That's it for our broadcast for today. We want to thank you all in chat for watching, and thank you to production for another smooth show. Have a good rest of your night, and we'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same place.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Bye.